Good morning. Can you guys hear me? I hope you can hear me. I gotta find my phone so I have a camera. So hang on just a minute. Oh, you stupid phone. Come on, phone work. Almost there, guys. Hang on. But you don't really want to look at the screen right now because I literally just woke up and I need to go get my glasses so I can read the chat. So I will be right back. Okay. Hi. How is everybody? Oh, I took a nice break. Went to Disney yesterday. I got my batteries recharged. I needed that. You guys, I part of the fibromyalgia is also um well there was the fatigue, but then there's also I guess it's depression. It's such low energy you just don't want to get out of bed. And that's kind of where I was at. And then also with Belle cuz she wanted me. She just wanted to be with me. So, yeah. Yeah, the phone was in the bottom of my park bag. So I had to get it out. Yeah, it went dead yesterday at the park cuz I carry two phones because one Hey Paul. I carry two phones cuz one is in the gimbal recording and the other one is on my phone holder on my scooter because it's easier to keep track of the chat. Like I've got YouTube pulled up on the phone on the scooter. It's easier to keep track of the chat. I can see the chat on the phone that's streaming, but it's easier to keep track of it on the phone, like on YouTube, so I can see what everybody's seeing. Because the app that I use to stream on the go is totally different than StreamYard. I wish I could use StreamYard. It's much easier. It's much more user friendly than the app that I have to use to stream. It's crazy. But you guys, Disney content, I've never done as well I had over 1,000 views yesterday. Never on one true crime video have I ever. I was like, when I saw those numbers, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, but, oh, Nancy, 8 months. Nope. I lost it. Where'd it go? Thank you so much. Chill. I keep telling you, if you would quit taking naps, you'd sleep better at night. Because I know that from experience, because I had to do that. I used to take a lot of naps. And then I realized if I would quit taking naps, I'd sleep better at night. During his candidacy, is that right? Candidacy? For the 99 mayor election. Oh, this is good, Judy. I don't know if I brought this up yet or not. During his candidacy for the 99 mayor election, Peterson claimed he had been awarded a Silver Star, a Bronze Star, and 2 Purple Hearts. Oh, I didn't know this. He had all the medals, but he did not have the documentation. How'd he have the medals? Oh, he probably bought them off eBay or something. Who would sell their Purple Heart on eBay, though? No, I knew he lied. I knew he had been in a Jeep accident, not wounded in the war, like he said. Peterson claimed he had. Bye. I will. I didn't yet. I just woke up. You just saw me wake up, put on clothes, and come out here. Peterson claimed he had received 1 Purple Heart after being hit by shrapnel when another soldier stepped on a landmine, and the other when he was shot. He later admitted his war injury was not the result of the shrapnel wound, but was the result of a car accident in Japan where he was stationed after the war as an MP. Yep, he's a lying liar that lies. Hey, Jen. Hey, Marty. Jill. Hey, Nancy. Hey, Deb. Hey, Judy. I did. I overslept. And I usually text Judy when I oversleep, but it was easier. It took less time to just throw on clothes and come out here and start. uh, and it probably seems weird to non Disney people that a day at Disney would be like restful, like a recharge. Because like non Disney people would be like, how in the world is that restful? The crowds and lines and not for Disney person. A Disney person is like, nope, You go there to recharge. You come home, all is well with the world. Okay, I gotta figure out where we were. Um, I might have to go back and look at the last stream to figure out where we are. And now I'm on my channel looking at myself trying to find where we are. Is this the last? No, because that says 7 days ago. Where's the last stream? Five days ago. Oh, I don't know if we were on part one of this guy or part two. Well, in the show. No. That's because Travis hung it upside down. I'm not exactly sure where we are, but this is where we're going to start.
A quarter till.
Yes, sir.
You can bring the jury out. I'll tell them. Cross-examine.
Thank you. Sergeant Borden, my name is Dave Rudolph. I'm one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. You went through a
My husband is very fantastic, loving, do anything I asked him to husband, but he struggled with that blanket so hard to get it up there to try to help block out the sun that after it got up there and I saw the Mickey's upside down, I just couldn't say anything. And then I waited a while because it was bugging me. And finally I said, "Honey, you hung it upside down." And he goes, "Oh, well, it's okay. No one's going to notice."
A little bit of your resume with the police department, but in addition to what you talked about on direct examination, you also served for a period of time as the spokesperson for the police department, did you not?
Yes, I did.
In 1998?
Yes.
For at least part of 1999?
Yes.
How did you come by getting that position?
Previously, I had been serving as the Crime Stoppers coordinator for the city and county of Durham. Due to a lot of interaction with the media through the Crime Stoppers position. At the time, the captain of detectives, Ed Sarvis, was the primary spokesperson for the department. When he retired, he suggested that it be passed on to me. So I was still serving as the Crime Stoppers coordinator, but also the media representative.
And so, for example, if there was a series of rapes in Durham that had not been solved, you'd be the person who would talk to the media about that?
Correct.
When Dr. Curtis Bowen's dental practice was essentially firebombed because he had complained about drug dealing in the area that the police had done nothing about, you were the spokesperson.
Objection to relevancy.
Overruled. Correct?
Correct.
In talking about crime in Forest Hills, you were the spokesperson.
Correct.
Mentally ill people shooting at the police from the temporary quarters motel, you were the spokesperson.
Correct.
Statistics. If the media was interested in statistics and whether crime was going up or down, you would be the person who would talk to the media about that.
Yes.
And indeed, I think, and you may know better than me, there were at least 60 articles in the Herald Sun in 1998 that quoted you. Would that be a fair number?
I really don't know, Mr. Rudolph.
On average,
Ballpark, maybe.
once a week?
Once a week, maybe.
And in 1999, 40 articles, because then Dwight Pettiford took over at some point, right? Major Pettiford?
That's correct.
And of course, he was at the scene on December 9th also, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Now, of course, Mr. Peterson wrote columns and articles about all these things that you were the spokesperson about, didn't he?
I have no recall of that. I really don't know that.
Oh, well, one of the things you would have been responsible for as the police spokesperson would have been keeping up with what the media said about the Durham police, wasn't it?
Not necessarily, no. No, I didn't keep up with the media and what was said about us.
I see. Well, you were there when Teresa Chambers was chief, right?
Yes.
She was certainly concerned about the media, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
Indeed, there came a point where, in essence, relations got so bad between the police department and the Herald Sun that you all wouldn't even talk to the Herald Sun. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Because Chief Chambers didn't like the publicity that the police department was getting, right?
I believe so.
And mark these as a joint exhibit. Just put it right on there. In June of 1998 and May of 1998, and June and May of 1998. That was after Dr. Curtis's dental practice had been firebombed, right?
I believe so. I'd really have to check.
Yes, Ms. Moore.
Your Honor, I object to the relevancy of these newspaper articles that he has shown me. They're marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 72. There appear to be 5 or 6 articles, which it's my understanding from Mr. Rudolph deal with Dr. Curtis Bowens, a dentist in Durham. I don't know what that has to do with Mr. Peterson's case, but what I do know, because I personally looked into Dr. Bowen's case, is that he still continues to be the chief suspect in burning down his own dental practice in order to receive insurance money. And that case is yet unsolved. But at any rate, I do not know what Dr. Bowen's and the burning of his clinic that he's the chief suspect in would have to do with Mr. Peterson's homicide case. So I object to relevancy.
It's not the only topic I'm going to get into, but it's sort of interesting that Ms. Black says that, because back when this happened, according to Fran Borden, investigators believe that the fire was set in retaliation for residents' efforts to rid the neighborhood of drug dealers. So at least back then, there was a different perception. And I believe, given the fact that Sergeant Borden, I guess Corporal Borden at the time, was the police spokesperson who talked about that, and Mr. Peterson wrote articles that were very, very critical of the Durham Police Department on that very topic. It certainly goes to this whole issue of potential bias when Sergeant Borden went to the scene in December. So that's my purpose. It has nothing to do so much with the merits of Dr. Curtis. It has to do with potential bias from the fact that Mr. Peterson was sharply critical of the police about matters that Sergeant Borden was in fact a spokesperson for.
Ms. Black, he's clearly trying to show bias.
Yes, Judge. I mean, I think it might be more appropriate if he wants to show those articles to Sergeant Borden, which I have not read them myself. I was shown them, and I understand he didn't have copies, but I don't know the full content of them. I know generally, based on what he's saying, what they're about. At any rate, I don't think it would be improper if he wants to show the article to Sergeant Borden, give him a chance to read it, and ask him if he was even aware of this information being publicized. If his answer to that question is no, then I think that the matters continue to be irrelevant and they do not show bias. And I would think that the line of questioning should end at that point in time. Mm-hmm. But in order for him to appropriately respond in an educated fashion, he would need to read the articles and read what's said about him if something's said about Sergeant Borden in the articles.
Well, indeed, that's what I was getting ready to do, was to...
I assume he's either going to ask him about him or let him read it out.
Well,
I also thought that's what he's getting ready to do.
Yes, sir. Is there some way that he could be allowed to read these articles, which some of them appear to be lengthy, outside the presence of the jury, for us then to determine whether he even knows anything about them or not?
Well, with all due respect, I don't think Ms. Black ought to control how I conduct my cross-examination. If I do something that's objectionable, I think that she can object and the court can rule on it. But I think I'm entitled to draw his attention to particular statements in here. The whole article doesn't deal with Dr. Curtis's situation.
Ms. Black, as I recall, several times during this trial, you have indicated to Mr. Rudolph that you wanted to try the case your way. You wanted to ask the questions you wanted to ask. So I'm not going to tell him what questions he can ask as long as he's doing it properly. I have no idea what he's going to do other than ask him about these articles. And if he doesn't do that correctly, I'm sure you'll object and I'll make a decision.
Well, I'm just going to ask on behalf of the witness that he be allowed to have time to review the entire article before he is asked to respond to questions about the article. I'm asking the court to allow him an opportunity to do that.
Judge, whatever Sergeant Borden asked for, I'll be happy to accommodate.
200 murder crime scene, 14 years, Ms. Black. If he doesn't know what that document says, he's very well capable of asking the court for time to review the article. You don't have to speak for the witness. He can speak for himself. Overrule, bring the jury back.
Borden, let me show you a collective exhibit which is marked Defendant's Exhibit 72. First of all, let me ask you, you do recognize the Durham Herald Sun, right?
Yes, I do.
That's a paper that you read?
Yes.
And you read it back in 1998?
Yes.
Did you receive this paper at your home?
Yes.
And did you generally read it at some point during the day?
Yes.
And you knew, of course, that Mr. Peterson wrote a column.
Yes.
And you knew that among the things that he did in his column was to criticize the Durham Police Department.
Yes.
Let me show you these columns from 1998 and I guess going into 99 and ask you whether you were aware back in 98 and 99 that Mr. Peterson had written at least 6 different columns which criticized the fact that the firebombing of Dr. Curtis's dental practice had never been solved. And please feel free to look at those if you'd like to refresh your recollection.
Please.
The parts dealing with Dr. Curtis have been highlighted just so you can
Okay.
focus on those. By the way, Mr. Peterson's picture appears in each column, right?
Yes.
And he was a fairly prominent person in Durham during that period, right?
Yes.
Indeed, in one of these newspaper stories, I think it indicates that Peterson to seek mayor's job, right?
Yes, I was familiar with him seeking.
Yeah, and had a picture there.
Right.
You knew he ran for mayor.
Yes, sir.
You knew who he was.
Yeah, but he was a lying liar
Right.
that lied.
Yes.
You knew what he looked
I knew. Well, I knew of him.
Well, you had seen his picture in the paper numerous times, huh? Hadn't you, sir?
Yes.
So you knew what he looked like, right?
Yes. From this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know how old this photograph is.
Mm-hmm. You knew he lived in Forest Hills.
No, I wasn't. I didn't know where he
You know who was running for mayor?
Just read those to yourself, and then I'll put another question to you.
Okay. You gonna go one at a time, sir, or go through all of these?
Well, I'm just asking you generally whether or not you're familiar with the fact that Mr. Peterson wrote at least 6 columns dealing with the firebombing of Curtis Bowen's dental practice that you had served as the police spokesperson about.
Okay.
Whether that
What is
refreshes
that?
your
How cool
recollection.
was that?
It really is refreshing. May I comment as I go along, sir?
I didn't ask you a question. I asked you to just look at it by yourself, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
No,
Okay.
you're supposed to read the title of the article and then say, "Did I read that right?" That's the way Rotten Borden does it.
I'm familiar with these articles.
Okay,
thank you.
way before Rotten Borden.
And indeed, the
Current trials.
the headlines themselves of the articles can be somewhat clear that they deal with crime issues, right? For
Yes.
example, one of them is, we all know where drugs are, so why are drugs still here?
Yes.
And that one, Mr. Peterson even criticized the DA's office for calling the shooting of a dog the most heinous crime committed in Durham.
Yes.
And said that we had a 96% unsolved rate, right?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Curtis's office, that wasn't the only thing that Mr. Peterson wrote about. I'm not Dr. Curtis Bowen's, I'm sorry. That wasn't the only thing, right?
No.
For example, there were some stories in the newspaper about temporary quarters, and I think a armed and mentally ill man held Durham police officers at bay for more than 5 hours. This was in July of '98.
Yes.
He was at temporary quarters right there near the police department.
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson wrote columns about that, did he not?
Yes, I did see one column about that.
Let me hand these up to you. I think they're in chronological order. I may ask you some questions about some of these, and you can use those to refresh your recollection because they are in date chronological order.
Okay. Yes.
For example, on August 7th of '98, Do you remember him writing a column that dealt with the fact that the week before, someone who he called a deranged soul fired a shotgun from temporary quarters? And that he was critical of the police because the owner of temporary quarters had a case of assault against a police officer dismissed when the cops didn't show up in court. Does that ring a bell to you?
I'm looking at the article
Yes, sir.
as we speak.
May I approach and you'll be able to. Yes, sir. Does that refresh your recollection about that?
Yes.
And what he said in that article was, what's the chance of you or me assaulting a police officer and having the case dismissed because the cop didn't bother to show up? Don't you think that when a cop is assaulted, the entire force would be interested in prosecuting the individual? Do you believe everyone from the chief on down forgot about this case? This stinks so badly, I called police headquarters Monday. Captain Dwight Pettiford, that's the same Dwight Pettiford who was at the scene that night, right?
That's correct.
Told me he'd look into it and get right back. He never did. Apparently, forgetfulness is contagious at police headquarters. That's what he wrote, isn't it?
That's what he wrote.
And he wrote columns, for example, about sexual assaults that the police never told the public had been committed. And he was critical of the police for that, right?
Could you give me a date?
Yes, sir. If you take a look, for example, at the column on February 11th, 2000. May I approach? Does that refresh your recollection about that particular topic?
Yes, it does.
And what he said was, 2 rapes occur in Trinity Park. The police don't bother to mention it. They don't even warn citizens in the neighborhood that a rapist is loose. But the really bad news is, all caps, this is not the first time this has happened. The same thing happened only a year ago. How do we describe this behavior on the part of our police? We could buy their story and say they were keeping it under wraps because of the ongoing investigation. Or we could say it's a clerical screw-up. Or we could go to the dirty poison water approach. The whole reporting system is rotten, and there's a clear attempt on the part of the police to cover up horrendous crime in this town. That's what he wrote, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Tricia.
Were you not aware that his own house was broken into in Forest Hills and that he wrote a series of columns about that?
No. I wasn't familiar with every crime that occurred.
His wife's death.
How about the ones that made the newspapers and that he wrote columns about?
Some of them, yes. And for the most part, I agreed with Mr. Peterson.
For example, there was a kidnapping in Forest Hills, wasn't there, where a man was put in the trunk of his car and driven off to a...
Is he trying to imply that the police are saying he did it because he wrote a bunch of articles that was unfavorable to the police? Because that's ridiculous.
CCB?
I wasn't familiar with that one, I don't think.
Well, weren't you the police spokesperson for that?
There were so many, sir. I really don't
You don't.
recall this one specific instance.
A Durham man was kidnapped at gunpoint and taken on a terrifying ride before he managed to make a daring escape from the trunk of his car Friday morning, police said. He was in his kitchen on High Street in the Forest Hills neighborhood.
Yes, I do recall.
The
Yes.
two men made eye contact and the victim ran to lock his kitchen door. Quote, "They raced for the back door, but the homeowner lost," said Durham Police Sergeant Fran Borden.
Yes, I do remember it, Mr. Rudolph. I do recall it now.
And Mr. Peterson wrote a column that was very critical about Durham police and protecting the Forest Hills neighborhood, didn't he? More than one, actually.
Again,
Well, take a look at that. Tell me if it refreshes your recollection about it.
Cut them off.
If you could just take a look at that and tell me if it refreshes your recollection about whether or not he wrote columns criticizing the fact that the police were not doing an adequate job in the Forest Hills neighborhood, among others.
yes, I recognize these articles as being critical of the Durham Police Department.
And you remember when there was like a sort of a crime wave at the power company, that downtown nightclub? Remember that?
Could you be more specific, Mr.
Yes,
Rudolph?
sir. There were a bunch of robberies and shootings and drug-related crimes all coming out of the power company.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. There were some shootings in a city garage, in a public
Right.
access garage. I think that's what you're alluding to.
Yes.
Yes, I do remember that.
A garage that was adjacent to the power company.
Yes.
The people were coming out of the power company and getting into shootings and robberies and various other things, right?
I don't know if it was ever established that they were coming from the power company. There were a series of nightclubs open in the downtown area.
Well, do you recall December 28th, 1998 stating, Durham police have gone to the club 145 times since January 1st for complaints ranging from alarms and break-ins to assaults and stabbings, Borden said.
Borden said it, then I must have said it.
Well, let me show it to you.
It does say Borden said it.
And you were the police spokesman back then, weren't you?
Yes, sir, I was.
So does that refresh your memory about that particular nightclub?
Yes.
And part of what Mr. Peterson wrote about thereafter was the fact that there were a bunch of off-duty Durham police officers who were actually working security there, right?
That's correct.
And he was very critical of that. He thought there was a conflict of interest, didn't he? Remember that? Fact that
I'm not familiar with it, but
let me show you It's now been marked Defense Exhibit 74, which is a series of columns that Mr. Peterson wrote in January, April, and June of 1999, and ask you to take a look at that, and in particular the highlighted portions, including going on to this next page here.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Well, in the interest of time, does that first column refresh your recollection about the fact that he was critical of Durham police officers working off duty at this place?
Yes, he was.
And does it appear to you that he wrote at least 2 other columns that dealt with the power company? He was critical of gangs and how the police were dealing with gangs and drugs, was he not?
I believe so.
He talked about police corruption in at least 1 column. Talked about racism on the police department. Remember that?
No. Do I have those articles?
I think you do. July 23rd of 99. And the one on corruption is February 26th of 99.
February.
May I approach you? February 26th. We talk about corruption in the last police administration. We tolerated outrageous corruption in the last police administration. Everything was handled internally again. Huh?
It would help me to know what administration he was referring to.
Well,
Is that Chief Hampton's administration?
well, apparently it would have been the administration that existed just prior to whoever was in power in 99. That would have been Chambers in power in 99, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check on those dates.
Okay.
But
In any
event, yes, I see that.
And did he write a column in which he criticized the fact that a off-duty Durham police officer was seen driving around with a Confederate flag on the back of his car? Remember that?
No, I wasn't familiar with this one.
Gotcha.
What's the date, July?
July of 99. And aside from all the specific topics, the thing he probably wrote the most columns about was manipulation of statistics. You remember him writing about the fact and complaining about the fact that the police were manipulating the crime statistics, don't you?
As to our unsolved rate,
Yes, sir.
I did read one article there.
Well, he wrote more than one, didn't he, about that? Wasn't that sort of an ongoing? August 15th of 97, April 10th of 98, April 17th of 98, October 15th of 99.
Don't object unless this is a question.
Well, these are all up there. May I approach?
Trying to think of when I was the information officer, though. I mean, what were the dates I stated, or you stated that I was the information
Well, I
officer?
thought it was at least 98 and part of 99. I don't know if it was before 98 as well.
And
Well, let's just go to the time period where you were.
please. Actually, may I respond, sir?
Yes, sir.
Actually, Mr. Peterson's columns, a lot of officers agreed with him.
Mm-hmm.
We, especially his columns concerning what he called the 13 dwarfs, our city council,
Mm-hmm.
and recommended the police officers as well as teachers and other public servants obtain higher raises than what we were getting. At the time, the city council was giving themselves pretty substantial raise.
Of course, what you didn't agree with were his columns that were critical of the police department.
Well,
I
can say yes and no, sir.
Let me rephrase it. When he would say things like the Durham Police Department intentionally didn't reveal rapes because they were hiding the crime rate, you didn't agree with that, did you?
You stand corrected, sir. Part of the reason why I was let go as the media officer is because I wanted better communication, open communication with all of our news sources. Why? Because through the news media, we were solving much more crime back when we were adversaries, or not adversaries, but when we were more in tune with each other, when we liked each other. Chief Chambers came in and had a problem, and because I advocated more cooperation, I lost that job. I was replaced by Major Pettiford. So
and even after Major Pettiford replaced you, you remained as a police spokesperson, assisting him, did you not?
for a short period, yes, for a very short period.
And you didn't agree that the police were manipulating crime statistics, or did you?
It was our reporting system at the time that people had problems with, that we had problems with. We were underreporting our own successes. And that was one of the problems that we faced. And I believe that was 1999 when we actually changed our reporting procedures.
Yes, and Mr. Peterson was critical of the change and claimed that the change was artificially pumping up the solved rate, wasn't he?
I'm not familiar with that specific article.
Mr. Rudolph, let's break for lunch.
Yes, sir.
Right here. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of the witnesses, the parties in this case. Don't read about the case. Don't watch TV about it. We'll see you at 12:45.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hey, Mountain Princess.
Another topic. Part of Mr. Peterson's style was to be pretty, I don't know what the right word is, acerbic. He could be sort of nasty at times in his writing style. Wouldn't you agree?
Flagrant? Yes, I would.
Yeah. For example, you talked about him calling the city council people the dwarfs.
referred to him as the 13 dwarfs.
Right, and that was, that was
How are
potentially
you?
hurtful to their feelings, right?
Yes,
Yeah. And he did the same thing with the police department from time to time, didn't he? Well, let me give you an example. He created these characters. You remember those columns where he would create Phoebe and Phoebe's mother? Remember those?
yes, vaguely.
For example, in '98, while you were the spokesperson, he wrote a column, and I think you have it up there. It's April 10th of '98. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me bring you back that thing. It's April 10th of '98. Yeah.
It would be the second column.
I think it's maybe the second column there.
Yes.
Right? And at the end of that, can we put that one up? That one was entitled Phoebe's Mother Considers No Risk Career Move Crime. Right?
Yes.
And at the end of that, the last paragraph there, can you go to the way at the end of the last, yeah. He's saying, Yolanda, that's Phoebe's mother. Maybe she should work with the cops. They obviously need help. Maybe she could help solve some of their cases. She could do better than 4%. Doesn't take Matlock to figure out where the crime is, and Mama's not blind. She can spot a drug deal when she sees one. See that?
Yes.
That's sort of the style that he wrote in, right?
Yes.
Sort of sarcastic.
Yes.
And he was blunt.
Yes.
For example, when he talked about manipulating statistics, if we could go to 753 up there. Can I approach, Your Honor? Easy for me to show.
Okay.
Can you zero in on the top half of that, please? Blow it up one more time, could you? All right. For example, he talked about the police department wants us kept in the dark. See at the top there?
Mm-hmm.
They do not want us to know the extent of crime, and they fudge statistics to keep the crime rate artificially low. See that?
Yes.
In the second paragraph, the best way to demonstrate the statistical doctoring is to note that while murders in Durham doubled last year, according to police, violent crime was down significantly. How stupid do they think we are? See that?
Yes, I do.
That's sort of the kind of blunt writing that he did, right?
Yes.
Or if we go to 658, may I approach on? Yes. At the top for a second, first and second paragraph, you can blow that up. He's talking about that playground at W.G. Persons that was burnt down. You remember that, right?
Yes, I do.
And he says the police didn't even want to investigate that and didn't for many months, right? Those were the good old days. Back then, gangs and drug dealers were only torching playgrounds and dental practices. Now we have drive-by shootings, teens killed, and innocent bystanders murdered in gang shootouts. See that?
Yes, I see that.
And then at the bottom, third paragraph from the bottom, says there's a reason, of course, why you haven't read about this. A lot of people have vested interest in hiding the true crime situation.
This is the kind of attorney that you want if you're the defendant. He is going to dig up any little thing he can to try to help his client. Even stupid crap that really doesn't matter. I get where he's going now. That the authorities are tired of his critiquing the police and the town and the community or whatever. So they're trying to not frame him, but like I guess frame him. No, not frame him. Pin the crime on him, I guess. To shut him up and make him go away. That's not how the cops work, though. I mean, in every place but Massachusetts, that's not how the cops work. I don't like this attorney. Like I said last week. I liked him in the documentary. Of course, the documentary painted him in a better light. Some of the things he's getting into is so tedious, like all the financial stuff last week. I think that might have been part of my burnout last week. Was sitting here and listening to like 2 days of financial garbage.
Says the police department wants us to think the same thing, that everything's fine for the same reason. Their jobs depend on it. See that?
Yes, I see that.
He talks about blowing smoke.
Oh my God.
Right?
Yes.
Or can you put up the we'll mark this one, please?
Oh. But how are they going to collect evidence in the snow if they can't use gas leaf blower?
Let me show you 75, and I'll represent to you that this was written in July of 99. I'll show you something in a second that'll make that clear.
All right.
But for example, in that particular article, he wrote about how the clearance rate. Can we put that up on the board? On the left-hand side there. See, it says cops solve 5% of crimes.
Yes.
Go down a little bit further. No, go down further, guy. All the way. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. And it says, hard to believe, but statistics for solving serious crimes, murder, rape, robbery, are even worse than the collection of parking tickets. Police solve about 5% of reported crimes, while ticket collection is, by comparison, 33%. See that?
I do see that.
And the clearance rate of serious crimes, we're in the second, yeah, the clearance rate for serious crimes is awful. Can you go down a little bit on that page? No, guy down. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. The clearance rate for serious crimes is awful, the worst in the state, far below neighboring areas and the state average. You see that?
I do see that.
It says here, it certainly gives us a clue why crime clearance is 5%. Criminals have to be smarter than the cops. See that?
I do see that.
And in fact, this particular column led to an email from the chief of police. Do you remember?
I have no knowledge of that.
Let me see if this refreshes your recollection about whether you are familiar with it. I'll just show it to you. Thank you. Approach. Yes. If you could take a look at that, and I've highlighted some of the critical language, but take a look at it and tell me if you remember there being any discussion or knowledge on your part that Teresa Chambers had sent an email to Mike Peterson on July 19th of 1999, directly in response to that last column we just put up there.
I wasn't familiar with the chief's emails. I mean, if she sent him one, she sent him one.
Okay.
It wasn't discussed with me.
Okay, you didn't know anything about it?
No, sir.
All right, sir. Well, let me ask you this. Was it true back in July of 1999 that the chief spent a lot of time stroking bruised egos and hurt feelings of employees because of Mr. Peterson's writings. Is that true?
Did she stroke a lot of employees?
Did she have to stroke a lot of bruised egos and hurt feelings because of Mr. Peterson's columns?
Objection.
I really don't know. I mean, I don't know if she had to take 10 officers and sit them down and hold their hands and because their feelings were hurt by Mr. Peterson. I have no knowledge of that.
Now, sir, as the police spokesperson, you certainly knew who Mr. Peterson was by December of 2001, did you not?
Yes.
And indeed, he had run for mayor, right?
Yes, I was familiar with that.
Marcus. Let me show you Exhibit 77 and ask you whether that refreshes your recollection about whether even his campaign literature had a picture of his family and whether or not this was in October of 99.
I don't know if I received it or even saw that.
Okay. Well, you certainly knew that he was out in public speaking.
I knew he was out in the public, yes.
And there were pictures of him in the newspaper on the campaign trail.
Yes.
Pictures of him and Kathleen at various social functions.
Yes.
And you were paged at 3:02 in the morning, were you not?
Yes.
And what Corporal McDowell told you, I think you said, was that a woman in a wheelchair had fallen down a lot of steps and wasn't breathing.
That's,
And you have some documents you're referring to up there?
yes.
And I think you said it just didn't sound right.
No, the information it was incomplete. I wanted more detail and I wasn't getting it.
Well, I thought you said that what she told you didn't sound right.
It didn't, no.
What didn't sound right about it?
What didn't sound right was a female in a wheelchair going down a flight of stairs at sometime prior to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Without adding something, without giving me more substance to the original incident.
That's what didn't sound right to you?
Yes.
That
I usually require as much information as possible from these investigating officers so that I in turn can make a determination as to how many detectives go out on a scene. And if in fact detectives respond to that scene.
I understand that you may have wanted more information. My question was, what didn't sound right about it? Not whether you needed more information, just what about that statement didn't sound right?
It didn't sound logical to me.
That a woman in a wheelchair fell down a flight of stairs? That didn't sound logical?
No.
Okay. In any event, at 3:09, you paged Holland, did you not?
Yes, I did.
All you knew at that point was that particular thing, right?
Yes.
But of course, Corporal McDowell had told you that it was at the Peterson's house, wasn't it?
I don't have that listed. I don't know if she told me it was Mr. Peterson's residence or not. She did give me the address on Cedar Street, but I don't know if she specifically designated Michael Peterson's house.
Well, in any event, within a few minutes of talking with Corporal McDowell and hearing that a lady had fallen down a stairway at the Peterson home, you called not just one officer investigator, but two.
I object,
Right.
said he wasn't certain whether she said it was Mr. Peterson's home.
Overruled. After receiving the call from Corporal McDowell, within minutes, you called not just one officer to investigate, but two officers to investigate.
Yes, I did. Two detectives.
And by the way, do officers generally know that you expect them to give you as much information as possible?
Yes, I mean, I'm pretty sure I make that relatively clear to them.
And is it general policy that you would have two? By the way, at that point, was Holland in a homicide unit?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and Fialka?
Domestic violence unit.
Okay, so you hear that a lady fell down a flight of stairs, and what you do is you call two investigators, one from domestic violence and one from homicide?
No, it was their turn in the barrel. Earlier that evening, we had a sexual assault that detectives had to respond to. Mm-hmm. And the other two detectives on call, Pitt and Gregory, had responded to that. So what we tried to do is keep an even rotation as to who would go out when.
Okay. And was it typical that in response to a call about a fall down a stairway, you would send two investigators? Was that your normal practice?
No, I would have most likely I would have only sent one detective, and I would have responded myself. But because I didn't have as much information as I would have liked to have had, and there were other variables that I was asking the officers, and I couldn't get that information, I thought I should dispatch two detectives.
Well, like what?
Is alcohol involved in this? Anyway, are there other persons or people responsible for this person? Just a whole series of thought concerning a lady in a wheelchair.
And they just couldn't provide you with that information?
They couldn't give me that information.
Well, did you think about sending them back in and ask them to find out and then get back to you?
No, at this point, I mean, we were notified, and it was up to me to make a determination based upon what information we had, that if detectives would at all respond to that particular scene.
Now, before you went to the scene, you didn't actually get any information from Fialka or Holland, did you?
No.
You got there before they did.
That's correct.
So at that point, did you tell one of them to not bother coming since you were already there?
No.
All right. And when you got there, I think you said you got there at 3:22?
Approximately.
And Pettiford, Major Pettiford, he was to be notified in the event of any kind of high-profile situation, was he not?
That was a standing order with Uniform Patrol. Didn't really apply to us, sir.
Well, in fact, he was paged at 3:39, was he not?
I know he was paged. I don't know what time or who contacted him.
Is it not true that Major Pettiford was paged within 6 minutes after you went inside the Peterson home?
I have no knowledge of it. It may be true. I just don't know. And I don't know who paged him.
Let me show you what's been marked. Defendant's Exhibit 78.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize what that is?
It's a CAD call information sheet that our communications center uses.
And does it indicate at what time Dwight Pettiford was paged?
Yes, it does.
What time was he paged?
3:39:23.
Actually, that's when there was a dispatch.
Well, that's
he was
dispatch.
paged at 3:39:28, wasn't he?
Oh, okay, yes, excuse me. Yes.
That would have been approximately 6 minutes after you walked inside the Peterson home, right?
Approximately.
And the reason he was paged, sir, was because it involved the Petersons, correct?
I don't know who paged him, and I don't know why he was paged. It was not the concern of criminal investigations to page Major Dwight Pettiford. It wasn't in my game book, sir.
Who did Wilkins work for?
Wilkins signed a uniform patrol. He reported to Major Dwight Pettiford.
And when you got inside the house there, well, let me ask you this: before you went inside the house, you spoke with Wilkins
Yes,
and McDowell.
yes.
What about Kershaw?
Kershaw was there, but I don't believe he had any input at that point.
Right, sir. And I think you said you've taken courses in crime scene management,
Yes,
crime scene investigation and processing,
yes,
reconstruction.
yes,
And so you know that one of the things that's important for an investigating officer who arrives after the initial responders is to get a sense of what's happened before, right?
yes,
For example, you'd want to know about any possible contamination at the scene, right?
I would want to know about it. Yes,
And the reason you'd want to know about it would be so that you wouldn't misinterpret something when you walked inside, correct?
well, it would be a factor that I would want knowledge of. Yes,
And the reason you would want knowledge of it, or at least one of the reasons, would be so that you wouldn't misinterpret something that you saw, right?
that could be one factor. Yes.
So before you went inside there, and when you spoke with McDowell and Wilkins, were you told, for example, that Todd Peterson had been allowed to go up to Kathleen and hug her?
No, I was not.
Excuse me?
No, I was not.
Were you told that Michael Peterson had been allowed to go up to the body and hug her?
No, I was not.
Were you told that Michael Peterson and Todd Peterson, both having blood on them, were allowed to embrace each other?
No, I was not.
Were you told that Corporal McDowell had asked Todd Peterson to go get a phone for her?
No,
Or that he had gotten a phone with blood on it?
no.
Or
I was
that
not
he
aware of
took,
that.
or that he took the phone out of the hallway, out of the stairway?
No,
Were you told that McDowell had allowed Todd Peterson to get a Coke for himself and a Coke for his dad?
no, I was not.
Or that he had been allowed to go get a glass,
No, I was not informed of that.
perhaps even from the cabinet that you saw blood on?
I was not informed of any of that.
Did you know anything about where the glasses were kept?
Once I entered the residence, yes.
Did you know anything about where the Cokes were kept?
No,
Would it be fair to say, sir, that it would have been better if you had been given that information before you walked in?
yes, it would have been a lot better off.
And did you ask McDowell to give you a briefing as to what had happened?
When I approached these two officers, I basically said, "What have we got? What are we dealing with here?" And I want what you have. And that's when they relayed the information that a wheelchair was not involved. All this information that you just recited, I was not made aware of.
Did you ask them, well, once you got to the scene, did anybody touch the body? Did anybody go up to the body?
Well, I knew EMS technicians had checked Mrs. Peterson for any vital signs. I knew that.
Did you know if they had moved the body?
No.
All right, well,
They moved the body as from point A to point B. I don't understand your question.
do you know if they, in administering or attempting to administer,
So many of these high profile cases, commenting on what David said about they effed up severely. I never thought about it before. But if you look at all these high profile cases, the one thing they have in common is the cops screwed up. I mean, this one we solved. This one they solved. Karen Reed, thank God, had a positive outcome. I mean, her life is still in shambles, but at least she's not in prison. But look at JonBenet Ramsey. Same thing happened. People traipsing in and out of the house, and the police even let her dad and a friend search the house for her. Her dad was the one that found her body. That's why he was the number one suspect. All these high profile cases, that's what they have in common. That the cops did stupid stuff. I wonder if they would be so high profile if the cops had done everything exactly right. And cops are human. They're just humans. They make mistakes like everybody else. But it seems like some of these mistakes are just like glaring non-procedural things. If you just go by the book, you won't have this problem. Like, why are you letting people in the house? Why aren't you making it a crime scene as soon as you walk in the door? Like, do it like it's supposed to be done. Most people from watching crime shows, like your everyday people, know how it's supposed to be done. Well, according to Judge Beverly. But I mean, it's kind of true because we watch true crime shows and we see it. Cordon off the area. You don't let anybody go in there.
Her first aid, whether they had moved her body at all.
I'm sure there was a minuscule type of movement in when they were checking her vital signs.
Did you ask anyone whether EMS had moved her before you walked into the house?
No, I did not ask anyone.
You made an assumption that she hadn't been moved, right?
That's correct, sir.
Did you ask anyone whether anybody other than EMS had been allowed to touch the body?
I asked about, yes, first responders. Our fire department sends dispatches first responders along with the EMS calls. And yes, I did inquire as to what unit, fire company unit, responded to the Cedar Street address.
Let me be clear.
Please.
Did you say to either of the officers there, listen, did anyone other than the people giving first aid go up to that body?
Exactly.
Did you ask them that question?
No, I did not ask that question.
That would be an important thing to know, wouldn't it?
Well, and I certainly would hope I would receive that information.
But you didn't ask for it.
Sometimes we don't have.
But also, just because they, messed up a little bit doesn't mean that the person's not guilty, too. You have to look at each individual case. Like with Karen Reed, she wasn't guilty. This time, I'm pretty sure this guy was guilty, no matter what the cops did.
Have to ask Mr. Peterson. We just get, or excuse me, Mr.
Okay. Right. Now, when you went inside, you've testified to the jury that you saw certain things that you considered to be red flags, right?
Yes.
He was like, okay, where is this person? I'm judging. I'm doing my job. I'm a cat. I'm judging this person. Where is he?
These were the things that, for you at least, made it seem like there was something suspicious going on. Right? That's what you mean by red flags?
Yes.
And by the way,
Oh, really? I didn't know that either.
when you spoke with Sergeant Wilkins and McDowell, what Sergeant Wilkins told you he was suspicious about was the amount of blood.
That case, that is the most bizarre case. I don't think we're ever gonna know. My thing with the ransom note, and I did an episode on JonBenet Ramsey. There was a documentary on, I don't remember what streaming service it was on, but I watched it and then I did an episode. But for a while I thought her brother did it because there was an episode of Criminal Minds that is very much like that case where the older brother unalived the younger brother and they covered it up. I don't know if it was supposed to be like the JonBenet Ramsey case or if I just associated it. I know other people have too because I've heard people talk about it. But what I think with the stationery, because the ransom note was written on their stationery, I think someone had been in the house before and stolen the stationery. I think it was somebody that knew them because they were also very specific in the amount of the ransom. I think it was like 118,000, and that was the amount of his holiday bonus that year. So it was somebody that knew them. And I think they were in the house before, stole the stationery, and wrote the note. Because that was a long note. There's no way they would have had time to write that note while they were in the house. Um, but I have no idea. I just think it was somebody that knew them. You mean that's a thing? They let people inside their home to see that? Oh my god, no. No, 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 no. I let strangers in my house to see my Christmas decorations. I have trust issues, y'all.
Right?
He did mention the amount of blood.
Okay. That basically was it for him, right?
Yes.
And of course, he didn't know anything about the nature of the wounds
No, he did not.
or how long Miss Peterson might have been bleeding.
No,
And of course, you didn't know anything about either of those things either, right?
of course not.
In any event, I think you said that as you approached through that dining room area, you were looking and noting things, right?
I was trying to observe, yes.
And I think you said you want to record things in your head.
Yes.
You said, of course, as a experienced crime scene investigator, you know that it's not sufficient to just record things in your head, right?
Later on, you document such recordings. That's correct.
Right. You want to write them down in notes, right?
Yes.
And I think you said earlier that you went outside to your car at some point and wrote down those notes, right?
I was making other notes as to who I was calling, writing down pager numbers, writing down who I wanted to do what. There were a series of tasks that lay before us immediately. And I was trying to designate Holland, Fiacca, and in the same time, trying to get a hold of other detectives to respond to the scene so that they too could take on some of these tasks that we were faced with.
Well, you didn't need to write down that you had called Fialka or Holland because you had already done that.
I
Right?
had already, yeah.
What you needed to write down were things that you observed that you might not recall later, right? Right?
Well,
Correct?
to do some documentation right then and there.
Yes.
That wasn't my. I didn't always do it right then and there,
Well, where are those notes?
and that's what we are currently looking for, sir.
Well, where are they?
I don't know.
Well, you know there was a court order to preserve notes.
I just heard that there was a meeting that I did not attend concerning this particular case, evidently, and it was held outside of police headquarters. And I don't know if I was off or on vacation or out of the city. I was not at that meeting, and I didn't directly receive that information from Investigator Holland.
Well, did you indirectly receive it?
No, I did not.
Did anyone tell you that a judge back in February of 2002 had ordered every single police officer to maintain and keep their original notes?
I did not have that information.
And are you telling this jury right now that you don't know whether those notes exist or not anymore?
That's correct.
In any event, when you went into the kitchen area there, you noticed some blood, I think you said, on a kitchen cabinet
Yes,
where there were some glasses behind the glass.
yes,
And then down below that, some blood on a handle, right?
Yes, to a drawer, yes.
And at that point, you thought that was suspicious.
I thought it was out of the ordinary. Yes, I did.
Of course, you didn't know anything about Todd Peterson being permitted to go get soda in a glass and that sort of thing, right?
No, I did not. I was not aware of that.
And had you been aware of that, that might have at least factored into your thinking about how suspicious that was.
You're right. Yes, I agree with you.
Well, for example, you would have wanted to go talk with Todd Peterson and ask him where he got the glass from.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, all the interview process, I would leave it up to one person. That would be Art Holland, to do the talking to Mr. Peterson, Todd Peterson, or whoever else was in that house. He was the lead investigator. He was the one who would be responsible for conducting the interviews and ascertaining whatever information.
Fair enough. But before you went off and labeled that a red flag, you'd certainly want to know more about where Todd Peterson had gotten the glass from, wouldn't you?
I wanted to know where the blood came from, yes.
Yeah. And whether it came from Todd Peterson's hands after he touched Kathleen, right?
Yes.
When you determined that that was a red flag, you knew nothing about the contamination that had occurred before you got there, right?
No, I did not.
Now, the second red flag, I think you said, was that Miss Peterson's neck was lined up straight with the spinal cord.
The neck was in alignment with the spinal cord.
Now, of course, when you found that to be unusual.
If someone had fallen down a series of stairs, yes.
Well, of course, you didn't know from what height she had fallen, assuming she had fallen.
No.
Were you sort of assuming in your own mind, well, if she fell 18 or 20 steps, she wouldn't be lined up? Was that the thought process?
Yes.
So you didn't consider the possibility that perhaps she had fallen on the third or fourth step and fallen backwards and hit her head?
Well, there.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
There was a lot of damage for such a short fall, Mr. Rudolph.
Well, you didn't see the wounds, did you?
No, I couldn't see the wounds, but I could see the amount of blood that was surrounding Mrs. Peterson.
Right. And so you assume that there was a lot of damage from the amount of blood?
The totality of my experience led me to believe that there had to be some serious damage for that amount of blood to come from the human body. Yes.
Like a fractured skull, right?
Possibly.
Broken bones.
Possibly.
Subdural hemorrhages.
Possibly.
Are you aware that none of those injuries existed in Kathleen Peterson?
I am now. Today.
The extent of her injuries were some lacerations that went down to the depth of her skull and not knee deeper. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware of the vascularity in the scalp and how much the scalp can bleed?
I've seen a lot of head wounds over my time. Yes, there's a lot of bleeding from a head wound, per se.
And of course, when you thought it was unusual that her neck was lined up straight with her spine, you didn't know at that point what EMS had done or hadn't done in terms of trying to revive her.
No.
You didn't know that Todd Peterson had been allowed to hold her.
I certainly did not.
You didn't know that Michael Peterson had been allowed to hold
I
her.
had no knowledge of that.
And of course, that information would have been helpful to you in determining whether or not that was really a red flag or not, right?
That information would have been helpful.
But you didn't have it.
I did not have it.
And I think you said in your in your report, you did do a report, right?
Yes,
And what you did, just so we're clear, is you sort of hand wrote a report, right? And then it was reduced to a typewritten version.
yes.
And do you remember what date you wrote this report?
No, I don't have it dated.
Okay.
I don't know if the other copy was dated or not. The typewritten.
I'll be up in a second. It's marked. Let me show you what's been marked now, Coach. Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 63 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the report that I formulated.
And is there a date on that report?
No,
Is it your practice to write reports and not put a date on them?
I overlooked it.
Well, my question was whether that's your practice.
No, it wasn't my practice.
And are these the handwritten, which I marked as Defense Exhibit 79, are those the handwritten notes from which the report was prepared?
David, this trial, I made a timeline list because I knew I would forget dates. Okay. This happened on December 9th, 2001. The trial was in 2003. There's a blood spatter expert in this trial that lied on the stand. Not only did he lie in this case, he lied in a bunch of other cases too. I forget the number. I want to say it's like 30 something cases. And there was a man, I didn't write this part down. That's why I forgot the specifics. But anyways, there was a man that was in prison for murder. Oh, I remember. He and a friend were out smoking crack, and they had parked their truck in like an abandoned cul-de-sac. Thank you, Judy. 34 cases. I knew it was over 30. And there was a dead body in this old abandoned cul-de-sac. They got their truck stuck, I guess, in a ditch or something there, and they couldn't get the truck out. They saw the dead body, but they just hightailed it out of there because they were there doing drugs, and they knew that the cops would think they did it, and they didn't want to have to deal with all that, so they just left the truck and they left. For some reason, I don't know why. Well, I mean, they would have run the plates of the truck and figured out who owned the truck anyway, but the guy came back and told the cops, "That's my truck." And so this blood spatter expert, they charged him with the crime. The blood spatter expert said that the woman's blood was on the guy's truck. It was not. And that guy was in prison for 11 years. And he missed his daughter's like prom, graduation, college graduation, marriage, the birth of his grandchild. Like, he's like, my daughter's like a stranger. Like, she was a kid when I went in, and now she's an adult woman, and like I've missed her whole life. So his attorney got him out of jail because of this blood. They figured out this guy lied on the stand. So he got a new trial because of this. Now, at what he did that was in 2011. So in 2011 it was overturned, but they decided to retry him. So he got another trial. But the evidence against him was so strong that he took an Alford plea to voluntary manslaughter. So he only served 8 years. And when you hear the whole story, I think he was guilty. I also think he was guilty of killing the woman in Germany because and that was in 85. There was a woman in Germany, was his next door neighbor. Her husband died in the war. He was in her will to get her 2 kids and $70,000. And in 85, $70,000 was a lot of money. I mean, it's a lot of money for me now, but it's because I'm broke. It was a lot of money in 85. Um, and she fell down the stairs and died. And this wife fell down the stairs and died. So I do believe he was guilty, and his kids stood by his side through this whole thing. And now I know his son Todd's not the oldest. Clayton's the oldest, and then Todd. Those are his two sons from his first. Wiggles? She'll do it every time. So his sons are from his first marriage, but the Todd now believes that he killed Kathleen and the lady in Germany and his mom that Michael is divorced from. This was, I don't remember what year this happened. She had a heart attack apparently when Michael Peterson was with her and didn't call 911. And by the time Todd got there and did CPR and everything, she was brain dead. So she did go to the hospital, but then they had to pull the plug because she was brain dead. So he blames Michael Peterson for the death of his biological mother as well. So, and he also, now I don't know if this is true or not, but he also says that his dad, when he was in prison for those 8 years, that he put hits out on people. And that Todd actually helped him by, like, after the fact, by being like a courier. From a courier with the money, like, between, which would make him an accessory. But so I think he's guilty at least of Kathleen. I don't know if the other stuff is conspiracy theories or what, but I think he's at least guilty of killing Kathleen.
Yes.
And are those dated?
No, they are not dated.
Is it your practice not to make a note of the date that you write out handwritten reports?
No.
Now, if you didn't know about keeping your notes, why did you keep Exhibit 79 after you had typed up 63?
It's just practice.
So
a matter of practice.
So you always,
habit, if you will.
So you always keep your notes?
For the most part.
Except for those notes that you wrote at the scene?
Except those notes that I jotted down in my car that I'm having trouble locating. Yes, sir.
The contemporaneous ones about... So, I'll withdraw that.
Please. Thank you.
Now, the third red flag, based on your report was that the blood on Miss Peterson's body, quote, had a discoloration to it as though it had already started to dry, right?
Yes.
That's, can we... See it? There it is. It also appeared that the blood in the victim's body, especially around the waist area, had a discolor. Oh, I can highlight it on here. Hold on. I've got this fancy thing. Right?
Yes.
So it didn't appear to you that it was dried. It appeared as though it had started to dry, right?
That's correct.
Now, of course, you were there at 3:30, right?
Yes.
The call had come in at 2:40, right?
Yes.
And of course, Mr. Peterson didn't report how long his wife had been lying there bleeding, right?
No, we didn't have any information.
But in any event, that was a red flag for you.
Yes.
You were there when Dr. Snell got to the scene, right?
Yes.
He looked at the same things you looked at, for example, how the body was lined up, right?
Yes.
The amount of blood.
Yes.
He actually looked at the wounds, didn't he?
I don't know.
Well, in any event, he came to a different conclusion than you did, didn't he?
He had a different conclusion. Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned some pine needles.
Yes.
There were some towels underneath Miss Peterson's head, weren't there?
Yes, there were.
And do you know whether or not those towels had been used to sort of clean up around the Christmas tree earlier that day? Do you have any information about
I
that?
wouldn't have any information on that.
Did you notice whether there were any pine needles in those towels?
No, the towels were pretty much saturated with blood.
Do you know if they were seized by the police?
I cannot sit here and tell you that they were.
They should have been. Right?
Check.
I would have imagined so.
All the stupid.
And I think you said something about you noticed that there was blood only went halfway up.
Woman, what is your problem? What is your problem? You object on stupid objections on cutting him off. And you can't object to what he just said? Ugh. Woman.
Up the wall.
Yes.
Would that be the north wall, the wall with that cat picture on it?
Yes, underneath it.
Now, of course, you couldn't see that from where you were standing in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I had a view of the wall.
Don't coddle her, Nancy. She deserves it. If she fell out of bed and got hurt, she deserves it. She does this to me every day.
You did? From, did you say that you were standing right here?
At one point, moved down Mrs. Peterson's leg and around her leg.
Oh.
Yeah, I could have a corner shot of the
Oh, I
wall.
see. So you actually came around over here.
Yes,
Okay. So
at one point.
you didn't just stand over here.
No, I just was not. No.
And after you saw all that, that's basically, those were the red flags, or the things that you
Yes.
found suspicious, right?
Yes.
After you saw all that is when I think you said you expanded the area of the taping.
Yes.
Did you ever tell Investigator Holland that the scene hadn't been taped at all as of 3:59 a.m.?
No.
While they're looking at that, let me ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
The blood that you saw in the kitchen on that cabinet,
Yes.
I didn't notice that the prosecutor showed you a picture of that particular close-up. Have you seen a picture of that?
Yes.
And you've seen
Of the cabinets?
yeah, the close-up of the blood on there.
No, I have not seen a picture of the blood. I've seen a picture of the cabinets.
Yes, sir. And have you seen a picture of the blood that you observed?
I don't know if it showed up in the picture that I saw or not. I don't believe it was. At least to my eyesight.
Well, obviously that would be something that should have been documented, right?
Yeah.
In a photo.
Yes.
In a photo that anyone could look at and say, yes, here's the blood that's on the cabinet, right?
It was pointed out to investigators, and I don't have any direct knowledge, but
It just isn't a photo of it, right?
I can't answer. I don't know.
May I approach her? And of course, you didn't think that anyone had beaten her, Kathleen Peterson, to death with that big Christmas tree in the living room, right?
No,
So there must have been some other explanation for the pine needles around there, right?
that's what I was looking for.
Okay. Defendant's 80. Does this refresh your recollection at all about whether or not you told Agent Holland, Investigator Holland, at 3:59 that the scene had not been taped off yet?
I didn't think I told him that.
Okay.
I was not aware that I told him that,
Okay.
that the scene was not taped off.
Okay. So you're not saying he's wrong about that. You're just saying you didn't call.
If I remember telling him I expanded it inside that kitchen,
So it's
area.
possible he just got it wrong in his notes.
maybe he misunderstood me. I don't know.
Now, the reason to expand the scene would be to prevent contamination, right?
Further contamination, any contamination, yes.
Well, at that point, it would have been further contamination because there had already been contamination, right?
From what I'm being told, yes.
Well, didn't anyone point out to you some blood on a couch there in the... See that couch right there?
Yes.
Didn't anyone point out to you some blood that was on that couch and say that it had gotten there because Mr. Peterson had been allowed to sit there?
No, I had not been told Mr. Peterson was sitting on that couch.
That certainly wouldn't have been appropriate to allow, right?
Yes.
Because that's secondary transfer.
Yes, it is.
And it can really...
I do. Crap. That video walkthrough part on that show was like the best part of every episode. I need to watch that again. I used to love that show. Darn it, I just screwed up the video. Where were we? Dang it, Debbie.
All right.
As to who would go out when. Yes, this is the report that I formulated.
And is there a date on that? Scene would be to prevent contamination, right?
Further contamination, any contamination, yes.
Well, at that point, it would have been further contamination because there had already been contamination, right?
From what I'm being told, yes.
Well, didn't anyone point out to you some blood on a couch there in the... See that couch right there?
Yes.
Didn't anyone point out to you some blood that was on that couch and say that it's his brother, right?
No.
Or call his sisters?
No.
And you were a little bit concerned about who all these people were at the scene, weren't you?
Yes.
Because it was completely inappropriate to have that many people wandering around the potential crime scene, right?
Yes, it was.
And of course, for example, if Sergeant Pascal, he's the head of the homicide unit,
Yes.
if he entered this door and crossed that crime scene tape and walked down the hallway that way, that wouldn't have been appropriate, right?
Well, by the time I'm the one who paged Pascal
Yes.
to respond to the scene. Allow me a minute.
Oh, sure.
I paged Pascal because I wanted more detectives there, and I was worried about it was getting to be daylight.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to get at least a portion of my team out of there so we could be ready to respond to anything for the rest of the weekend.
Yes, sir.
Now, once Pascal came to that scene, I relinquished that scene as the on-call supervisor to Sergeant Pascal, who was, yes, in charge of the homicide unit. So whatever direction or hallway he took, I mean, that he was in charge of the scene at that point.
I understand. I'm not saying he would have violated your orders or anything.
Right.
I'm just saying in terms of crime scene management, the reason you had taped it off and the reason you walked around was so that you wouldn't possibly
In
contaminate.
the event there was anything that could be perceived as evidence in that hallway, I didn't want to disturb it.
Right. And as of the time Pascal got to that hallway, crime scene processing had not yet gone in there and processed, right? Because they were waiting on the warrant.
That's true.
So it wouldn't be appropriate for him to cross that crime scene tape in terms of just good crime scene management and walk down that hallway. Isn't that true?
It's you're asking me to make a call, and I can't
All right,
because one, I don't know what was down that hallway. I don't know if there was evidence. I took the route I took because that's what I predetermined in my head. Now, what his thought process was, I really can't comment on because I don't know.
By the way, when you were considering the scenarios of how Kathleen Peterson could have fallen and ended up the way she had, did you consider or ask yourself how she got blood on the bottom of both her feet?
I wondered that. I wondered a lot of things, Mr. Rudolph.
Didn't that indicate to you that at some point after she fell and had been bleeding for a while, she had stood up in a pool of blood?
I can't comment as to if she stood up.
Or started to stand up?
I'm object to speculation.
Overall.
I guess what I'm getting at, sir, that she had put her feet down flat in a pool of blood to. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Let me show you what's now been marked Defendant's Exhibit 81 and ask you if you can see that the whole bottom of her feet, both feet are sort of covered in blood.
Yes.
And did it appear to you from looking at that she must have gotten her feet flat down into a pool of some blood?
That's a logical thought.
And of course, that couldn't have happened from just falling 18 stairs and scrolling out.
Well, again, Mr. Rudolph, we didn't have the luxury of information.
I understand.
Nobody was talking to us. We didn't know what we were dealing with because we didn't have the luxury of information.
And sometimes it's better to hold off and conduct an investigation, a pretty complete investigation, before you act, right? For example, to charge somebody.
Objection.
Right?
We didn't charge anybody that night.
No, but
Or it could be that he beat his wife to death and she walked around in her own blood because she was trying to run away from him.
he got charged within 10 days, didn't he?
I don't know what the time period was. I know it was an extended period after the incident. I don't know if it was 10 days, 9 days.
That was extended?
It was an extended period of time. It did not occur that evening. It did not occur the next morning. And of course, I was pretty much out of the investigation by that point.
And of course, this was the first time you'd ever heard of grand jurors being required to come back from perhaps Christmas vacations to consider indicting a single person. Isn't that right?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
I thought I had. I did not think this was an individual first time thing. So I really believed that I had heard of that.
In any event, that's what happened in his case.
That's what you're telling me. Yes, sir.
Well, you knew that, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Take a break until 2 o'clock. Remember, members of the jury, the instructions I've given you previously, we'll see you at 2. Further questions?
Yes, sir. I'm getting near the end, Sergeant Borden. I've only got another 5 or maybe 10 minutes max. You did tell officers who came to the scene after you got there that the victim was the wife of Michael Peterson and that he had ran for city council and he had ran for mayor. Did you not?
No, I did not. I don't think that entered into it.
All right, sir. It's marked. Let me show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 82. Ask if you recognize what that is.
It's a supplemental investigation by Detective Gregory.
He was one of the detectives who came to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And did you not tell Investigator Gregory when he came to the scene that this was the wife of Michael Peterson? That Peterson ran for city council this year and for mayor a couple of years ago?
According to her report, I did say it.
By the way, did you instruct anyone to take Mr. Peterson's clothes when you got to the scene?
No, I did not.
Would it be appropriate if someone had bloody shorts on at a scene like this? Would it be appropriate to have the person take off those bloody shorts and then sort of just fold them up and put them on a ledge by himself?
Object.
At what point of the investigation are you at? Would those clothes be confiscated during the investigative process? The answer is yes, they would.
Well, what I was really getting at was the question of contamination and secondary transfers and maintaining the integrity of, for example, blood evidence.
Okay.
In light of those kinds of considerations, you wouldn't want to let somebody who was wearing a pair of shorts with blood on them just take those shorts and fold them up and lay them on a ledge somewhere, would you?
No.
Because there's a possibility that things would get contaminated.
Right. They would have. They should have been collected.
For example, if one side was wet and then you fold it, you could end up with transfer to the other side, right?
You're getting into forensics, and I can't testify to that.
Okay. Anyway, those are the kinds of things that you'd be concerned about in making sure that you took control of those shorts yourself,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Let me show what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 83 and 84 and ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
84 is a picture of the glass cabinets that I had remarked about. And I guess 83 is a close-up of those cabinets
All right.
with the glasses in them.
So those are photos of the cabinet that you were talking about where you observed the blood.
Yes.
And where, well, let's, I move to offer these in evidence along with, I think, exhibits 72 through 81, Your Honor. I'm going to just put this up on the screen.
Okay.
I'm showing you up on the screen what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 84. And can you blow up the top portion of that first? Is that the cabinet that you said you saw the stain on?
Yes, it is.
And when you saw it, was the cabinet open like that?
No, the cabinet was closed.
All right. And where was the stain?
The stain was on the outside of the cabinet surrounding the knob that's just visible there.
Now you're aware that before anything gets moved at a scene like this, you're supposed to take a photograph of what it looks like before it's moved, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the purpose of that, obviously, is to document how things were when the officers got there, right?
Correct.
So there should be a photo of that cabinet closed, right?
Closed, yes.
And have you seen such a shot?
Yes, I've seen a shot of that cabinet closed.
All right. Was that the one that Ms. Black showed you earlier?
Yes.
Have you seen a close-up where you could see the blood?
No, again, I couldn't detect it in the photo. That's not to say it isn't there.
I understand. But you didn't see a close-up of it?
No.
And if we can go to the bottom of that picture. Which drawer did you see the blood on?
I believe it's the drawer to the right.
Drawer to the right. I'm sorry. You're talking about underneath the washing. That's the washing machine there, isn't it?
What? Is that a drawer right there where that arrow is pointing? That is a drawer.
Yes, sir.
What is that a drawer also?
No, sir.
Okay, then it must have been the first drawer. Directly, is that directly under the cabinet?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Is that? Do you remember even at this point?
I believe that was the drawer to the best of
Okay.
my knowledge.
And where was the blood on that one?
Again, around the knob, if you will,
So somewhere in that area.
in that area, yes.
And can you see any blood in this photo?
I cannot see it, no.
And you would agree with me, would you not, that an appropriate way of documenting a scene like this would have been to take a picture where you can actually see the blood, right?
I agree.
For example, there could have been a fingerprint that you might have been able to match to Todd Peterson.
It could have been.
But now we don't know.
I don't know.
Because there's not a good photo, right?
Objection.
Now, well, I'm gonna get. In your report, which we looked at earlier, Exhibit 63. Can I have a copy of this? Exhibits. In that report, and that's just a typed version of your notes there, right?
Yes,
About 3/4 of the way down, right after you talk about the third red flag, there's a little sentence that says, can we get this up, 4657? Says, and it appeared that she must have sat up after the fall, right?
yes.
That's because of the blood that was on her waist area?
Surrounding the victim's waist, yes.
And how did that impact in your mind about this whole notion
In Florida, we stay inside when it's 31 degrees, but okay. Have fun.
that her neck was straight with her spinal cord, and the
Well,
fact that that wouldn't have happened if she had just tumbled down the stairs?
Again, I don't think the victim would have been able to sit up if she had a broken neck,
There's no,
or even if her neck was displaced.
right. And of course, there's no evidence in this case that she had a broken neck.
No.
And so if she appeared to have gotten up after the fall, or at least sat up after the fall, what was the big deal about her neck being in alignment with the spinal cord?
Well, again, it's you fall down a flight of stairs. It's a logical deduction that your neck is going to bend one way or the other.
Right.
And
And then
that was not, and what I'm getting at, that was not evident.
He doesn't know how to explain this because he's not a medical person. But people that fall down the stairs usually do not die from blood loss unless they've got, I forgot what it's called. Y'all, I have not been a nurse since 2010. Dang it. Where the bone comes through the skin. Dang, I forgot what that's called. Paul, help me out. Anyway, like, if a bone was to break and like sever an artery or nick an artery or something like that and you bled to death, but that rarely happens just from a fall down the stairs. I mean, it could, but like usually a death from a fall down the stairs is a broken neck. Compound fracture. Thank you. I was like, is it complex? I knew it started with a C. Is it complex? What compound? What is it? So if you go to a scene, oh my god. Well, that is a fluke. Oh my god, I cannot imagine. That is crazy. But usually falls down the stairs that cause death are from a broken neck. And there's not blood. So to fall down the stairs and have a bunch of blood everywhere is not usual. I mean, you don't die from blood loss from falling downstairs, basically. And he's not a medical person, so he doesn't know how to explain that. And the photos of her, she's kind of sitting up against the wall with her legs like splayed out, like, and her neck is in alignment, like she's like this.
And Mrs. Peterson.
Okay, but then you get to the bottom of the stairs and you sit up for long enough to have blood come in, and then you fall down again. What's so inconsistent about your neck being straight?
It's not consistent with a fall down the stairs. That was my point. I'm not saying after she sat up.
But you saw evidence she had sat up.
Again, it was a conclusion that I made.
Yes, sir.
And I don't have any scientific evidence to back me up there. But it was a deduction that I came to, that she must have at least sat up. Yes.
Now, it also says in here at the very bottom, let me just make sure I'm getting it right. I instructed a uniformed patrol officer to tape off the area around the victim. Isn't that what it says?
Yes.
It doesn't say to expand the taped area, right?
Well, it was, my terminology was wrong here. I should have written, I wanted to expand the area, not tape the area off.
Well, actually, that terminology is consistent with Detective Holland's notes that I showed you earlier, isn't it? About the scene not being taped as of 3:59.
That scene, well, the inner scene was taped. Yes, it was.
Now, I think you said that at some point Holland got there, right?
Yes,
And you had obviously seen all these red flags before he got there.
I was, yes,
And when he got there, you say you briefed him on your suspicions
yes.
before he even went inside.
I
Right.
gave him as much as I had, yes.
So he didn't have a sort of a fresh look at the scene. He had a look at the scene with your suspicions floating around in his head, right?
Objection.
Right?
I offered him as much information that I had at the time.
And you told
Now,
him
whether that tainted his observation, I can't say.
well, as an experienced investigator, you know, don't you, that if you hear somebody say that something's suspicious before you go inside, that may taint your view.
As an experienced investigator, I would most likely take it into consideration. I would not let it guide my thought process.
I understand that, but as a human being, it would affect you. Right?
I would not let it guide my thought process.
Okay.
That's how I can
Fair
answer.
enough. In any event, after Investigator Holland went inside, he came out, and you and he jointly decided that he would go get a search warrant, right?
Yes,
And just so we're clear, you got into that on direct examination about him going to get a search warrant. I think you said because you weren't in any rush and you wanted everything to be done properly.
yes,
And when you go to get a search warrant, what you do is you draw up an affidavit, right?
yes,
It's called a probable cause affidavit.
yes,
And what you're supposed to put in there is all the facts and circumstances that would constitute probable cause to believe that a crime might have been committed, right?
that's correct.
John object unless he presents the entire document to Sergeant Borden.
I think I presented the entire affidavit.
It's over.
Do you recognize that?
I recognize it as,
Exhibit 85. Does that appear to you to be a affidavit in support of a search warrant?
part of one.
Well, a search warrant consists of various pages, and one of the pages is an affidavit.
This is the affidavit.
Yes. And just so the jury's clear, what happens is Detective Holland goes back to his office and writes up an affidavit to establish probable cause and then presents it to the magistrate, right?
Yes,
And he signed this, correct? Exhibit
Yeah.
85?
yes,
And it's dated December 9th, 01, right?
yes, it is.
And then the magistrate judge signed it, right?
Yes.
Move 85 into evidence. Now, in terms of the showing for probable cause, can we get that up on the screen, please?
You're objecting relevance.
We can go to the bottom there. The first paragraph simply indicates what Investigator Holland's experience is, correct?
Yes.
And then the second paragraph is sort of the facts that he was putting forth as probable cause, right?
Yes.
And what he told the magistrate was that you had advised him that the victim fell down a flight of stairs.
That's correct.
And there was a large amount of blood present, right?
A flight of stairs and a lot of blood, yes.
And the only other thing he said was that he observed blood on the sidewalk that leads to the front door.
Yes.
That he observed blood on the inside of the door.
Yes.
Right? And that the victim's husband had blood all over his person.
Yes.
And that was the sum total of the evidence that Detective Holland presented to the magistrate sometime after 4 o'clock on the morning of December 9th, correct?
Objection?
I don't know if that's the sum total, but that's all he put in his affidavit. I mean, there are times when we withhold. We don't put everything in our affidavits. I think that's standard practice.
That's all I have, Your Honor. We moved Exhibit 82 into evidence.
Yes, sir. Now, Sergeant Borden, you were asked about the different officers at the scene. Did you notice whether each of the officers, as well as identification technicians, had on some type of protective gear?
Yes.
What did they have on?
We had foot coverings, foot booties that we carried in the trunk of our car, and also latex gloves.
Did you notice any officers or ID techs that did not have that type of gear on?
Officer Figueroa had on leather gloves. He didn't have the latex gloves on.
All right, now you've been given information or asked information about the, quote, red flags, end
Yes.
quote, that you put, the terminology you used in your report.
Yes.
And you said that some of the things that you noticed seemed suspicious to you based on your experience.
Yes.
Have you been to calls where persons have fallen downstairs?
Yes, I have.
Now, you'd been in law enforcement how long prior to December of 2001?
Here in Durham, 26 years, 4 years in the military, and 5 years of actually studying.
All right, well, let's talk about your 26 years in Durham. Are you able to say or give us a round figure of how many calls that you have responded to as a law enforcement officer that where it was alleged that a person fell downstairs?
Maybe half a dozen.
Can you remember any specific details about any of those?
I specifically remember a couple from our public housing areas, because most of them had the stairs in them. One case, two brothers had been arguing and fighting. One had hit the other with a bat, and he came and knocked him backwards down the stairs.
Now, was that inside or outside of a dwelling, as best you recall?
Inside of a dwelling.
The person that fell down the stairs was approximately what age, if you remember?
Maybe 17, 18.
In the teens, at least.
In the teens.
Do you recall, if you're able to visualize it, how many stairs, as best you knew, that the person fell down?
It was pretty standard in the housing areas where you would, the stairway was off the living room. You would go up maybe 12 stairs. There would be a landing, and you would take a right angle. There would be 4 or 5 more stairs that would lead to a hallway where the bedrooms were off. That was pretty much standard. I'm specifically talking about the Few Gardens housing area.
In conjunction with this particular case that we're speaking of regarding the teenager, Do you remember whether you were able to collect information as to whether that person fell down the 12 stairs or a portion of the 12 stairs, or the 12 plus the landing and the others?
He was hit at the top of the landing and went down the entire number of stairs.
Are you talking about the 12 stairs, or the 12 plus the
Yes.
landing and the additional 4 stairs?
He was knocked off the landing down the 12 stairs and wound up on the floor.
Do you remember whether those stairs were wooden or carpeted?
They were wooden.
And do you recall what the nature of the injury was? I understand you say he was hit with a baseball bat,
Right.
but as far as any other injuries that he had, well, first of all, what kind of injury did he have from the baseball bat?
I think it was collarbone, broken collarbone.
And do you know what additional injuries that person received as a result of falling down the stairs after being hit with a baseball bat?
There were some injuries to his head,
What type?
cuts specifically.
Do you remember there being any large amount of blood?
Yes, there was a fair amount of blood involved in that crime scene.
Did that person receive medical treatment?
Yes, he did.
Did that person become unconscious?
Yes.
Had that person been drinking? Do you know?
I can't say. I don't remember.
Now, were you able to distinguish, due to the person being hit by a baseball bat, which injuries that you've described for us came from which event?
Investigation.
You know that for sure.
Yeah, investigation revealed he survived the fall, first of all, and later testified that the blow to the collarbone is what made him lose his balance on the stairway. And the rest of the injuries, which I want to say included a broken arm, or at least a fractured arm. And the head wounds were due to the fall down the wooden stairway.
Now, you were asked about a number of articles that Mr. Peterson wrote about the Durham Police Department. Do you have any of those up there with you?
No, I don't.
Let me just show you some events. 72. At the very conclusion of the article there at the bottom, do you see an email address that's there for people who read the article to contact Mr. Peterson if they choose to do so?
Yes.
And what is the email address listed there?
It can be reached via email at mpwriter@gte.net.
Now, you were also asked about Investigator Holland's note, a note that was reflected on some of his rough notes. Do you have any idea really what the 3:59 a.m. designation is there beside the note that you were shown?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's his time of arrival, if that's the time we were talking. I don't know.
According to your recollection and your memory of this scene, you do remember that crime scene tape was at least in certain positions when you first arrived.
Objection to leaving. Sustained.
Does 3:59 ring a bell with you as when you asked some tape to go up?
Yes.
To leaving.
Overruled.
Yes.
What does that mean to you as far as that time?
Well, that time, I believe, was in reference to when the inside area of the kitchen was expanded from the bar stool to the doorway, approximately.
All right. You were asked in detail too about any information that you may have had that might have been given to you when you arrived that might cause you to make further decisions. Is there any information that Mr. Rudolph has suggested to you, that he suggests to you that you did not know, that would have changed the content of your final report?
No, it wouldn't have changed the content. I mean, I would have liked to have had that information, but I don't think it would have. I mean, the fact remains there was blood on a cabinet. I wanted to know about it. I wanted to know why that blood was on the cabinet. There was a lot of blood around the victim. I wanted to know why. Yes, there was blood on her feet. There were a lot of questions or information that was processing through my mind quickly. Would it have changed anything? No, because my instincts told me.
Well, object to his.
All right, my investigative experience led me to believe that that scene was not conducive to a lady falling down the stairs.
Is your report truthful?
Yes,
Is it accurate?
yes,
Now, you were asked about timing statements, getting statements from EMS personnel and from private citizens. Someone did ultimately take a statement from Christine Tomasetti so she could get home to her husband, didn't they?
I believe so. I don't know.
You did know that she was having an affair with Todd Peterson that night, don't you?
Object to that. Sustained.
Now, you also were asked.
Move to strike. If you think.
Yes, Mr. Rudolph.
Well, Judge, as far as I know, what Ms. Tomasetti did that night was to go to Mr. Peterson's parents' home, meet him, go to a party with a very large group of people, come back to the house to pick up her car, found the police officers there, and then unless some officer got her together with Todd Peterson that night, I believe that she spent the night quite by herself. So I don't think she would have had an affair with anyone that night, assuming that she was even so inclined. Moreover, Ms. Tomasetti is married. She's a friend of Mr. Peterson's. And believe it or not, there are actually people in the world who go to parties together who aren't having an affair. So there was no basis, in fact, for that question. It was an improper question. It demeaned and slandered Ms. Tomasetti, who is in fact married. That goes out over the airwaves. For all I know, her husband is watching this, and it's entirely unfair for her to allege that. So my objection is based on all of that.
Apparently you know something more than Mr. Rudolph.
Well, I know that Todd Peterson told members of Kathleen Peterson's family that his intention after the party was to come home and have sex with his Tomasetti at the Peterson home.
Well, that apparently is what somebody in the Kathleen Peterson family
This apparently
alleges.
is getting worse. So
Yes.
I think that's something you should cross-examine
What's the relevance?
Mr. Todd Peterson about if he takes the witness stand, maybe.
What's
not.
the relevance?
Don't ask this witness that.
My motion is to strike.
I'm on board with that.
All right, members of the jury, the court orders you to disregard the prosecutor's question to this witness as to whether he knew Todd Peterson was having an affair. It is an improper question. Further questions?
Yes, sir. Now, Sergeant Borden, you've been asked about different officers that were there at the scene while you were there. Could you tell us, as best you recall, from the moment you arrived first on the scene, or from the first moment you arrived on the scene until you ultimately left that scene altogether? Give me the names, please, of all the officers that you recall seeing there at the scene. All the officers, sworn officers, and identification technicians.
Corporal Juanita McDowell, Sergeant Terry Wilkins, Officer Figueroa, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Officer McVeigh, Officer Haywood Johnson.
Now, what was his rank?
I
know?
I think he's a designated police officer too.
Okay.
I don't know if he's a corporal or not. Dwight Pettiford was there. And I really don't recall his rank at the time. He could have been either a captain or a major. I'm not sure what his rank was. Sergeant Emmanuel Pascal. ID Technician George. ID Technician Eric Camden. I believe that's his last name. Detective W.C. Pitt. Detective Gregory. Detective Joe Fiacca. Detective Art Holland. I think a captain, and I'm not sure of his rank at the time, Captain Robin James. And there were other uniformed patrol officers that I didn't know, that I was not familiar with. But there were other officers there.
See, now there is one officer that you specifically have been asked about, and that was Scott Kershaw.
Oh, Scott, yes, Scott was there. Yes.
Well, let's start with Corporal McDowell, since she initially gave you the first piece of information about this case. Based on Mr. Peterson's negative articles about the Durham Police Department, did you form a conspiracy with Corporal McDowell out there that night?
Well, check for that as being an improper question.
A conspiracy to do what?
Well, Your Honor, he's been allowed to fully explore all the potential bias that this witness might have as the police spokesperson in regards to all these news articles. So I'd like to find out
I
if
just
he's
want you to answer my question.
yes, sir.
Conspiracy to do
To
what?
frame Mr. Peterson.
Judge, the fact that someone or some group of people may have a bias doesn't mean anything about whether they're framing them. I think we made that very clear in voir dire, so I object to that question.
Sustain. Further questions?
Sergeant Borden, based on the news articles you had read about Mr. Peterson, whether it be before, during, or after you were the police spokesperson, did you form an unfavorable opinion about Mr. Peterson?
No,
Did you have bias toward him?
no, I did not.
When you got there to his home that night or realized that it was Mr. Peterson, did you treat him worse than you would another citizen who was in the same situation?
No. I enjoyed Mr. Peterson's articles. I mean,
Did you have any negative feelings as you were there at the home, looking at things and making decisions?
no. I didn't enter into my thought process.
And the different officers that you named, the 15 that you've named, and you said there were even others, did you hear anybody discuss the fact that they had negative feelings about Mr. Peterson while they were there at the home that night?
Mr. Michael Peterson, no.
Were Mr. Peterson's news articles and from the Herald Sun discussed that night by anyone in your presence?
Not in my presence. No.
Did you see any of the at least 15 officers you named or others acting inappropriately or treating Mr. Peterson differently or more negatively than another private citizen in Durham?
No.
Would that have been appropriate?
No, it would not have.
Would you have allowed that to happen if you had seen it?
No, I would not have allowed it.
I don't have further questions.
Sure. A couple questions. Out of all those officers who were there at the scene,
Mm-hmm.
Could any of them, you think, have taken a statement from Christina Tomasetti before, say, 8 o'clock that next morning?
I guess with this, I wondered why this one was so high profile because before the case, I never heard of this guy, but he was a novelist. I've never read any of his books. From what I've understood from watching the documentary, he did write several books, not fictional books about set in the Vietnam War era, like with military people. There was a lot of homosexual undertones, if not outright homosexual stuff. Um, because he was bi. Um, so it wouldn't be something that I would be interested in reading. So I don't know. Like I never heard of him before. I had no idea. So I don't know if they were just not good books or they didn't fall into my genre of what I read, so I never heard about them. I don't know. But at least with him being a writer on the paper, the cops and, mayor, city council, all those kind of people would probably have known who he was. So maybe that's why it was so high profile. I really don't know. Like how do the profile cases get high profile? That's the thing I don't understand. Is it money? Is it notoriety? Is it they were famous? Is it, like the Daybells, for instance. What made that such a high priority? Because he wrote books or, like his books were crazy cult stuff. Yeah, I know. He didn't write many, very few books. Like since he stopped writing at the paper and not writing any more books, she was a breadwinner. I don't know if they would be starstruck or not, to be honest, because it sounds like he didn't write anything in the paper that was favorable to the police. So I don't know, but that's a good question. Yeah, like John Benet Ramsey. I mean, she was a little I started to say movie star, not movie star, pageant girl. Um yeah, there was one that he wrote with somebody else that was nonfiction, I think. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Oh, see, now that's one that I could see starstruck. That one. But yeah, like why do they now if they're like Danny Masterson, Martha Stewart, those cases I get. But some of the like Murdaugh, Alec Murdaugh, he was a prominent lawyer in South Carolina, I think. Why did that one go viral? Like now Corey Richins, she wrote a book that I think it got on the bestseller list. I hope he didn't do it. I didn't even know what team he played for. Um, but yeah, it's just Betty Broad. That's a good one. That's a real good one. Cause who the heck was she? You know what I mean? But like, oh, there's another really good one. Um, the chicken Ocala. Dang, I wish I had gone to that trial, y'all. I wish I didn't know about it till it already started, and I should have gone just to go one day, just to actually say I was there one day. The lady in Ocala, the one that killed her neighbor because her kids were playing in the yard next door. Yeah. Is that all you're going to type today, Judy? Yeah, because that one was an hour from me. I could have gone over there every day, and I wished I had. That is now, I can't remember if it's Netflix or HBO, but there's a documentary about that one now. And I'm like, how in the world did that one get a documentary? That one didn't even go viral, crazy viral like all these others. Oh, yeah. Celebrities, though, I get. I get why celebrities are high profile, but some of them, like, I'm like, why are so many people interested? Maybe because it's just absurd. You know, like the lady in Ocala, just that one was crazy. I think it's called The Good Neighbor. I'm gonna have to find it out now. We might have to watch that trial.
Again, keeping within the progression of the investigation.
Oh, yeah. I love. Where did you see it? I love how the cops do this. They're like in interrogation. I love the way they did this with her. I've seen them do it with other people too, but they're like, you know, you're never going to get to talk to these people. You should write a letter telling them how sorry you are for what you did. The cops are getting them to write their confession, is what they're doing. I don't know if the victims ever see that letter, but that's their confession, and they're writing it out in the presence of the cop. You know, because they're in the interrogation room. Even if the cop's not in the room, the camera's still on them, and they're writing out that confession. I'm so sorry that I did this to your whoever. You know, and I just sit there and laugh every time I see that in an interrogation room. I'm just like, boy, are you stupid. oh, oh my god. Yep, I heard that too. The one thing that I saw, it said his girlfriend was like 34 years old, and they kept showing this one woman that there's no way she's 34 years old. So I don't think the woman in the, I think it was a YouTube short. I don't think the woman that was in that YouTube short is the girlfriend, because she did not look 34. Yeah, this is true. This is true. And the weird thing about the one in Ocala, what was her name, Judy? I can never remember this woman's name. It's Teresa something, I think. Um, she had called the cops. All she had to do was wait for the cops to get there. But she didn't. She got a gun and she shot through the door and she killed this woman. Single mom. Had 3 kids.
And staying within the confines of it, if that's when the young lady's statement was taken, that must have been deemed an appropriate
Oh, you
time.
gotta send me a video or a
That
link.
wasn't my question.
to a
My
video
question was whether or not,
something.
with all those officers there, someone could have taken her statement earlier if someone had deemed it appropriate to let her go home.
Well, again, statements would have only been taken by detectives. And at the time when we first arrived, up until shortly after 6, maybe, when Holland returned to the scene, no, it couldn't have been taken earlier. And it would not have been taken earlier. No, sir.
So Fialka, for example, he couldn't have taken Christina Tomasetti's statement instead of, say, Jason Crank's statement.
He could have, but, you know, it all depends what he was told to do and when he was told to do it.
You're the one who told him to.
I told him to go get the statements.
Right.
That's correct.
You didn't.
And if you're looking for reasons, sir, those people were going to be getting off duty, per se. They were going to go home for the day. And I wanted to make sure that we had their statements before they left the work area for the day. I wasn't willing to wait an additional 8 or 12 hours.
And you didn't instruct Fialka after he finished, for example, getting the statements from the EMS people to interview Heather Whitson or Ben Maynor?
No.
They were made to wait until the next morning, correct?
Again, I'm not familiar when their statements were taken.
Well, you know that they weren't released from the scene until the next morning, don't you?
Yes.
Same thing with Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson, right?
Okay.
With regard to the notes that you can't find at this point,
Yes, sir.
of course, whether or not it would have, quote, changed your opinion or your conclusion or whatever, if you had them, the jury here would have had the benefit of making their own determination about that, right?
Objection.
Step, if you'll take the jury to the
Objection, speculation. Dude, he doesn't have the notes. Get over it. Let it go. Be like Elsa. Let it go. Dude.
deliberation room.
No butt hurt because the guy didn't keep his notes.
Well, the problem here, as I see it, Mr. Rudolph, is this. Although the court ordered that the notes be retained, it's not
What
clear to
now?
me necessarily that the defendant would have had a right to have access to those notes.
And I understand.
What now?
I didn't ask that question earlier. It was really in response to the question.
She's doing what now? What is she gonna do if she wins? Buy a bunch of honey buns from the commissary? She did lose an awful lot of weight while she was in jail waiting for this trial. Maybe she needs money for honey buns and ramen noodles. I know. I know. That's what kids need to do. When I was a kid, I stayed outside. I rode my bike. I skated. Actually, I rode my bike with my skates on. And when I got off my bike, I skated. I was always outside. That's probably why my body's so screwed up now. Because I hurt myself so much as a kid. But yeah, that's what kids need to do. They need to unplug and go outside and play. Kids don't do that anymore. Oh my God. Who's representing her? What lawyer would take that case? Seriously, what lawyer would take that case? That's ridiculous. Absolutely. I've never heard of anybody else riding their bike with skates on before. Cool. Yeah, if I ever didn't have my skates on, my neighbors would go, "Where's your skates? I thought they were attached to your feet." I thought they'd grown on there.
That was posed by Ms. Black about, well, if we had those notes, would it make any difference? And the officer said, no, it wouldn't. And I think that I'm therefore entitled to point out that that would be up to the jury to determine whether or not it made any difference. It is a prior statement of the witness. I think under discovery, at least by the time he got on the witness stand, we would be entitled to any prior statements he had written. And so
In that context, then that question might be proper.
Your Honor, I want to make it clear for the court. One of the reasons I objected was that this was beyond the scope of what I asked. I didn't ask him about the notes. I asked him if he had any information that had been suggested by Mr. Rudolph, which would include those things like we were saying about where people were standing or how many people were there or telephones, things like that. Whether any of that information, if he had that, and before we made decisions, would have changed his report. I never asked him about those names. The court reporter, I guess, could read that the exact question, but I did not ask about the notes.
I think that's where the information would have been. So,
Well, what are we doing? Are you objecting to something? Are you making a statement? What are you?
I object to that. Yes, sir, I've already locked my objection.
All right, it's overruled. I overrule the objection.
Okay.
So we got 9 minutes, so let's get it over with. All right, objection's overruled.
remember my questions?
No, sir. Could you repeat it, please?
Absolutely. With regard to those notes, if you had them, the members of the jury would have the benefit of being able to determine whether or not your conclusions should have been different, right? As opposed to having to take your word for it, right?
In a sense, they do have them, sir. I mean, that's what was used to formulate and generate this report, that information.
Well, what they have is your testimony to that effect. They don't have the actual raw material to judge that for themselves, right? Right?
Right.
And for example, if we look at the report that you did write, at the very bottom there, with regard to the taping, Ms. Black asked you about that again. Actually, what it indicates there was not just taping off the area, but you were very specific about which area was going to be taped off, weren't you?
Yes.
The area around the victim.
Around the victim.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, sir, you can come down.
Thank you, sir.
You got your time.
It's allowed.
We have another witness in the hallway. Did you want us to call that witness or wait until tomorrow?
The witness can testify for 4 minutes. That's up to you.
The testimony would last longer than 4 minutes.
Better call him tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Keep in mind the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of these parties and witnesses. Don't read about the case. Don't watch TV. Don't do independent research. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. 9:30.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed by the Durham Police Department as a Sergeant, Professional Standards Division, Internal Affairs Unit.
How long have you been a member of the law enforcement community?
Approximately 28 years.
If you would please describe for the jury what your experience and education has been as it relates to your profession as a police officer, and just chronicle that for them if you would.
I completed the basic law enforcement training program, which is a program required of all law enforcement officers in this state. I have a bachelor's degree with a concentration in criminal justice. I have completed some graduate studies in the area of criminal justice. I have attended basic and advanced homicide investigation schools, along with other job-related or law enforcement-related courses.
Right. With respect to your specific assignments within the law enforcement community, would you please take a moment and describe those to the jury as well?
I formerly was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division as the supervisor for the homicide unit. I've also served as a patrol sergeant, patrol corporal, and I did a lengthy stint or a lengthy period of time in the accident reconstruction investigation areas.
Okay. Did you begin your law enforcement career with the Durham Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And have you remained with the Durham Police Department your entire career?
No, sir. I joined Durham Police Department as a police cadet. I left and went to Durham County Sheriff's Department, where I served as a deputy for approximately 2.5 years, and also was employed by Duke Public Safety as a public safety corporal. And then I returned to Durham Police Department.
All right. And I think you'd indicated that prior to your assignment that you currently hold, you had been a sergeant with the homicide unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And exactly how long were you a sergeant with the homicide squad?
Approximately 1.5 years.
And if you would, please describe for the jury exactly what that time period would have been.
That would have been approximately October, November of 2000 to January of 2002.
All right. Now, with respect to the command structure of the police department as it relates to uniform patrol and the various divisions, would you describe for the jury exactly how that is arranged based on your knowledge and experience?
Initially, uniform patrol responds to most calls. The arriving officer, the first arriving officer, is in charge of that situation.
Sure, can I hear? Is it the machine? Mr. Ham was just him. So we're connected? Still not working. Mr. Daffy? Okay, we'll do it. Why don't we take the jury to the deliberation room? Mr. Ham, if you just sit right there, we'll see if we can't find out what the problem is. You got one?
Yeah, we got one.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ham, I hate to say it, but can you hear me now? Okay. Mr. Hart. Sergeant Pascal, we were at the point where I'd ask you to describe the command structure as it relates to uniform patrol and then how that interconnects with the other divisions of the police department. And you're about to respond to that. If you could go back to that, please.
Okay. As I was saying, in most incidents, uniform patrol is initial units to respond to a situation.
And why is that?
Basically because most situations come through 911 operations or dispatch center, and uniform patrol are the ones to charge with initially investigating an incident.
Okay.
Once the uniform patrol officer arrives, he is basically in charge of that situation. That officer makes a determination as to what resources he's going to need as far as additional personnel, members from different units, whether it be EMS, fire, or whatever unit is called for that particular situation.
Now, would that uniform patrol officer, would that person have any supervisory responsibilities necessarily, or would they just be a routine patrol officer assigned to one of the districts here?
It could be a routine patrol officer, but until he is relieved, he would be in charge of that particular situation.
Okay.
So rank in that particular case would have no bearing.
All right. And go ahead and, if you would, please continue to describe the command structure and then interrelate that to the other divisions with uniform patrol.
Generally, as the situation progresses, depending on the situation, that officer may decide to call for additional supervisory personnel, or supervisory personnel may automatically respond to the call. Generally, in that case, a first line supervisor, which would generally be a corporal or a sergeant, will respond. Upon their arrival, they will have the option of relieving that officer of his supervisory responsibilities and assuming those responsibilities.
All right.
Then, based on the circumstances of the call, whoever was in charge at that point would decide if other units of the Durham Police Department or any other units would be needed at that scene. And if so, they would make contact with that unit.
All right. Now go ahead and, we're still talking generally about uniform patrol, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now go ahead and relate how uniform patrol would interact with other divisions given a particular set of circumstances. For example, a homicide, or what is believed to be a homicide.
In that particular situation, what is believed to be a homicide, the supervisor of the scene would contact communications and request that the on-call supervisor, CID supervisor, call them. They would converse, and the supervisor for CID would make a decision as to who would respond from Criminal Investigation Division, if anyone, or if he would respond. At that point, the supervisor would also contact any other resources that he may determine that's going to be needed at that particular scene.
Okay. Now, once those decisions are made, how do you go about assigning folks to accomplish the tasks that are at hand?
Once the CID supervisor or CID personnel, excuse me, let me back up. It is the responsibility of uniform patrol to contain that scene. Once CID personnel arrive on the scene to which they've been requested to respond, they assume command of that scene. At that point, the CID investigators will make whatever requests they deem necessary. If something is needed of uniform patrol, the CID investigator or the supervisor will direct that to the uniform patrol supervisor, who will make sure that that task is accomplished by a member of the uniform patrol.
Okay. So you all work in conjunction with each other, but based on what I hear you saying, is that once the CID supervisor gets there, it's the CID supervisor's scene. Once
The supervisor or an investigator from CID arrives, it's their responsibility.
Okay. And based upon that, then does the CID supervisor or investigator then direct the rest of the activity?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to December the 9th of 2001 in the early morning and ask whether you responded at 1810 Cedar Street and when you did that, if you did.
Yes, sir, I did respond to 1810 Cedar Street.
And if you would, please describe for the jury how you got involved in that case at 1810 Cedar Street.
After approximately 4 p.m. in the afternoon, we have what was known as an on-call team. And on-call team is made up of different individuals from various CID units. They respond to calls after hours, per se, at the direction of the CID supervisor. During my assignment in CID, I had made it known to members of my on-call team and to the various supervisors in CID in charge of on-call teams that I wanted to be notified in the event of any homicide or suspicious death. Based on that, Sergeant Borden contacted me on the night of December the 9th and informed me that he was at the scene of a death, a suspicious death.
Approximately what time was that?
That was approximately 4:30 Sunday morning.
Okay. And when you received that communication, what did you do?
I called my immediate supervisor, Lieutenant Bullock, and advised him what Sergeant Borden had informed me, and then I responded to the scene.
Now, why did you call Mr. Bullock?
It is a normal practice to contact the supervisors in the event of a homicide, aggravated assault, mostly any noteworthy or newsworthy event that we respond to.
Okay. And at that time, what was Mr. Bullock's exact rank?
He was lieutenant.
Okay. And exactly what were his responsibilities as they related to you?
Well, he had the option of responding to the scene, and if any further contacts were going to be made upwards in the chain of command, then he would make those.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that you received communication from Sergeant Borden.
Yes.
And then I think you said you contacted Lieutenant Bullock.
Yes.
After you did that, what did you do?
Then I responded to the scene on Cedar Road.
And about what time did you arrive?
Approximately about 5:10 a.m.
Okay. When you got there, what did you do and what did you see?
When I got there, I went to the Cedar Road entrance, which was taped off. I exited the car and walked up the driveway to the circular driveway area, which was actually to the rear of the house. When I arrived, I met several individuals from the police department who informed me of certain circumstances that were occurring inside the residence or had occurred inside the residence.
Okay, and if you would please describe what information that was as it relates to what you then did.
And had previously been told by Sergeant Borden, he again told me that there was a situation where a woman was at the bottom of a stairwell. There was an excessive amount of blood surrounding the victim, that she was deceased. I also spoke with Sergeant Wilkins, who told me that, who informed me that he had been in the house, he had seen the situation, he considered it as being suspicious, and that there were officers inside the house along with other individuals who were being contained in a different area from the victim.
Okay. Now, at that point, did you go into the house?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you talk about officers being in the area containing others at that location separate from the victim, what did that mean to you?
That they were being kept apart from a possible crime scene.
Okay. Is that typical? Is that something that you would do in any other crime scene as well?
It is a typical thing that can be done depending on the particular crime scene and the circumstances surrounding it.
Okay. Now, once you received that information, exactly where were you located?
I was in the circular driveway at the rear of the house.
Okay. And if you would please go ahead and describe what happened next and what other information you were able to gather at that time.
There was not a lot of information to be gathered at that particular time. A barrier had been set up just the other side of the circular driveway leading down the walkway into the residence. By barrier, I mean crime scene tape, and there was an officer at that location to prevent anyone from going into the area. My primary focus then was just waiting for the investigator, the homicide investigator, to return to the scene. The investigator had departed the scene to go obtain a search warrant for the residence.
Now, which investigator are you talking about at this point?
That would be Investigator Holland.
So at that point, you hadn't talked to him, you just talked to Borden and Wilkins?
Borden, Wilkins, and there was a major on the scene, Major Pettiford.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Major Pettiford, had he gone into the scene at that point?
To my knowledge, he had not.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, then you're standing by for Investigator Holland to arrive with the search warrant for the residence. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And approximately how long do you have to wait for that?
I'm gonna say approximately an hour after I arrived.
Okay. Now, during the time period that you're waiting for the search warrant to arrive with Investigator Holland, what did you do?
Basically, I just maintain my presence in the area. I did make a request to Sergeant Borden that he contact some of his own call investigators and have them respond to the scene, which he did. Also made a request that the mobile police substation be brought to the area, which was done.
Okay, and exactly what is that apparatus?
It is basically a recreation vehicle that the police department utilizes as an office that we bring to crime scenes, so that officers will have a place to do reports, to take personal breaks, to interview people, whatever needs to be necessary, to eat.
It has communication equipment in it?
It has hookups for communication equipment and does have phones and so forth. Yes, sir.
At some point, did the mobile command post arrive during your presence on the scene?
Yes, sir, it did.
About when was that?
I'm going to say approximately within an hour of my arrival on the scene.
Okay, and where was the mobile command post located?
It was located on Kent Street.
Okay, so it was actually outside the area of the immediate property?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Now, if you would, please go ahead and describe to the jury what happened when Investigator Holland arrived at the scene with the search warrant. What y'all do?
Well, Officer Holland did arrive back and informed me, he had obtained a search warrant. He again briefly advised me on what he had seen, his reasons for going to get the search warrant. And then he entered the residence and served a search warrant on the residence.
Okay, did you go in there with him?
No, sir, I did not.
And why was what was the reason you did not enter that residence at that point?
There was no reason for me to enter the residence at that point. As to my knowledge, the individuals in the residence had been contained. The scene had not been processed, and therefore there was no need for me to enter at that point.
Okay. And at that point, even though you did not enter the residence, what were you doing as it related to activities at that location?
Basically, still just gathering information that was being passed about, trying to determine what may have happened, just talking back and forth with investigators, investigators, but officers that were on the scene. Basically, everything was in more or less of a holding pattern at that particular time.
Okay. Now, go ahead and describe to the jury what next activity you engaged in to make sure that things were going according to your protocol.
As far as I'm not really sure I understand what you're asking.
Well, we've got Investigator Holland there with search warrant. He's gone into the residence. You're still outside, maintaining command and to make sure that things are
Object to leading.
overall, and to make sure that things are being done as you had assigned them. Once that search warrant goes in and they start processing the scene, what did you do to facilitate gathering information?
Objection to leading.
Overall.
Okay, one of the things I did was on the arrival of the two investigators, CID investigators who responded, they were again briefed on the situation and were informed that there were possible witnesses inside the residence, and they were given the task. They were assigned at one point to interview the witnesses inside the residence once they were brought from the residence.
Okay, and who were those investigators?
That's going to be Investigator Gregory and Investigator Pitt.
Okay. Now, with respect to the civilian witnesses, would it be the practice of the Durham Police Department to attempt to interview witnesses when they're impaired?
No, sir, it will not be.
So if witnesses in that residence, even though secured, were going to be interviewed, would you all do that until they had not been under some impairing substance?
An ideal interview would take place when a person was not under the influence of any intoxicating substance.
Object on the grounds that there's been absolutely no evidence that Ms. Tomasetti or Ms. Whitson were under the influence of any kind of impairing substance.
Overall. You can respond.
Under an ideal situation, it would be preferred that an interview be conducted on a person that was not under the influence of an impairing substance.
Okay. So at the point where you've made the determination that you need a couple of other investigators to conduct those interviews, if you would pick us up from there and go ahead and describe what you did from that point forward.
Again, after the arrival of the investigators, they were briefed and instructions were given for the female occupants of the house to be brought out. They were brought out by the uniformed officers that were already in the residence. They were brought to the investigators, and the investigators took them to the mobile police station and conducted interviews.
Okay. Were you present when those interviews were conducted?
I was not present.
Okay. Go ahead and describe from that point forward what you did and what you saw.
During that same time period, I made a telephone call to Mr. Harden and informed him of the situation to let you be aware of the fact that we did have a situation which was considered a noteworthy or maybe even media-worthy situation in hand.
And about what time was that?
That was approximately 6:05 a.m.
All right. Go ahead and from that point forward, describe what you did and what you saw.
After ending the conversation with you, I did talk to, Dr. Snell from the medical examiner's office was contacted and he responded to the scene. Once he arrived, I spoke with him I knew Dr. Snell based on previous encounters we've had regarding homicide investigations.
And just as an aside, how many death scenes have you been to?
Probably 100.
Of those, how many would you have considered homicides?
More than half.
Okay. Now, you say you indicated that you talked with Dr. Snell as he arrived.
Yes, sir.
Did you assist him in any way, or did he go about his business on his own?
I did not assist him in any way at that point in time. No, sir.
Go ahead and describe what you did and what you saw after that point.
Still, I had not gone into the residence. Dr. Snell did go in shortly thereafter I entered.
That's called a panic room, Judy.
The residence. I walked into the residence after placing protective footing covers on. Walked into the residence. When I walked into the residence, going through the rear door or the Kent Street side door, I'll enter
I bought a glow-in-the-dark cover for mine from Temu. I still lose it. I lose it at least once every day. Actually, I have three Roku remotes because I have 2 Roku TVs and I can't remember if I have 1 or 2 Roku sticks. So I've got a bunch of remotes floating around here, and then I have bought extra because of the ones I've lost over the years and then I found. So I probably have about 5 Roku remotes around this house for 2 Roku TVs.
foyer open area. I look to the left. I walk down the hallway, probably halfway down the hallway to the left, and I can see a individual lying on the floor covered with blood.
Okay. Now, when you say you had protective coverings on your feet, did you observe whether others did as well?
Yes, sir, they did.
Is that also part of the protocol for the police department to put protective covering on?
Yes, sir, it is.
Their bodies when they process scene?
Well, the investigators or the responding officers don't generally put anything on their bodies, but as far as protective clothing, we are afforded footwear, protective footwear, and gloves.
Okay. Now, with respect to those coverings, do you keep it on the whole time, or do you change that when you go in and out of the residence?
Once you leave the crime scene, you take those off, and if you re-enter, you're issued a new pair.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that done by those that were present at 1810 Cedar Street on that?
To my knowledge, it was.
Okay. Now, you indicate that you go into the residence, you look left, you go about, did I hear you say about halfway down the hall?
I would say about halfway, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your purpose for going into the residence at that point?
Actually, to assist the investigator, to offer suggestions, to listen to what was going on, more or less to get an overall picture of what actually was occurring inside the residence.
Okay. And why did you need to do that?
Primarily in order to be able to offer the investigator support, additional resources, a second opinion, things of that nature.
At that point, is it your scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've got command of that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please? Yes. And that might be easier if you come down. If you would please, Sergeant Pascal, just use your finger to show the jury how you entered the residence and exactly where you went.
I entered the residence from here. Went into this area, walked down the hall, partway to the left. This is where I made the observation, and then I was generally located in this area.
Okay. Now, at that point, did you generally stay here, or did you go in other areas of the house?
I went through other areas of the house, but basically I was contained in this particular area.
Okay.
From here to here.
And what were you able to observe to your right? If you're entering, you've got the foyer, looking to the right, what were you able to see?
I could see a set of double doors that were open. There's an officer standing in the doors, and I could see movement in the room.
Okay. Did you go down and investigate any aspect of that?
I did eventually, but not initially.
Okay. Now, go ahead and describe to the jury exactly what you did in chronological order as it relates to your activities in the house.
Basically, again, my focus was just concentrated in this particular area. I spoke with the investigator Holland in this area. At some point in time, we did a cursory walkthrough and looked at general aspects of the house, the layout of the house, and things like that. But there was essentially nothing done at that point in time as the scene was being processed by the criminal scene investigator.
Okay. Did you have any conversation with them?
I just had general conversation with them. They were quite busy at that time.
Okay. Did you walk through the remainder of the house?
Yes, sir, I did eventually.
Okay. At what point did you do that?
That was going to be done after Ms. Peterson was removed.
Okay. Now go ahead and, if you will, take your seat, please. Go ahead and describe what you did after you went into the house and made your look left, made your look right, and then stayed generally in the foyer area. Describe what you did and what you saw.
Again, basically, there was not a lot of activity on my part. Basically, I was there again just to obtain whatever resources were needed, particularly those needed by Officer Investigator Holland. Somewhere around 9 o'clock, I spoke again with Sergeant Borden outside the residence. He again informed me, what his participation had been that time, and then he left the scene. Shortly after that, the mortuary services arrived and removed Ms. Peterson from the residence.
Okay. And if you would, go ahead and continue to describe what you did and what you saw.
Okay. At that particular time, I did go back into the residence. I spoke with a Todd Peterson, and I asked him if he had been able to, had anyone asked him to give a statement as to the circumstances that had occurred. He said no. I asked him if he would be willing to.
Objection.
Go ahead.
I asked him if he would be willing to give a statement again. He replied no.
After you did that, what did you do?
I left the residence, and if I'm not mistaken, at that particular time, the Petersons also left the residence.
Okay, Mr. Peterson did.
Yes.
At that point, were there any other civilians in the house?
No, sir.
Okay, they had all left either at the point that Mr. Peterson did or before that?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the point that Mr. Peterson is left, was anybody with him specifically?
When he left the residence?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When I'm saying he left the residence, he exited the residence, but he never left what we consider part of the crime scene.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you introduce yourself to him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. After you introduced yourself to him, what happened, if anything?
Objection.
There was no conversation.
Okay.
There was no conversation between Mr. Peterson and myself.
Okay. And was that while you were inside the residence or after he'd come out of the house?
That's why I was inside the residence.
Okay. Is that about the time that he left?
Shortly thereafter, yes.
Okay. Now, you say he was still kind of in the area even though he was outside the residence. Is that
Yes,
right? Did you observe his movements while you were in that area and while he was still on the property?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was he doing, if you can recall?
Once he exited the residence, he was still inside the outer barrier of the crime scene. And he had a conversation with, he had numerous conversations with individuals on the other side of the crime scene tape.
Okay. At some point, did he leave?
Yes, sir, but it was later.
Okay.
It was later.
Now, go ahead and, if you would, please describe what you all were doing, and in particular, what you were doing after Mr. Peterson left the house.
Okay, we went back into the residence, the investigators and myself, and we basically, then we went through the house looking for what may have been some type of instrument or any evidence of a crime that may have been committed.
Okay. Again, if you could come down, Your Honor, with your permission, please. Go ahead and take this diagram again, and if you would, please, use your finger and point to the jury. What areas in the house you went into?
After the house was vacated, we conducted or went through all areas of the house, starting with the lower floor, going around this area, utility room, back stairwell up to the second floor, and again, the whole entire house we went through.
And exactly what was the purpose for you walking through the entire house?
To see if there was any evidence of anything of interest that we may need to seize related to this particular incident.
Now, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit. '72, and ask whether you saw anything at all that looked like this.
I do not recall seeing that particular instrument.
Okay, did you look in every area of the house so that you can make that determination?
I'm going to object at this point. There's been that's a item that doesn't belong to my client. I don't think it ever belonged to my client. There's been no testimony that it was in the house on December 8th, for that matter. So
I don't recall your question. Was your question, did he
I asked whether he
see
saw
that instrument or a similar instrument?
anything that looked like this.
I object to that.
Overruled.
Did you find anything at all that looked like this in any portion of the house?
Again, I don't specifically remember seeing an instrument similar to that.
If you had, would you have taken custody of it?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. And you went all through the kitchen as well? And you didn't see anything like this in the kitchen?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, after you made your walk, you'll take you with us. Now, after you made your walkthrough, what information did you gather that caused you to do other things and engage in other activities?
Well, one of the things that was observed was the amount of blood throughout the residence, and that immediately raised some concern about the method of death of Miss Peterson.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
We were there on what we termed a death investigation. We had made no decisions as how we were to proceed, but the death did appear to be suspicious in nature, and therefore we searched the residence in order to gather evidence of a crime that may have been committed there.
Okay. With what you've just said, what did it cause you to do from that point forward?
The first thing it caused us to do was maintain control over the scene, which was the house.
And how long were you all actually there at that point?
That Sunday, we were there until approximately 11 o'clock that night.
Okay. Now, at 11 o'clock, what did you all do? You say you were there until about 11 o'clock.
Yes.
What did y'all do with respect to the house at that point?
What did we do?
Yes.
We did not maintain custody. I'm sorry. We left officers there, and then we departed the scene.
Okay. And do you recall how you went about the process of leaving officers at that location to secure it?
They were left at the circular driveway portion of the residence, which had been the rear of the residence.
Okay. Once you got to the point where you all were going to leave, and I think you said that was about 11 o'clock, did everybody other than the officers securing the residence leave?
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do at that point?
We went back to headquarters. The crime scene investigators took property back to headquarters. They logged it in. They examined some of it. The investigators and I talked briefly, and then we departed until the next morning.
Okay, and I want to back up just a little bit. There's a little bit of gap in time. I want you to pick it up in the afternoon, if you would, please, and describe what you all did and what your involvement was in processing that scene from the afternoon up to 11 o'clock when you left.
Starting that morning, the crime scene investigators were in the residence. They were processing the scene. A decision was made to contact a representative of the SBI to come to the scene and conduct a blood splatter examination. A lot of that afternoon was spent waiting on that particular individual to arrive.
Okay.
He arrived that afternoon, and from that point, he went into the residence to conduct his examinations, and that's where the majority of the time was spent that evening.
Now, when you were describing the ID techs processing the scene, would that have included photographs as well?
Yes, sir, it would have.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Yes. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit P233A and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
How can you identify it?
Bloody impression that was made, that was left on the steps.
Objection.
Yes, how could you identify?
How can
I'm
you
sorry.
identify it?
I'm sorry. This was a photograph that was taken by one of the crime scene investigators and given to me as part of the exhibit, part of the evidence of this particular location.
All right. With respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit P233A, Your Honor, we'd move that into evidence.
It's allowed.
Let me also show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P233 and ask whether you can identify that as well.
Yes, sir.
I object unless he can identify what's actually in that photograph as having been there when he was in the house. There's some real questions about things that were photographs. And so I'm going to object unless he has a basis for saying that he saw a particular mark at a particular time.
Well, as to the first photograph, he said it was handed to him. Now, I don't know what he's going to ask him about this one.
Well, my objection is to him testifying about the contents of photographs unless he specifically saw something in the photograph at a particular point in time.
Well, as to the first photograph, once again, he was beginning to describe that, and I stopped him. He didn't describe that after that. I don't know what he's going to say about this photograph. It's hard.
Your Honor, I'll make it clear. With respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit P233, what relation does that have to P233A?
It appears to be an enlargement of the smaller photograph.
All right. And with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit P233A, did you use this for some purpose?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was that?
Showed it to the investigators and the people at the scene and doing a briefing the following morning to see if they could give an opinion as to what may have caused that impression.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, again, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P233. Your Honor, if the witness can come down and stand before the jury and show these two photographs, with your permission, please. And since it's so small, I'll do this group and then we're going to move down, okay? And where is that located? And where is what's shown in what's marked as State's Exhibit P233A located on what's marked as State's Exhibit P233?
This is actually located in this area.
You're gonna have to speak up. I'm having the same problem. Okay.
Okay,
Everybody
this
see that?
photograph, the smaller photograph, actually contained sorry, in this area.
John, there's a request that it be passed back. Is that possible?
That's what
It be passed back to the jurors?
is in evidence.
After he tells them where it is, could we then publish it to them?
So like,
Move on down here. Go ahead and point that with your finger if you would.
In this, located in this area.
Now, Sergeant Pascal, with respect to what is marked as State's Exhibit P233A, you had indicated that you showed this to several people. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you recall generally who you were showing it to?
It was shown that day to anyone who may have come into the mobile command station, which would include the investigators, other supervisory personnel, and members associated with the police department.
And exactly why were you showing this to them?
We were showing it to see if anyone had an opinion as to what may have made that particular impression.
All right. Did you also show this to the SBI agent that arrived?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall his name?
Yes, sir. It was SBI agent Deaver.
Other than showing him this and having a conversation with him, did you assist him in any way about his activities in that house?
After Agent Deaver had been in the house for a period of time, I did go back into the house, and I did have an opportunity to observe him conducting some blood splatter examination.
Okay.
So
But you're not trained in blood spatter, are you?
No, sir, I
Okay.
am not.
You just saw him doing it?
Yes, sir.
What was your purpose for going into the house at that particular time?
Again, to go back and see if we could find or locate anything connected with this particular incident.
Okay. Now, at that point, did you search anywhere other than in the house for any instrument that might have caused Ms. Peterson's wounds?
There was a cursory search done around the immediate surroundings of the house that particular day, and that was done by the uniformed officers, but there was not an extensive or detailed search done that day.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that, and we've come up to late that afternoon on the 9th. And then I think you said at about 11 o'clock, you all secured the residence and went back to headquarters.
Yes, sir.
If you kind of pick up from there, and if you would please describe what you did and what you were involved with.
Okay. The following morning, a briefing was held at Criminal Investigation Division, and all the units associated with the division were required to attend the briefing. Once the briefing was, once people were in place, we informed them that our intention was to go back and search the grounds of the residence for a weapon that may have been used in the incident preceding evening. The individuals that attended the meeting were shown the small photograph and asked if they had any opinion as to what may have left that impression in the stairwell.
Okay.
Once the photograph had been passed around, the individuals were divided into different groups of approximately 4 or 5 individuals each. They were all given a particular area of the grounds that they were to search, looking for any type of weapon or any evidence that may have been connected with the incident.
Okay.
Following that, as they completed their ground search, they were to report back to the mobile police command substation, where they would be given an additional area to search if necessary.
All right.
Okay. Another group of individuals composed mostly of the homicide unit entered the residence and conducted a search inside the residence by dividing the house into quadrants and each group going and searching a particular area.
All right. Now, at that point, was that the extent of the search, or was there additional effort made to try to locate something that might have caused Ms. Peterson's injuries or wounds?
Primarily the grounds being searched, the area immediately adjacent to the street surrounding the grounds, and the residence itself were the areas that were searched.
Okay, and everybody had an opportunity to see this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Were there other photographs as well, do you recall?
At the meeting, as I recall, that was the only photograph that was passed around that was shown to the investigators.
Okay. Did you have to use special resources in conducting this search?
Yes, sir. The search was organized by the criminal scene investigators who basically mapped out the areas to be searched, and they used flags to contain the geographic areas to be searched. And basically, a team would start at one point, and when they got to the end point, they had searched that particular area.
In terms of special resources, did you use any enhancements to make any decisions about or conduct any aspect of the search?
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
Do you recall having a conversation with Trent Hall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you would please relate to the jury what that was about and what he did with respect to the information you gave him.
Okay. Trent Hall is a K-9 officer employed by the Durham Police Department, assigned to the K-9 unit. In other words, he is in charge of a dog that is used for various reasons at request of the police department or other agencies. His presence was required to do a search of the grounds for an item search. Okay. The item search was based on him being shown that same photograph and he forming an opinion as to what he may have been looking for.
Okay, now at the point where you've shown this photograph to those officers and you've arranged for this search of the residence and the property around it, had you been made aware of any autopsy results? Do you recall?
At the time that the search of the grounds was conducted, I believe we had been informed that the death did not appear to be caused by a fall down flight of steps.
Okay.
No objection to that.
And with this information, it helped you formulate your game plan about conducting the search?
It pointed us in the direction of looking for a weapon or some type of evidence that may be related to the death.
Okay, now were you still in charge of the scene and the activities at the scene at that point? Is it still your scene?
It's primarily still my scene. My major focus at that time, the second day, would have been inside the residence. Other things were being organized by people who were in positions in the mobile police substation.
Okay.
So they would have been more or less concerned with the outside operation of what was going on.
Okay, did you stay there the entire time that second day that
Yes.
All the activities were being conducted?
Yes, sir, I did.
At what time was the residence released, if you know?
Approximately 8:30 that night.
Okay. Now, about how many officers, well, let me back up. With respect to the search that you conducted of the grounds, did you search the entire property?
The officers were instructed to search the entire property, yes.
Did you search anywhere off of Mr. Peterson's property?
The only place that I know that was searched outside would have been the common area adjacent to the street.
Okay. So nothing surrounding the property other than that particular location would have been searched?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the approach that you took to conducting the search, to processing the scene, to conducting briefings with the various officers that you were involved with, was that based on just the activities of this case, or is that typical for how you handle cases of this nature?
It's typical of how cases of this nature are handled. Our purpose was to obtain any information or any evidence we could related to what we determined a suspicious death investigation.
Okay.
The resources we used were required based on the area that had to be searched, both the grounds and the resident itself.
Okay.
So normally, a crime scene probably would not dictate that many people at a particular location.
Then why did this particular location cause you to use more resources?
Again, because of the size, the geographics of it. It was just an enormous house that needed to be searched. The grounds were enormous, and it was not something that could be done by just a couple of individuals.
Okay. Just generally, do you have any idea of how many uniform patrol officers and investigators from the various divisions were there, and CSI personnel were there trying to conduct the activities that were required at this scene? Do you have just general idea how many were there?
Generally 40, 50 people at any given time.
Okay. Now, with respect to your interaction with any of those individuals, did anyone ever indicate to you anything negative about Mr. Peterson that you know of?
No, sir.
Did you know Mr. Peterson before this incident?
No, sir, I did not.
You haven't met him?
No, sir, no.
Did you hold any ill will or bias toward him based upon anything you knew about him?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examine.
You want to take a morning? Go right through.
Okay, we'll take a break until 11. It's 11 o'clock.
We'll say recess until 11 o'clock.
Do you have all the jurors, Mr.? Apparently, one of the jurors has handed the deputy a note about the exhibits, and I'll just read to you what it says. It says, Judge Hudson, we respectfully request to have the photographs submitted in the evidence passed among the jurors. This makes it much easier for the jurors to see the photographs and absorb the information contained therein. Viewing an 8x10 photo at a distance of at least 4 feet is difficult. And it says, thank you for your attention. Do you know what juror gave it to you, Mr.?
It was Mr. Sari, I believe. I don't know what he passed it up. It was for all the jurors. So.
All right. Well, take that into consideration as you go about your presentation of the evidence. You can bring them back. All right, members of the jury, I informed the lawyers of the contents of the note that you sent me as to the use of the photographs. I'm sure they'll take that into consideration. Further questions? Anything further?
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examine.
Is it Sergeant Pascal at this point?
That's correct.
Sergeant Pascal, my name is Dave Rudolph. I'm one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. I'd like to start with the searches that were conducted. There was
Is it just me? It irks me when defense lawyers introduce themselves to every witness. They know who you are. You're sitting right next to the defendant. You don't need to introduce yourself. It irks me. It just irks me, and I don't know why.
search conducted on December 9th, correct?
That's correct.
That would be inside the house?
That's correct.
I think actually there was an initial search that you and Holland did, just sort of a walkthrough, I think you called it.
A walkthrough, a cursory search.
Yes, sir. And then there was a more extensive search later that day.
Yes.
That you also participated in.
Yes.
And then on the 10th, the next day, is when you brought in teams of officers, right?
That's correct.
And I think there were 5 teams altogether searching the outside.
Approximately 5 teams, yes.
Of what, 6 people each?
Somewhere in that figure, yes.
All right. And then in addition to those 30 people searching outside, there were people searching inside at the same time.
That's correct.
And then the people who were outside came inside.
Some of them did, yes.
All right. And that's why you say there were 40 to 50 people at the house at various times searching.
Yes, sir.
Including a canine dog.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll talk about this mark that you talked about in just a minute, but just so I'm clear, you were searching for, on all of these occasions, you were searching for any possible weapon, right?
That's correct.
And in addition to that, of course, if you had seen a blood trail, trail of drops of blood leading out of the property, that would have been something you would have been noting, right?
Yes.
You didn't see that.
I personally did not see it, no.
No one saw that, correct?
I personally did not see it.
Well, you were the head of the homicide unit at the time, right?
That's correct.
People were reporting to you.
Yes, sir.
You were in overall charge of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
And you never heard anyone say that there was some blood trail leading off the property where some weapon could have been secreted, right?
That's correct.
Secreted.
Another thing
Right.
you could have been doing with the canine dog there is looking for a scent, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, you had Mr. Peterson's clothes, right?
Yes, we did have possession of his clothes.
And so
I love William Shatner. That makes perfect sense. I bet he played that character very well. I didn't watch Boston Legal, but I'm pretty sure. I love the man from afar, but like if he was in my circle of friends, I would probably hate his guts. I know the people on Star Trek hate his guts. Every last one of them. Nichelle Nichols looked at it one time and said, I hate you, and here's why. And I never heard the rest of that conversation, but that's what she has said in interviews. That she looked at him one day and said, I hate you, and here's why. And that's where she stopped. He did. I'm sure. Because it came so naturally to him. Because he's such a narcissist. I'm surprised he's lived this long. I'm really surprised he's lived this long. Is he the only one still? No, George Takei is still alive. Is William Koenig still alive? I don't know. Yeah, I think he is. Yeah. Shatner's what, 94 now? He's going to outlive all of them. I've seen it. I've seen it. It is not for immature ears. Just say that.
So one of the things a canine dog can do is to follow a scent. For example, if Mr. Peterson had walked off his property that night and his scent was still fresh somewhere walking off the property, that's something a canine dog might pick up, right?
If a canine dog was trained to do that, yes, I assume he would be able to do it.
Well, is the Durham canine dog not trained to do scent work?
To my understanding, our dogs are not trained to do scent work.
How about SBI? Do the SBI have dogs that do that? Go hunting for people?
I am unaware if the SBI has those type of dogs.
Did you request from anybody any information about where you might find a bloodhound type dog to see if there was a scent leading off the property?
No, sir.
Now, what you did do, though, was all the cars were searched, right?
Yes, sir. At one point they were.
Including Todd Peterson's car. Car that he drove up in the night before?
If it was, I don't know at what point it was searched.
Well, wasn't there a warrant obtained on the 10th for four cars? In addition to the Jaguar?
Yes, sir.
And that would have included the car that was still parked there that Todd Peterson had driven up in, right?
If it was still there, yes, sir.
Well, it wasn't permitted to be taken away, was it?
No, sir. The scene was still being maintained.
Right. So that car was searched.
Based on the information you supplied, yes, I assume it was searched.
All right. And one of the things that you were looking for was any kind of trace evidence, a little drop of blood, a smear of blood, something that would have indicated that either Mr. Peterson or some weapon might have been carried in that car, right?
That's correct.
You didn't find that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I mean, the bottom line is that you didn't search off the property anywhere because you had zero indication that anyone had been off the property with any weapon, right?
That'd be a fair statement, yes.
I mean, there certainly was nothing stopping you from doing a neighborhood search, for example.
No, there's nothing that stopped us from doing it. No.
Just didn't make sense given what you'd already done.
We didn't feel it was necessary to go out in the neighborhood and search the entire neighborhood.
Right. Now, what you did search was pretty much every square inch of that property, right?
We made an attempt to search just about all of the property.
For example, what you did what's called a grid search, right?
That's correct.
That's where officers go over a particular area twice, not just once, but two separate officers cover the same area, don't they? In a grid search?
Love her.
Officers were instructed to search a particular area. Okay. I don't know if they went back and did it twice or if a second officer did it, but the team was instructed to search a particular area.
And the team, the property was divided into sections, right?
Yes, sir.
And the sections were divided into grids, right?
Yes.
And specific officers were assigned to specific grids.
Specific teams were assigned.
I'm sorry. Well, and within the teams, there were specific officers.
Yeah.
Did you know that Gene Simmons was a good Jewish boy and never once in his life took a drug? It was all persona. Rockstar persona.
And their job was to look at little grids of property and see if there was anything there. Blood spatter, blood drops, a weapon, whatever.
That's correct.
And indeed, they had a metal detector, didn't they?
I'm sorry?
Did they have a metal detector?
CIS may have had a metal detector, yes.
Durham Police Department has a metal detector.
At that particular time, I'm not sure if they did have a working metal detector.
All right. Well, you obviously could have maybe called up Raleigh and gotten one if you needed one.
I'm
or
sure
the SBI or someone.
Yes, if we needed one. Excuse me, we could have obtained one if necessary.
And the net result, let's just focus on the outside for a second. The net result on the outside was, I think there was some receipt found for some purchase at a grocery store or a drugstore or something like that. Remember that?
No, sir, I do not recall that.
Well, it certainly wasn't anything of any evidentiary value in this case, right?
We were unable to locate anything during our search of the premises.
Right. Well, I'm just focused on the outside.
Okay, during our search of the outside, we did not locate a weapon or evidence.
Right. And then when they were finished with that outside search, you brought at least some of them inside to help with that.
That's correct.
They searched the bomb shelter, right?
Correct.
They searched the garage.
That's correct.
They searched the steps leading down to the garage to see if anyone had gone out that way, right?
Yes.
Indeed, that was luminol, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To see if anyone had walked out that way, right?
Yes.
And there wasn't any indication that anyone had walked out any door with bloody feet, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then what the officers searched inside the house was pretty much every nook and cranny and closet and drawer, right?
We did the best we could while making an attempt to search the house.
Well, when you say you did the best you could, you had up to 30 or 40 or 50 people there at any given time, right?
That's correct.
You could have had as many of those people come into that house as you'd like.
That's correct.
Your warrant was unlimited in terms of what you could search for.
That's correct.
And people did look in drawers.
That's correct.
They did look in closets.
Yes.
They did look in the attic.
Yes.
They looked in bathrooms.
Yes.
And you found outside of that stairway and some blood in the kitchen and laundry room area, you found nothing. Let me retract that. You found no blood anywhere other than in the laundry room, kitchen, and stairway, correct?
Not doing the search. That's correct.
You found no indication that anyone with blood on their hands or feet had gone up to the master bedroom, right?
If I recall, there were some droplets of blood on the stairwell leading up to or coming from the upstairs area.
In the stairwell where Kathleen Peterson died.
Correct.
And at the top of that stairwell, wasn't there a little linen closet that had towels?
Yes, sir, it was.
And weren't there towels underneath her head?
Yes, sir, there were.
Beyond that point, beyond where that linen closet was, you didn't find any drops of blood?
Not in upstairs, no.
Or any evidence of cleanup upstairs in a sink, right?
Well, that would be hard for me to say, sir.
Well, you certainly didn't hear about anything like that upstairs, right?
No, I didn't hear that.
Now, you didn't find any weapons that would have been used in attacking Miss Peterson.
We didn't find anything we considered a weapon.
And to this day, as you sit here right now, the Durham police have never located anything that is considered to be a weapon in this case, correct?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
What you were shown was this thing right here, right? This blowpoke.
I was shown that, yes.
And you didn't see any marks on the wall in the stairway that would be consistent with something like this hitting the wall, did you?
Objection. Over.
I do not recall seeing any marks on the wall.
Or any charcoal on any of the walls.
I do not recall seeing any charcoal on the wall.
And I think you were asked, let me show you this. I think you were asked whether you saw anything similar to this on December 9th, right?
That's correct.
And you said you hadn't.
That's correct.
And of course, that would be significant to this case if on December 8th, this had been in the house, right?
On December 8th?
Yeah, if this had been in the house, if something like this had been in the house on December 8th, then the fact it's not there on December 10th might be significant, right?
That's correct.
But if it wasn't there on December 8th, and it wasn't there on December 7th, and it wasn't there on December 6th, the fact it wasn't there on December 10th is basically irrelevant, isn't it?
Objection. Sustained.
From an investigative point of view, sir, unless you can place this blowpoke in the house or something similar to this blowpoke in the house the week before Miss Peterson died, from an investigative perspective, it's irrelevant whether it wasn't there on the 10th, correct?
Objection.
I'll let him answer from an investigative standpoint.
Yes. Correct?
I don't know the rep. I don't understand what you're asking, sir.
If it's there, let me go back. If this, let's do this. Can we mark this? Yes. You recognize Exhibit 86?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a photo of the fireplace in the kitchen area?
Yes, sir, it is. Kitchen dining room area.
And you were in fact in charge of this investigation through sometime in January, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that there was an interview conducted of Miss Atwater, Caitlin Atwater, at the end of December with regard to fireplace tools, right?
I know an interview was held with her, yes.
And what you learned was that this fireplace right here, the one in the kitchen, was the only one that was used by the family, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And if we look at Exhibit 86, it shows that there's no fireplace tools there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. May we put this up? May I offer this in evidence, Ron? All right, so what we're talking about for the jury's benefit is this fireplace right here, correct?
That's correct.
And there were no tools whatsoever there.
None of that I observed.
Right. Now, if in fact that's how it looked, say on December 6th, December 5th, December 4th, if there hadn't been any fireplace tools there before Miss Peterson was found, from an investigative perspective, the fact that it looks the same would be irrelevant, wouldn't it?
Objection. Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberations room.
I just want to make sure, Mr. Rudolph, that when you use these legal terms, we're not confusing the jury. I understand that you're saying relevant to his investigation.
That's what you want me to use the difference.
It may be relevant, it may not be to his
Yes, sir.
investigation, but see, the jury could still find that it's
I
relevant
understand. I'll use, it wouldn't matter.
at a time period different from what he thinks.
I understand.
But I take it that's the nature of your objection, Mr.
Well,
Harden.
actually, the nature of my objection is that it calls for speculation on the part of this officer as to that being the precise location where this instrument could have been. We don't know where it could have been. He doesn't know where it could have been. That doesn't mean that something like it couldn't have been used to strike Miss Peterson. The fact that it is not there and he doesn't have any knowledge of where it may or may not have been is speculative. If it's on the 8th, the 7th, the 6th of December, I don't see how that specific question is relevant to this inquiry.
It's no more speculative than taking this out and asking whether he saw something like this somewhere around the house.
Mr. Horton, he's an experienced investigator, and he can deal with that issue with Mr. Rudolph on his cross-examination, but I just don't want the jury to be confused. What may be relevant to him can still be relevant to the jury in this proceeding.
Yes, sir.
And so bring the jury back. All right, further questions?
Yes, sir. Let me not use the word relevance because that has legal meaning, all right? If there was a picture of that fireplace, the one that the family used, with a blowpoke like this from December 8th, then the fact that you didn't find one on December 10th would have mattered, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
If in fact there wasn't any such blowpoke in the house the day before Miss Peterson died, then the fact it wasn't there the day after wouldn't really matter, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
If that were the case, it may or may not have some importance, yes.
Right. In other words, part of what you want to do as an investigator, if there's no blowpoke like this, is to find out whether it was in the house the day or the week or the year before, right?
That would be part of the investigative procedure, yes.
And so that's why Miss Atwater was asked about it, right?
Correct.
Let me show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 87 and ask you whether it appears to be page 2 of a 2-page report of an interview conducted of Caitlin Atwater on December 30th, 01 at 4 p.m. by Investigator Holland.
Yes, it does.
I move Exhibit 87, Tevin.
Objection, and I'd like to be heard, please.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and send you on your lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case. Stay clear of the parties. Don't read, watch TV about the case. We'll see you once again at 12:45. All right, Mr. Hart.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought they were already out of the room. Most of what the defendant's exhibit number 88 contains is information that is absolutely irrelevant to the particular inquiry that is engaged in. So I would object to most of it on that ground. With respect to the specific question that he is asking as it relates to something that Caitlin Atwater would have said, he's obviously trying to prove it as an aspect of truthful existence of whether this fireplace poker was in the house or not. So he's attempting to prove it for the truth of it, and that would be hearsay. What she says or doesn't say as it relates to this item is hearsay unless she's called as a witness.
Well, actually, I don't even know what that document
I'll be happy to hand it up to you.
is, but I'll let the proponent of the document tell me what it is, Mr.
It's the last sentence, 2 sentences. I asked Caitlin if they used any of the fireplaces in the house, and she stated they would only use the fireplace in the kitchen. She said she could not place having any fireplace tools. It's not offered for the truth. It's offered for exactly the same reason that Mr. Harden has been offering various statements to show what this officer did or didn't do after receiving this information.
All right, objection be overruled. We'll take it up after lunch.
Yes, sir.
12:45, Mr. Dawes.
Thanks. Yes.
Rudolph was asking Sergeant Pascal about a statement that Detective Holland had taken from Caitlin Atwater, and I understood that the court overruled that. I would ask that we have a brief voir dire on that question as it relates to whether that statement is an operative fact. We still contend that it's hearsay and that it's being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but I understand the court's not ruled that way. And the way the court was talking, I had the impression that you were viewing it as an operative fact. And from our perspective, it's only an operative fact if the sergeant was aware of that specific statement, and we would contend that he's not, and so that it didn't cause him to do something. And from that perspective, it would not be relevant or admissible.
With all due respect, if he's the head of the homicide unit and he's looking around for a fireplace tool and he's not aware of this, then that impeaches the quality of the investigation and it would be admissible for that purpose.
Well, at the point that this statement is taken, it's on December the 30th of 2001. Sergeant Pascal is on the edge of leaving homicide and would not have been involved in every single statement taken by the investigator.
All right, Mr. Rudolph, was it your intention when you asked him on the witness stand, was it your intent to show that he knew that fact and he took some action because of it?
Either that he knew it and took some action, or didn't know it and therefore failed to take some action that should have been taken. Either way, it's not being offered for the truth. And Mr. Harden has been permitted all the way through this to get into things that came in that were not being offered for the truth to show why people either did certain things or didn't do certain things. And that's the exact same reason we're offering this.
And I understand the argument, but then the flip side of that coin is then if it's, even though it technically would be hearsay, if it's not offered for the truth, it has to be an operative fact. And if the officer doesn't know about it, it can't be an operative fact.
Objections overruled. Okay. Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
How do you intend to use that document? There's some other things in that document, as Mr. Harden indicated, that don't have anything to do with that issue.
Yeah, I think that what I can do, I don't know that they're really terribly relevant one way or the other, to be honest, but what I can do is simply quote from the portion that does talk about that.
All right. Do we have our jurors?
Yes, sir.
You can bring them up. Is it what?
Is it cut off?
It's on with the little lights on them, the little red lights. They may not be plugged in. All right, that's further questions.
Before I forget, Sergeant Pascal, I noticed you brought some documents up there to the stand with you. Do you have any sort of notes that you're referring to, or?
These are just investigative reports from the incident.
Would that be, let me just show you what I've got and make sure that I've got what you're referring to. So that,
Yes, it's just written in a different format.
okay. And you don't have any handwritten notes that this was prepared from?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, when we broke for lunch, we were just beginning to talk about an interview with Miss Atwater. And just to bring you back, Mr. Harden had asked you in his examination whether you had seen anything similar to this in the house, right?
Yes, he did ask that.
And you said you hadn't.
That's correct.
And of course, you know, in his opening, he referred to this as being mysteriously missing. You know that?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, from the perspective of an investigator, if something wasn't there to begin with, then obviously it can't be mysteriously missing. Would you agree with me on that?
No, sir.
Also speculation.
Sustain.
Well, in any event, one of the things you'd want to know as an investigator before you concluded that something was mysteriously missing is whether it was there to begin with, right?
All right, hold on, Mr. Robinson.
Seem to be having some.
It was there. At some point, it was there. Because Kathleen's sister gave them a blowpoke. So it was there at one time. So that would make it mysteriously missing. It doesn't necessarily make it the murder weapon, but it makes it mysteriously missing. At least in my opinion, because they do know at one time they had a blowpoke.
Equipment malfunctions.
All right.
All right, thank you.
I think what I was asking is, as an investigator, before you would conclude that something was missing, you'd want to know whether it was there to begin with, right?
Objection.
He can answer that. Overrule.
Correct.
I would like to know if it was there. Yes.
And I think we had said before lunch that that's one of the reasons why Miss Atwater was interviewed about fireplace tools, right?
That's one of the questions that I think she was ultimately asked. Yes.
Yes. And I had showed you Defendant's Exhibit 87, right? Before lunch.
I think you asked me if that was an accurate representation of page 2 of a report.
Yeah, and you said it was.
Yes.
And we'd offer the section of that deals with this particular topic into evidence, Your Honor. Can we put that up on the screen? Now, when she was asked about that, this is Detective Holland asked if they, it's not working. Thank you. If they used any of the fireplace in the house, and she stated they would only use the fireplace in the kitchen, right? Correct?
Is that, yes, that's the statement there. Yeah.
And she said she could not place having any fireplace tools, right?
Yeah.
So in her statement On December 31st, or December 30th, I should say, 2001, what she said was consistent with the photo, namely that there weren't any fireplace tools that they used, right?
I'm not sure if that's consistent or not, sir.
Well, she said she couldn't place having any fireplace tools, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And that would be consistent with not seeing any here in this photo, would it not?
Yes.
And you can take that down. And she was a few weeks later, maybe about 6 weeks later. Let me just show you this. Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 88, which is a email from Caitlin to Detective Holland, dated February 13th, 2002. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Now, and that's Exhibit 88. Now, one of the things that you'd want to know if you were investigating this was whether there was any further recollections on the part of the witness, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's true, is it not, that in that particular statement, what she said was that she couldn't honestly remember when the last time she saw any fireplace tools was, right?
This is my first opportunity saying this.
I'm
so
sorry.
I have to read it.
Yes, sir.
No, we would object for the same reasons that are.
We'd offer that in evidence, Your Honor.
Overruled.
All right, your question, sir.
Yes, sir. Did she not indicate in there that she couldn't remember? I honestly cannot remember when the last time I saw them, meaning any of the fireplace tools, was. But I don't think that they were by the fireplace in the kitchen all that recently. Isn't that what she said?
Yes, sir, it is.
And as an investigator, that statement that she didn't think that they were by the fireplace all that recently would be consistent with this photo, right?
Yes.
If she had said, well, I remember that they were by the fireplace recently, then this photo showing no fireplace tools would be a lot more significant to you as an investigator, right?
Had I had privilege of this information, yes.
Yeah, I understand. Now, with regard to this mark that Mr. Harden showed you about on the step there,
Yes.
Can we get that up there, P233? The portion we're looking at here that you had a close-up of was this portion right there, correct?
Yes, sir. That and the other portion. There's a larger portion.
I'm sorry, a larger portion.
If you would include the upper portion of that photo.
Hold on one second. Let me show you this. Make sure we're talking about the same thing. P233A is a close-up, is it not, of the section I just circled there?
Okay. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, can we blow that up a little bit? Well, no, not yet. No, I really don't. Just to... Now, there are some other marks on that particular step, right?
Yes.
For example, right there. See that one?
Yes.
Did you think at all about what that was?
No, I specifically did not form an opinion as to what it was.
What did you? I understand you didn't form an opinion, but you obviously were thinking about the marks you took the close-up of, right?
Yes.
Were you thinking about what that particular mark was?
No, sir. The photograph you're holding is the one that was shown and the one that we asked about an opinion on. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
I had available. Yeah.
I understand. I was asking you whether at the time that you were sort of coming to that impression, you thought at all about what that particular mark might have been left by.
Sir, we were trying to form an opinion as to what all the marks were.
Okay. And you weren't able to form an opinion as to what that mark was left by.
That one or either of the others, no.
Okay. Indeed, there were several marks. For example, there was a mark up here, right?
That's correct.
There's a mark over here. Oops, jeez. It's not working right. Okay. See that mark right above there? Right above that red line there? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Right there. That was a mark, right? You didn't know what caused that.
That's correct.
Or that one right next to it over there. Right?
That's correct.
And if we look at, mark this.
P-138.
Exhibit 89. Do you recognize that as being the step right above the one we're focusing on over there?
That's probably correct.
All right. Offer exhibit 89 in evidence. And there's a mark over there, right?
Yes.
No way to tell what that's from.
That's correct.
Another mark over there.
Yes.
Didn't determine what that was from.
No, we did not.
Now, can you go back to that last picture, please? See that mark right there?
Yes.
Take a look at this phone and tell me if it looks to you like that mark there might have been caused by the phone.
Objection.
Overruled if he has an opinion.
I have no idea if that mark is represented from this phone or not.
Even though it sort of looks like the same shape, doesn't it?
I have no idea.
He doesn't have an opinion.
It's overruled.
You don't know.
I don't know, sir.
Now, one way you could figure that out, of course, would be to measure that particular mark there, right? And then measure the phone.
That may be a way of doing it, yes.
It'd be one way of doing it, at least to see if maybe it fit.
To see if it's consistent, that's possibly a way, yes.
And were there any measurements taken of any of these marks up here?
I don't know.
When you take, you've taken courses in crime scene investigation, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what's supposed to be in a picture of a scene when you take it like that, besides whatever happens to be depicted.
What is supposed to be in it?
Yes, sir.
In a picture?
Yes, sir.
Objection, ambiguous question.
Overall, he can
Do you know if there's any? Well, I won't
do his best to answer it if he thinks it's ambiguous. He can tell the court.
Are you supposed to put a little ruler in a photo so that people coming thereafter can sort of tell how big something was?
At some point in time, yes, you do something to represent a scale.
Right.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was that done on a photo of this particular?
I don't know if it was done on that one or subsequent pictures. No.
Was there any, to your knowledge, was there any measurement taken of that?
I do not know.
Or how about a tracing of that? You could, for example, put down a piece of plastic and just trace it, right?
I suppose that's possible.
That wasn't done to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge, no.
At least you didn't direct it to be done.
That's correct.
And same thing with that mark up there, the one that you blew up the photo of. Did you say to anybody, hey, listen, well, let me ask you this. You've been at scenes where you've actually cut out pieces of wood to preserve as evidence, right?
I've been in places where we seized things like that.
Right. I mean, if you've got a warrant and you want to take a piece of the flooring, you come in with a saw, you take a piece of the flooring, right?
If that's the decision that we make, yes.
Yeah. And when you were looking at this, you didn't direct that anything be cut out. You could have taken out the whole step if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
But you didn't.
No.
And you didn't measure it.
No, what I said was I don't know if it was measured.
You didn't direct that it be measured.
No, I did not.
You didn't direct that it be traced.
Those responsibilities fell on people doing the crime scene, the crime scene investigators.
Okay. But you're the person who took the close-up and was sort of focusing on this particular piece of evidence, weren't you?
No, sir, I didn't take the photograph.
Or directed that the photograph be taken?
No, sir, I didn't direct the photograph to be taken.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you then. I thought that this was a photograph that you wanted taken because you were particularly focused on this particular mark.
That's a photograph that I had in my possession that was taken of the scene. It's one I had in my possession that I showed to other members of the department.
I'm sorry. Who directed that this photograph be taken like this?
That was taken by one of the crime scene people.
Do you know who?
No, I don't.
I see. So one of the crime scene people took this and gave it to you?
That's correct.
And do you know what date this was taken?
December the 9th.
Okay. But there's no date on here.
That's correct.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I noticed on State's Exhibit 233A, right above that little mark, can we put this up on the screen? Can't see that very well, can we? You can't lighten that contrast? All right, that's fine. Just take it down. See right there, there's like, right above the little mark, there's like it almost looks like a can opener or bottle opener. You see that?
Yes.
Let's see if that'll show up on the Elmo.
Oh, they have an Elmo. Why isn't everything going on the Elmo? Why are the jurors training to see pictures that have an Elmo? Oh, that's why.
There's no light on.
Never mind. That's why. Early
No.
technology.
Okay. That's fine. That's right. Limits of technology. Can I pass this to the jury?
Maybe he needs a battery.
Polaroid?
No, pass this.
That's
And for the benefit of the jurors, what we're looking at, there's a little mark with a circle sort of missing near the top of the photo, right?
That's correct.
May I have a moment to let the jurors look at that? Thank you. Now, do you have any idea what caused that little item that almost sort of looks like a little can opener, bottle opener?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether that's in fact the way it was when the police first got to the scene, or whether that represents something that's been changed by something that happened while the police were there?
I don't know when that occurred. So.
One of the things that's important, for example, when you're looking at little marks like this, if it's been changed in some way, that can throw off the whole meaning of the mark, can it?
Yes.
And so what you'd want to know, for example, in looking at that little mark that almost looks like the bottle opener, you'd want to know in assessing that, and that's right near this other mark, right? The one that you were focused on?
We were focused on all the marks
All
in that
these.
photograph.
All right. And you'd want to know, for example, whether that had been changed in some way by the police in assessing its significance, right?
If in fact it had been changed by the police, yes.
And to your knowledge, had it been changed?
My knowledge, no.
Let me show you P233. Is this going to work now? Then? Can you put it up? Can you move your little thing there? Thank you. That's the area with that. Can you blow that up at all? Okay, let's take the mark off. See if you can blow it up. Blow it again. Again. That's good. Now, the mark we're talking about is this one right there, right? Correct?
The mark with the circle?
Yeah, the mark with the little circle. Can I approach? Are you hesitating because it looks like it may be filled in there?
I'm hesitating because I just can't identify this photo completely with that photo.
Okay, let's take a look at this one right here. 233. Does that help you?
Yes.
Okay, so is what I've circled there that thing that sort of looked like the bottle opener on the close-up?
Okay. Which one are you indicating?
The one that looks like the bottle opener there at the top. See with the little circle?
All right.
See that?
Yes.
It is an awful picture.
And you're asking?
Have I just circled that one?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you see on that picture there, it looks like there's something white on it, but it looks like it doesn't have that big empty circle in the middle. Do you see that? You notice that?
That was for a boy?
Let me give you a close-up. It may help you. Approach. Let me show you what I've now marked as Exhibit 90 and ask you whether or not that appears to you to be a photo of whatever was there before it ended up looking like a bottle opener.
Wow, that was a really bloody bottle opener. If you had no idea the context of these pictures, you'd be looking at them going, "What in the heck am I looking at?" I could see, like, like a Rorschach test, or like if you were looking at the clouds. Yeah, you might say that kind of looks like a bottle opener. But why was the bottle opener so bloody?
See this item right here? That look like it came right out of there?
I'm unable to say whether it does. It does or did not come from there.
Have you seen this photo before?
Not that I recall, no.
All right, this is a photo we got from the state. I'd offered it to evidence as defense exhibit 90 so I can show it to the jury.
Hello.
Now, does this appear to you? Jeez. Erase it, guy. Does that appear to you to look like that little bottle opener thing that's right near the tip of that other mark?
Objection.
On
He's already asked and answered that question.
Exhibit 233A?
Overruled.
You see the circle there, and then you see that other thing right there? Does that appear to you to be that section?
Yeah, Samuel, yes.
Yes. And do you have any idea what that thing right there is?
No, I don't.
And when I was asking you earlier whether that thing appears to have come from there, you said you couldn't tell, right?
That's correct.
If it did, what you were showing as a close-up was actually a close-up of something that had been altered in some way, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Well, I'll let him answer if he can formulate an opinion.
Yes, sir. Yeah, let me just rephrase the question for you. If in fact this piece came out of there, you see that?
Oh.
If that piece came out of there and you didn't realize that, and what you were showing around was this photo of just this thing, and you were showing something that had been altered, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Well, he can tell me if he speculates, Mr. Hart. I don't know if he has an answer. Do you have an answer?
No, sir, I don't.
I'm sorry, you what?
No, sir, I don't have an answer. I don't have an opinion.
You don't have an opinion on that?
No.
Okay. In any event, one of the dangers, you'd agree with me, of looking at little marks like this is that they may have been altered in some way, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
That's one of the dangers, isn't it?
That could possibly be.
Yes.
And when you were showing this one around, this 233A around, you weren't saying to anybody that anything in here might have been altered, were you?
What I said was, this is a photograph we have of a step. And the question was, does anyone have an opinion as to what may have caused this impression?
Yes, sir. Now, by the way, in terms of this, whether or not this was ever present in the House, say on December 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th, one person who might have had pretty good knowledge of that would have been the housekeeper, right?
I would imagine so, yes.
And did you direct that the housekeeper be interviewed?
No, sir. On the 9th, I was unaware there was a housekeeper.
To your knowledge, has the housekeeper ever been interviewed?
Not to my knowledge.
That would be information that would be valuable to you, would it not?
It would assist.
In Exhibit P233, go to that one. Can you see right down here, there's a pair of glasses?
Yes, thanks.
I think you may be able to see it better on here.
Yes.
Pair of glasses there, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if those were always on that step or whether they might have been on another step at some other time, right?
I do not know.
All you know is that that's where they were when the photo was taken.
Yes.
And those glasses should have been seized, correct? I mean, they're right there in the middle of the bloody scene.
Yes.
Do you know if they were?
No, I don't.
Taking a look at Exhibit P233 and what's now been marked Defendant's Exhibit 91, can you tell whether or not Exhibit 91 appears to be similar to the glasses that are depicted in P233?
They appear to be similar, yes.
And you haven't ever noticed any pair of glasses in the property section reports relating to this case, have you?
Not in the reports that I've seen, no.
Let me show you Exhibit 92 and ask you whether that appears to be a photograph of the front door and the keys that were in the front door lock on the night of December 9th, 2001.
Yes.
Move Defendant's 92 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Can we put that up, please? It's P24. Do you see, and you may be able to see it better here, on the blue part of the keys, do you see there's a little bit of red there?
Yes.
As though that might be blood?
I don't know what it is, sir.
But there is some red on there.
There's a tint of red on the blue keychain, yes.
Would you agree that those keys should have been seized?
In all probability, yes.
Showing you Defendant's Exhibit 93, does that appear to you to be similar to the keychain that's depicted in Exhibit 92?
Appear to be similar, yes.
And do you have any way of knowing, for example, whether this keychain was on the steps before it was brought to the door and placed in the lock?
I have no way of knowing that.
So you have no way of knowing, for example, whether any of the marks on the steps could have been caused by a key, for example?
That's correct.
By the way, there is a special section at the SBI laboratory dealing with tool marks, is there not?
Yes, sir.
People who are specially trained to take items and compare them with remnants of blood or whatever and see if they match, right?
Yes.
And did you ever request, you were showing this picture around to various people, right?
Yes.
Did you contact the tool mark section?
No, sir, I did not.
Don't you think it might have been helpful to do that?
Again, our purpose for showing the picture was to ascertain opinions from the officer and investigators on the scene if they had an opinion as to what it was. We did not say that that mark was caused by anything used in this particular incident.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it could have just been a random mark.
Could have been what?
A random mark caused by anything or caused by alteration or contamination, right?
Anything is possible.
But if you're looking for a suggestion about what it might be, wouldn't it be best to go to the people who specialize in it?
At that particular time, no, sir. I don't think so.
All right, well, to your knowledge, to this day, has the tool mark section. And by the way, an Agent Deaver, he's not in the tool mark section, right? He's in the serology section, correct?
To my knowledge, yes, sir, that's correct.
To your knowledge, has anyone in the tool mark section been shown this photograph?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now, let me go back to December 9th, 2001 at 4:37 a.m. That's when you were paged by Sergeant Borden, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, one of the first things he told you was that the deceased was the wife of Michael Peterson, correct?
That's correct.
He knew that at the time and communicated it to you, right?
Yes, he did.
And in that conversation, now this was a conversation at 4:37, right? In the morning?
Approximately, yes.
And I think I showed you earlier my version of your notes, right?
Yes.
And it's an accurate, for example, what's here on my page, MP 3772, appears to be taken directly from the beginning of your report, right?
Yes.
I moved that one page into evidence this time, Your Honor. Can we put that up on the board, please? It would be 94. Be 94, I'm sorry. It's the first page of his report. This version.
That's clear. No. Thank you.
Yeah. You blow it up, please, Mr. Steele. Move it over. You better go. You better go down. You see there, it says 437, page by Sergeant Borden, right?
Yes.
Victim was the wife of Michael Peterson, right?
That's correct.
And even at 4:37 in the morning, what he was telling you was that the victim had fallen down a flight of stairs, right?
So the victim indicated that, I'm sorry, Sergeant Borden indicated the victim fallen down the stairs.
Yes, sir. Well, he was at the scene at that point,
Yes.
right? He had been at the scene for quite some time.
Yes.
So even as late as 4:37, at least your information was that the people there at the scene were considering an accident, right? Or a fall.
Yes.
And then I think you said that you called Lieutenant Bullock, right?
That's correct.
Because it was possibly newsworthy?
Because that's the procedure in a homicide or death investigation with unusual circumstances. Yes.
And part of the unusual circumstances was that it was the wife of Michael Peterson.
Now, part of the unusual circumstances was that she had fallen down the steps and that Sergeant Borden had called me and contacted me and expressed suspicion about the incident.
But another part of it was that she was the wife of Michael Peterson, and that might make it more newsworthy than if it was just some other person who had fallen down the steps, right?
I agree that may make newsworthy, yes.
And indeed, that's why Lieutenant Bullock was going to contact Major James, right?
Lieutenant Bullock was to contact Major James because that's part of his protocol in any death investigation.
All right. And what was Major James's job at that point?
He was in charge of the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. And of course, Pettiford had been contacted as well, correct?
I don't know when Pettiford was contacted or how he was contacted.
He was there when you got there.
That's correct.
And he was a major as well.
That's correct.
And what was his assignment at that point?
He was in charge of uniform patrol.
Okay. And at some point, you called Mr. Harden.
That's correct.
Even before investigator Holland had come back with a search warrant.
Yes.
At that point, you really hadn't gotten into the house and done much investigating.
That's correct.
And it was before the medical examiner had been there, Dr. Snell.
That's correct.
And part of the reason you called Mr. Harden was because it was Michael Peterson's wife, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I think you said that that you walked, when you finally went in at 8 a.m., you walked partially down this hall. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you went through this tape there. There was a tape up there?
Not that I recall, not at the time I went in, no, sir.
Okay. So when you went in at 8 a.m., there was no tape there?
Not that I recall, no.
All right. Do you know who had removed the tape?
Do I know who had?
Yes.
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know if the tape had ever been up there?
No, sir, I don't.
And I think you said you were wearing protective clothing?
Protective foot cover. Yes.
Okay. What about gloves? Were you
and
wearing
gloves?
And I think you said to Mr. Harden that the protocol was whenever you got out of the house, those would be taken off, right?
Correct.
And would you then collect them and label them so you would know if someone had stepped in blood or tracked blood somewhere?
No, sir, they were not.
No one saved those?
I don't know if they were saved or not. I did not save them.
Okay. Well, was that part of the protocol? In other words, to take the protective clothing and let's say yours, put it in a plastic bag with your name on it so that we would know at this point whether or not there was anything on the bottom of those that might have been tracked somewhere?
That was not part of the protocol, no.
Okay. And you weren't actually briefed by Sergeant Borden until 9:15 in the morning?
I was briefed by Sergeant Borden when he initially gave me a call. And then when I arrived on the scene, he also expressed things that had been going on. And then again at 9:15 before he departed the scene.
And I think you said that one of the things you learned when you got there was that there were a number of people who, I think you used the word contained in the house?
Yes.
When you say contained, they were being held there, right?
They were in a room in the house.
We could say detained rather than contained, and it would be accurate, right?
I don't.
Rule.
No, sir. I had no knowledge that anyone was being detained.
Okay. And would it have been proper protocol, standard protocol to detain people who were witnesses there for hours? Would that be sort of standard operating procedure?
That varies from incident to incident, depending on what needs to be done.
Okay. And what would be the circumstances under which it would be required, for example, let's just take a doctor. Let's assume a doctor had come to the scene because she had been called by the victim's stepson.
Objection, call.
I haven't finished my question yet.
Finish your question.
Thank you. If a doctor comes to the scene because she had been called by somebody, she would become a witness at that point, right?
Yes.
And under what circumstances would it be appropriate to then require that person to stay there for hours before being interviewed by a police officer?
Objection.
Overruled.
Under what circumstances would it be proper?
Yes, sir.
Our purpose was to get statements, if available or if possible, from the people that were part of that incident or on the scene.
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that upon my arrival, that individuals were in the containment room and several of them were asleep. So obviously we went through no efforts to wake them and obtain statements from them at that time.
I see you were letting them sleep. That was the reason for not getting a statement?
We got statements. We made attempts to get statements.
Now, I think you said to Mr. Harden that you were there when Deaver got there.
Yes, that's correct.
That was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon on December 9th, right?
Yes.
So by that time, the crime scene tape had been down for some period of time, or at least it wasn't up, right?
Which crime scene tape are you
The
talking
one we were
about?
talking about earlier, the one that led into that hallway there. This one right here. This one had been down all day, right?
I don't know if it was down all day or not.
Okay. There were a bunch of police officers in and out of the house, right?
No, I wouldn't classify it as a bunch of police officers in and out of the house.
More than 10
At some point in time, yes.
investigators.
On December the 9th, I don't think there were 10, more than 10.
Supervisors were in and out of the house, weren't they?
Yes.
Crime scene techs were in and out of the house, weren't they?
Yes.
If I wasn't here, I'd be in my pajamas too.
And all of that had happened before Deaver ever got there to do his analysis, right?
Yes.
Yes, Tom.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir. Is it going to be redirected? Yes, sir. I'm going to take a 10-minute break before we do that. Members of the jury will take a break. I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Redirect Mr. Hard.
Yes, sir. Just a little bit. Sergeant Pascal, based on your 28 years of law enforcement experience, I'm assuming that you've had many occasions to be involved in the execution of search warrants. Would that be a fair statement?
That's a fair statement, yes.
With respect to the search warrant and the parameters of that search warrant, are you allowed to search outside of the description of the document?
No, sir, you're not.
So you've got to confine your search to what's specified in the search warrant.
That's correct.
In this case, you all were specified and directed to only search the house and the grounds at the Petersons, right?
Correct. I believe the terminology was curtilage, the house and the curtilage.
Okay, nowhere outside of that.
That's correct.
So you wouldn't have undertaken to search outside that area because the search warrant didn't authorize it, did it?
That's correct.
Overruled.
That's correct. Now, you want to approach witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P29 and also P26. I don't think you've seen these yet in your direct or cross-examination. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. If you would, just as you're sitting right there, hold these up to the jury. Now, in both these photographs, do you see paper towels? Do you see cloth towels and things such as that around Ms. Peterson's body?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
In your opinion, based on 28 years of law enforcement experience, if someone wanted to dispose of a weapon, and if that weapon had blood on it,
Okay. The form of this question is calling for complete speculation.
Well, let's hear the question.
could the weapon be wrapped in any one of these towels and removed from the residence without leaving blood? If a weapon were removed, would it necessarily leave blood as it were taken out of the house?
Not necessarily so.
Why, in your opinion, would that be the case based on what you know in this particular fact situation.
As to this particular fact situation.
Now, in your career, have you ever had the occasion to call for bloodhounds to track somebody?
Not in a death investigation, no, sir.
Okay. And obviously, the Durham Police Department doesn't have that capability. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you even know whether the SBI has that capability?
I am not sure whether they have that capability or not.
Now, let me go back to your search warrant for just a second. You had indicated that, at least theoretically, the parameters of that warrant would have allowed you to take steps or take pieces of the stairway if y'all had thought that it was appropriate. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you've seen a lot of photographs of that area. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Based on your experience, were the photographs sufficient in your mind to document what was found at the crime scene area?
Yes, sir, they were.
Now, with respect to certain items that may or may not have been taken, you didn't specifically direct that items be taken by anyone, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Is it your opinion, or do you have an opinion as to how items would be taken and upon whose discretion they would be seized?
Items taken as evidence would be taken by the crime scene investigators.
Okay.
Those items would be noted to the lead investigator so that he would have an idea of what was being seized. But the collection of evidence would have been their responsibility. If the lead investigator had required something else to be collected, then he would have instructed them or instructed me, and I would have instructed them, and it would have been collected again by the crime scene investigator.
In your 28 years, have you ever been involved in a case where absolutely every conceivable thing that might possibly have evidentiary value was seized from a crime scene?
I have never been involved in such a case.
So in your opinion, some things don't get seized that may at least potentially have evidentiary value. Would that be fair?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And y'all obviously didn't try to take everything in this household, right?
There's no way in the world we could have seized everything in that house.
Now, I think you'd indicated that you'd been at about 50 homicide death scenes, right?
Yeah.
Is it time for the 80s stuff to come back around again? Is it really that time? What is it? Like, don't they say every 30 years? Oh. No. Wait a minute. 80, 90, 2010. We should be good to like 2040, right? Yeah, exactly, Marty. Exactly. Oh, yeah, this is true. This is true. Yeah, we've had leggings for a while now. Yeah. It is. It is. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, is it time for the 80s to come back around yet? We've got like a little over 10 years. Maybe it's coming back around early.
Is it typical to find the weapon located at the homicide scene?
I've seen those.
Most of the cases I have been involved in, it is not, you do not find a weapon on a regular basis at a crime scene or homicide scene.
And why is that?
Usually because the suspect removes it from the scene or has it removed from the scene.
No other questions.
And how many of those homicides were you unable to ever find a weapon?
say probably the majority of them.
Never found a weapon.
That's correct.
That's a real problem, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
He can make a snide
Well-
comment.
Generally speaking,
This is what pisses me off about defense attorneys, the slick ones like this guy. He can make a snide comment like that and then quickly put, isn't it, or right, or something like that at the end of the snide comment and turn it into a question, to the point that it almost can't be objected to. But, he said, that's a problem, isn't it? Like, he paused. That was a comment. That was not a cross-examination question. That was a comment. And then he stopped and said, isn't it?
for example, if someone gets stabbed, you know it's a knife, right?
Generally speaking.
If someone gets shot, you know it's a gun, right?
Generally, yes.
In this particular case, part of the issue is what caused the lacerations, right?
That's correct.
So in this particular case, either having a weapon or not having a weapon is important, isn't it?
Objection. Overruled.
I would say it's important in just establishing a method of death, but not in the nature of the investigation.
I see. Well, you were certainly spending time trying to find one, weren't you?
Yes.
Now, I think you said that there have been other times when you all have been at the scene and not seized things that might have evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
First of all, let me just be clear about this. Is it the crime scene techs who decide, for example, whether or not to have that phone? If this phone is laying on the counter with blood on it, would it be up to the crime scene tech to say, no, let's not take that, or would it be up to the lead investigator?
The lead investigator has an ultimate responsibility for saying what is collected.
Or, for example, the glasses. I mean, now, the glasses someone was wearing, that would be important, wouldn't it?
The possibility, yes.
Well, you seized all of his clothes, right?
We see some of his clothes, yes.
What part of his clothing didn't you seize?
I don't know, sir.
When you fail to seize something of evidentiary value, that's called a mistake, right?
Objection. Overruled.
No, it's just something that was not seized.
But would you agree that it was a mistake not to seize his glasses?
I would say,
Overruled.
in all probability, the glasses probably should have been collected.
And in terms of search warrants now, of course, you don't need a search warrant to search a public area, right?
That's correct.
So, for example, if you thought, well, maybe he got out of the... First of all, of course, if someone has blood on their feet or something, you're going to see some sort of trail leading outside, at least with luminol, aren't you?
If someone has blood on their feet,
Yeah.
that possibility may or may not exist.
Okay. But you didn't see any evidence of anyone walking outside with blood on their feet, did you?
I didn't see any footprints leading outside
Right.
with blood.
All right. But if you thought maybe someone somehow got out of the house and out of the... You didn't see any blood in the cars, right?
Correct.
You could have gone, for example, to Forest Hills Park if you wanted to. I'm not saying you should have, but there would have been nothing in the search warrant that would have prevented you from searching a public area, right?
That's correct.
And if you wanted to search a non-public area, you could have gone and gotten another search warrant specifying another area, right?
If we could establish probable cause to obtain a search warrant.
Yes, sir. but you couldn't because there wasn't any evidence that Mr. Peterson had gone anywhere or done anything with any kind of supposed weapon, right?
The reason we didn't obtain another search warrant for other properties is because we didn't have reasons to look at any particular property at that particular time.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hart?
Yes, just a couple. There are houses all around the Peterson residence, aren't there? It's not public area.
No, that's correct.
So you'd have had to have a search warrant to search those other houses around the Petersons, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, there were a couple of drops of blood out on the walkway leading from the house, weren't there?
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't that lead you to believe that someone with blood on them left the house and walked down the walkway?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
When you want to search a place, you can do one of two things. You can get a warrant or you can ask the occupant for what?
Consent.
And did you go around to any of the neighbors and say, for example, the Pollards live next door to Mr. Peterson. Did you go to the Pollards and say, gee, we'd like to look around your grounds?
No, sir, we didn't.
That's all I have.
Anything else? No. All right, you can come down.
Man, Sergeant has to be released from this case.
Yes.
Please, about your educational background and your prior work experience.
I have 12 years of high school with a high school diploma. I have not been to college. I spent 10 years once I graduated high school in the military with the United States Air Force. After that, I spent 3 years working private security before coming to the Durham Police Department.
And when did you come to the Durham Police Department?
In February of 2000.
Now, back in December 2001, were you assigned to a particular area of Durham?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
What area?
I work District 3. The car beat is 311.
Now, who was your supervisor back in December 2001 in District 3?
Sergeant Edwards.
Now, back on the night of December 8th, that then stretched into the morning of December 9th, who was your supervisor that night?
Sergeant Edwards. Sergeant Edwards, Corporal Kershaw.
Tell us, please, were you called to respond to 1810 Cedar Street that night?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Do you know about what time it was that you arrived to the location?
It was sometime between 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
Do you remember who was there when you arrived?
It was Officer McVeigh, Corporal McDowell, Officer Figueroa. I think Corporal Kershaw was already there. Sergeant Wilkins. There may have been a couple of others that I can't recall.
When you arrived to that location, were you given a specific assignment?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do?
I was instructed to go to the back patio that's off of the kitchen and to stay out there with some people that were already out in the back patio.
Was that the assignment that you were initially given as soon as you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to the patio?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember who was back there when you got there?
It was Mr. Peterson, Mr. Michael Peterson, his son Todd Peterson, and there was another gentleman.
All right. Was this, are you able to say the age of the other person, or do you know the name?
I can't recall his name. He may have been a mid-20s.
All right. Now, do you recognize Mr. Peterson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you recognize Todd Peterson?
Yes, ma'am.
On the front row of the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you got out there to the patio, about what time would it be?
It was as soon as I arrived, I went straight back there.
Now, prior to your arriving or prior to your getting to the patio, do you know whether any other officer had been stationed there at the patio?
I don't know.
Now, once you got to the patio, then what did you do?
I stayed out there with those gentlemen for a while, maybe 15 to 20 minutes before we went back inside the house.
Did you notice how Michael Peterson was dressed?
He was wearing shorts, and I don't think he had any shoes on at the time.
Do you know what type of shirt he might have had on?
I seem to recall he was wearing some type of T-shirt, a short sleeve shirt.
Did you notice anything on his clothes?
His clothes were stained
With what color stain?
red.
Do you have any recollection of what Todd Peterson was wearing?
No, ma'am, I don't recall.
All right. Now, when you initially got to the patio area, how was Mr. Michael Peterson acting?
He was upset. He wasn't crying, but kind of weeping and pacing back and forth.
How was Todd Peterson acting?
Todd was he was more calm. Yes, he was just more calm.
Could you tell whether any of them outside had been drinking alcohol? Did you smell any alcohol?
No, ma'am, I couldn't tell.
On none of them?
No, ma'am, I couldn't tell.
Okay. Now, you say you stayed out there about 15 or 20 minutes, and then
I have a feeling we're going to see too much of everybody because this defense attorney gets down to the itty bitty nitty gritty of everything. And he's, even if they have a witness that they don't have a lot of questions for, they are probably like the prosecution. If they don't have a lot of questions, the witnesses are probably going to be on the stand forever because of the stupid defense attorney has to ask, you know, was so-and-so's cousin there or whatever ridiculous question he thinks of.
what happened?
Then we were instructed to go back into the house where we waited in the den area of the house.
When you say you were instructed, who was specifically giving you instructions that night?
Sergeant Wilkins.
Do you know why you were instructed to go back and to go into the house with these individuals?
It was kind of chilly out, so my thought is that's why we were instructed to go back inside.
Well, did it feel chilly to you?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Where did you all then go?
We went back into the den area or the office area of the house.
What types of things did you notice in that room? What types of furniture did you see?
In the den,
Mm-hmm.
There was a couch, desk, computer, lots of books. And then there was a patio off the den.
Once you got into that room, were you given any further instructions from Sergeant Wilkins?
Not at that time.
All right, what happened next then?
I stayed there in the den with them. Later on, I was instructed to not have anyone talk to each other. At that time, there was
Now, first of all, who gave you that instruction?
It came from Sergeant Wilkins.
All right. Now, when he said not to let anyone talk to each other, how many individuals did you have in the officer study area at that time?
There was 3 gentlemen and 2 females.
What happened?
We instructed them not to talk. They weren't supposed to talk to each other.
Now, who is we?
Myself and Officer McVeigh. We instructed them not to talk to each other. The 3 gentlemen, particularly Todd and the 3rd gentleman, not Mr. Peterson. I can't recall what his name is, though. It wasn't Mr.
Does
Peterson.
Ben sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
All right. What were Todd and Ben doing?
They kept trying to chat amongst themselves. The 2 females, they were perfectly quiet the whole while we were there.
So what did you do when Todd and Ben continued to try to talk to each other?
I continually ask them or remind them that they weren't supposed to talk to each other.
Did they quit?
For a while.
Object to the relevance of what Ben Maynor or Todd Peterson was doing as opposed to the fact that Mr. Peterson was obeying. I object on relevance.
If you take the group to the deliberation. Yes, Ms. Black, you've covered this area with several of your witnesses. Is there a particular reason other than the show what happens?
Well, I mean, I of course offer it for corroborative purposes since other witnesses have talked about this, but I also offer it for him then to relate the sequence of events of why he did what he did and then where he went, separating the individuals, and then ultimately he and McVeigh having two different posts to show the flow of events in that respect.
My objection then is on cumulative grounds as well as on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
Well, objection to be overruled. I take it we won't spend a whole lot of time on it.
I'm moving on.
All right, objection is overruled.
Now, Officer McCallum, after you gave further instructions to Todd and Ben, were you all ultimately ordered to split these individuals up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, who went where?
The two ladies left the room completely. The three gentlemen were still in the room, but at separate seats inside the office, inside the room.
Once these individuals were split into two rooms, did you watch some of the individuals? Did you continue to watch some of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you watch?
I stayed behind the room with the three gentlemen.
Now, while they were in the study, what were the gentlemen doing?
Objection to the gentleman as opposed to individual people.
What was Mr. Michael Peterson doing in the study?
For a while, he was at his desk, and ultimately he moved over to the computer.
Could you see what he was doing at the computer?
He was surfing the internet, checking email or something to that effect.
All right, this would have been about what time?
Approximately between 4:15 and 5 o'clock, that time frame, I think.
Now, what gave you the impression that he was surfing the net or checking his emails?
While he was sitting at the desk checking his email, I could hear him over talking to himself, and he was making reference to an email he was reading that his wife had received in reference to a meeting that she was supposed to attend.
Okay, he was saying that to whom?
He was talking to himself.
Now, what was Todd Peterson doing there in the study?
He was pretty much trying to console his dad. He'd use the phone a few times, make a couple of phone calls.
Well, while Mr. Michael Peterson was at the desk surfing the net and checking his emails, was he still visibly upset?
His back was to me. He wasn't weeping or crying or anything at that time.
Did you hear any noises besides him talking to himself?
No, ma'am.
What was Ben Maynard doing? Or the fellow you now remember the name was Ben?
I think he was just sitting on the couch and that's just passing time.
All right, now how long did you stay there in the study with them before you went elsewhere?
I may have been there until shortly after 5 o'clock.
At some point in time, did you notice that Michael Peterson changed clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you come about that realization?
I seem to recall it being shortly after the time that we all moved into the den.
And did you ultimately learn, either by seeing it yourself or from hearing from Officer McVeigh, where Mr. Peterson put the clothes on that he originally had on out on the patio?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see him place them there, or did Officer McVeigh tell you where they were?
Officer McVeigh told me where they were.
What did he tell you?
That he had changed his clothes and they were placed on the windowsill.
Now, were you given any instructions about those clothes on the windowsill?
Just to not let anything happen to the clothes. There was a small animal in the room at the time, a dog, I think, and just to keep the dog away from the clothes.
And this windowsill was in what room?
In the den.
Is that the same room you're
The office, yes, ma'am.
Did you ever, were you present when Todd Peterson changed clothes? Or did you ever notice whether he changed clothes while you were there?
I never noticed that he changed clothes.
Okay, now about how long then did you stay there at 1810 Cedar Street?
Until I was relieved at approximately 6:15.
What time was your shift to end?
It's 6 o'clock.
Now, while you were in the study with the clothes on the windowsill, did you ever allow anyone to touch them at all?
No, ma'am.
Did you allow any of the animals to get to them?
No, ma'am.
When you were relieved by someone there at your shift change, what information did you give to the officer that relieved you?
That those clothes were placed on the windowsill and to make sure that the animal didn't go around them or anybody touched them.
No further questions.
Officer McCallum, my name is Dave Rudolph. I'm one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. Did you ever notice Todd Peterson on the computer?
No, sir.
Are you certain that it was Michael Peterson and not Todd Peterson who was actually on the computer?
Yes, sir.
Did you write a report about this incident?
I'm sorry, are you asking me, could I?
Or did you? Did you write a report?
Yes, sir, I did.
And whatever you saw on the computer wasn't terribly significant to you at the time, was it?
Sir, I was standing back away from the computer, so I couldn't see exactly what he was looking at.
Yes, sir. And whatever happened there was not even significant enough for you to put in your report, was it?
Objection.
I'm not sure if it was or not, sir.
All right. You did do a report, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Next, next.
It was asked and answered. He just asked and he just said, yes, I wrote a report.
Yes. Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 95 and ask you if you can take a look at that.
Yes, sir. This is the supplemental that I've written.
And this was actually written on December 9th or thereabouts?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of writing a supplemental report is to document anything that you consider to be potentially significant, correct?
All that you can remember about the incident, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And your report ran a little bit more than 2 pages on this form, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked, for example, about escorting ladies upstairs to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
And that Todd and his friend Ben kept trying to talk, right?
Yes, sir.
Todd made several phone calls, right?
Yes, sir.
Never said that Mr. Peterson tried to talk to anybody, right?
No, sir. I don't have that written in my report.
He was cooperative with you, was he not?
Yes, sir.
He never complained about anything?
Hey, Matthew.
No, sir. Not that I can recall.
And you didn't note anywhere in here that he had gotten on a computer, did you?
No, sir. But I realize now that there's lots of details that I left out that could have been written.
I understand. My question was you didn't put in anything about the computer.
No, sir.
Because that didn't strike you as being terribly significant at the time, did it?
It just wasn't something that I remembered at the time when I wrote my supplemental.
So you've remembered it since then?
Yes, sir.
When did you remember it?
Shortly thereafter.
And did you document that anywhere?
No, sir.
Tell anybody about it?
Yes, sir. I told the district attorney.
And you do that in person?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
When I was called in for a meeting.
When was that?
I can't remember the exact date.
Oh, a month ago?
No, sir. It's been longer than that. Maybe at some point last year. I can't remember exactly when.
And you couldn't see what Michael Peterson's face looked like when he was sitting away from you, right?
No, sir.
You couldn't see if he looked sad, could you?
No, sir.
You never saw him act inappropriately, did you?
No, sir.
How do you know? Like, seriously, how do you know by looking at? I mean, sometimes it's obvious when you look at someone's face what they're thinking. But for instance, yesterday, I did my live stream I started at Hollywood Studios and then I ended up at Epcot. I had never done a live stream where I switched from one park to the other during the live stream, and I was so nervous. And Jill says, "You look sad, Debbie." I said, "No, I'm not sad. This is anxiety. I'm not sad at all. I'm I'm anxious. That's what this face is." So, like, his wife is dead on the floor. How do you expect him to look? Like, did he look sad? What do you think? His wife is dead on the floor.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Further questions from the state?
Briefly, yes, sir. Now, your attention's been drawn to your report, Officer McCallum. Officer McCallum.
Well, I'm going to object to, may we approach?
You may need to be heard outside the presence of the jury. Actually.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room. Yes, Ms. Black, what are you attempting to do?
Well,
Plus, if he did it himself, which I think he did, but anyway, who knows what was on his face? Because he's probably acting. You know, how am I supposed to act? I just killed my wife. Do I act sad? Do I act upset? Do I act, Because I didn't hear this come up in the documentary. I've not heard it come up in this trial. I don't know that it will come up in the trial because I don't think he testified. I don't remember. I know they prepped him for a trial because that's in the documentary. But I've seen interviews with him where he says, "Those damn shoes. I kept telling her not to wear those damn shoes." Because I guess they were flip-flops or sandals or something. And he was blaming her shoes for her falling down the stairs. So he could have been mad. Who knows what was on his face? Was he trying to pretend that her shoes made her fall and he was upset? Who knows? Like, how do you ask a cop? Is that what he does? Does he do that? Amber Heard needs to do that because she can't cry on cue. But I'm just saying, like, how does a cop who has probably been, like, was it this cop or the one before that said he'd been to like 50 death scenes? How do you know? Everybody acts differently. How do you look? Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. I don't think I've seen that one. If I have, it was a long, long, long time ago. But when you see so many different people and their grief response and how they act, you can't tell by looking at them. And with me being a nurse, there's so many people I had to notify. Nobody acts the same. They just don't. So asking, did he look any kind of way, is such a ridiculous question.
Mr. Rudolph has gone into detail about this report, about things that are in the report, things that are not in the report. And what is in the report is information that Todd Peterson or he puts here, the son and the other male kept telling Michael Peterson to get a lawyer and not to talk.
The other thing I forgot to tell you guys, in the documentary, he was writing a book about the whole thing. Actively writing a book about her death and the murder investigation as it was happening. If that's not a narcissist, I don't know what is, you guys.
He goes on to talk about some phone calls that Todd was making, and then he goes on to talk about how Todd is trying to call lawyers to come over to the house. And now that Mr. Rudolph has asked in detail about what is in the report, what is not in the report, he's marked as an exhibit. He may as well introduce it, but at any rate, he surely has asked enough about the report to have opened the door for me to be able to ask questions about what Todd Peterson was doing and why he was trying to get lawyers to the house.
And why was it?
That's for the jury to decide, right?
Well, you're trying to get it in evidence. My question is, why do you want it into evidence?
Well, I believe this document that he has marked as Defendant's Exhibit 95 is already in evidence because he has asked substantive questions about the document itself.
I'm not talking about the document. I'm talking about the exchanges with Todd and a lawyer. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I think it's significant. I mean, it's for the jury to decide exactly what significance to place upon it. And I'm not even offering for the truth of the matter asserted. We've been very careful not to bring to their attention about all the lawyers that were milling around outside, including the real reason that Mr. Harden was contacted was because the lawyers were causing so much trouble outside the household. And we're not trying to get into any of that subject matter. And I'm not saying that Mr. Peterson himself was asking for a lawyer, because I understand that would not be appropriate. But what Todd Peterson is doing in that study, what Ben Maynard is doing in the conversation they're having, I argue to the court, is already appropriate for the jury, is already appropriate for the jury to hear that, because this report has been questioned. This officer has been questioned about this report already in detail.
Mr. Rudolph.
Yes, sir. I was impeaching by omission, namely that he didn't say in here anything about the use of a computer. So that's the only reason this was used. In terms of the substance, Mr. Peterson was being held against his will in obvious violation of the Fourth Amendment. I know the court doesn't want me getting into that, but it's hardly surprising that when someone's being held in their house against their will and told they can't talk and can't go anywhere, and their friends are being held against their will, that they might want to contact a lawyer. Indeed, the only person that Todd called was his uncle, who happens to be a lawyer.
That should never be brought up in a trial. It should never be brought up that someone tried to get a lawyer. That came out, again, I'm referencing a trial, a recent trial, but that came up in the Karen Reed case too. Because, no, was it the Karen Reed case? Yeah, it was the Karen Reed case. Because she immediately called Yannetti, immediately called a lawyer that specialized in DUI. And the prosecution tried to have a field day with that, and they strongly objected and said that there's nothing wrong with anybody getting a lawyer for anything. Oh, I was in high school. Why didn't I see it? That's weird. Huh. Anyway, it should never be held against anyone, ever, that they got a lawyer. Ever. You guys, I don't know why I'm on the edge of the screen. I gotta get a real webcam. I'm always on the edge of the screen. So, yeah, so this came out in the Karen Reed case because she immediately hired Yannetti, and they were like, that is proof of guilt, that or consciousness of guilt. That's consciousness of guilt that she hired a lawyer. Not now, I'm not using a gimbal. I just have my phone in a tripod thing on my desk. So yeah. Rudolph is right this time. That should not be evidence.
The lack of relevance of all that, I think, is patent. I certainly didn't get into callings or not calling anybody. And obviously, Ms. Black wants to get into some sort of a impression that they were wanting to call a lawyer for some reason other than the fact that they didn't like being held there. And I think that's improper.
Well, I mean, we're touching all around this issue. Either we're going to get into it or we're not going to get into it. So, Mr. Rudolph, why are we not going to get into it?
Because it's irrelevant. What Todd Peterson felt about whether he should be held there or shouldn't be held there, what Todd Peterson felt, I mean, it's not like there's any evidence that Michael Peterson is talking to Todd and then Todd's trying to make a phone call.
Well, now
Michael Peterson's doing exactly what he's told.
Now I have.
So what Todd Peterson was thinking or not thinking, or what he wanted to do or didn't want to do, is simply not relevant to any issue in this case.
Ms. Black, either we're going to get into it or we're not going to get into it. Why is whatever Mr. Todd Peterson was thinking relevant to this case?
Well, I'm not really saying that what he's thinking is relevant. I'm saying to the court that what he is saying is relevant. What he's saying to his father, the suggestions he's making to his father.
Which is what?
So,
which is what?
that he needs to talk to a lawyer. That he needs to get a lawyer.
Well, he did.
Mr. Rudolph contends it's because they're being held with it, but against their will. Of course, the state has another contention as far as that's concerned.
Well, on that point, you didn't mention that point before, but on that point, why would that be relevant to the jury?
Well, because
whether Mr. Michael Peterson wanted a lawyer.
Michael Peterson wouldn't need a lawyer if it truly was an accident, but he surely would need a lawyer if he's getting ready to be suspected of a homicide and charged with a homicide.
And you want the jury to know that?
That's not true either. Because he could be falsely, although I don't believe he could be falsely accused. Innocent until proven guilty.
Well, yes, sir.
For what reason?
Well, I think they could use that evidence along with other evidence to make a determination of the facts of the case and to make a determination of whether this is an accident like they contend or a homicide like we contend.
Yeah. Whether the defendant at some point wanted a lawyer or not, or felt like he needed a lawyer or not?
His son's suggestion that he need to talk to a lawyer. I'm not contending that Mr. Peterson at that point in time is asking for a lawyer himself.
But couldn't they make that conclusion?
Well, yes, sir, they could. But I believe this information is relevant for that purpose.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
No, sir.
I agree with the defense is sustained. Now, how much more are we going to get into?
That was all I was going to ask him on redirect.
All right. You can bring the jury back.
Even if you're a witness.
All right. Objection is sustained. Further questions, Ms. Blythe?
Even if you're a witness, let's say you're a witness to a crime. Like, let's use the example of the dude that Deaver ended up framing for that dead body in that cul-de-sac. You're accused of a crime you didn't commit. Well, no, he was a witness to the dead body. He didn't do it. So the police want to question him because his truck was at the scene. Perfectly innocent, didn't do anything. So, you're innocent, you didn't do anything. Why would you need a lawyer? Well, because the police want to question me about what I know. So, do you need a lawyer? Yes. You still need a lawyer. must say it again and say it loud. You still need a lawyer. Before I started watching trials and talking to lawyers on LawTube, I thought, oh, well, if I'm innocent, why would I want a lawyer? Of course I'd talk to the police and cooperate with the police. But now my dad was a cop and I am pro-police, but I will say that cops are not your friend. They are trying to solve a case. And if there's any smallest inclination that you might have done something wrong, you need a lawyer to tell you what you can answer, what you can't answer. You need to tell the lawyer everything that happened first so he can guide you. You need a lawyer. That is not consciousness of guilt. Anytime a lawyer gets up there and says, oh, well, they hired a lawyer before the police even question them, that is an improper question. They cannot mention that they hired a lawyer before, even if they're a witness. Let's say I witnessed a murder and then the cops came and wanted to ask me questions. I would want to confer with an attorney first. I didn't do anything wrong. I just witnessed a murder. But what if somebody else that witnessed that murder said, well, I saw her. She was there and she was helping. You know, that's why you need a lawyer. You absolutely, even if you're just a witness and the police want to talk to you, you need a lawyer. Dang it, I did it again. Crap.
In that study, what Ben Maynard's doing in
Lawyer. And the
Well, do you?
Mr. Rudolph contends it's because they're being held with it, but again, I believe this information is relevant.
No, sir.
just like here.
No, sir. Sort where
That he need to talk to a lawyer.
You can bring the jury back. All right. Objection is sustained. No further questions, Ms. Blythe?
No, sir.
Just one or two. When Mr. Peterson was sitting at his desk there, where were you stationed in the room? Can we get that diagram up there? Do you recognize the diagram of the house there?
yes, sir.
All right, now.
And since I live in Florida, I would pick up that phone. Peter Tragos, I need you.
The room that you were in is this room right here called library?
Yes, sir.
Office, right?
Yes, sir.
And where were you standing?
I was kind of pacing back and forth between. If you come down to the corner.
No, Tony, don't ever ask a cop if you need a lawyer because they'll tell you no. So you'll talk. Don't ask a cop. Just get a lawyer.
Corner, the left corner, the bottom left.
Bottom left? Like here?
No, sir.
All right, where?
Yeah, back to the left of that point.
All right, let's use the laser. This way?
That area.
Right there.
Yes, sir. To the door. Up to the door.
To the store here.
No, sir. The door leading to the patio, the porch.
That one.
Yes, sir.
So you're basically in this area right here?
Yes, sir.
And where was Todd sitting?
There was that blue area in the middle. That's supposed to be a couch.
Well, I don't know. It's the state's diagram.
There was a chair in that area, a sofa of some sort. Where
in this area here?
Yes, sir. Where Ben was sitting.
Yes, sir.
And then Todd was sitting off in another chair.
Which part of the room?
I can't remember exactly. It was another chair. We weren't in the same chair.
All right.
And then
and where was Mr. Peterson sitting when he wasn't at his desk?
To the right of the porch door.
Over
right
here?
in that area, that's where the computer was, and that's where he was sitting.
So right there?
Right in that area.
And you were right there?
I was pacing back and forth in that area.
And was his back between you and the computer screen?
not at all times. When I'm in the bottom area where you initially down further.
Over here?
Yes, sir. And then his back is to me, but then I could also see the computer screen.
So, for example, if you were in this area where I've just put an X, that's when you could see the computer screen?
Yes, sir.
And the computer screen, you say you saw it was in this area right here?
I tend to remember it being in that area, yes, sir.
Like right there, in that area?
Somewhere in that area.
Let me... So we're all clear. Let me mark this as Exhibit 96. Yes, ma'am.
Well, if you plead the fifth, you're pleading the fifth because you are guilty of something. So that's why. Because the Fifth Amendment says that you have the right not to incriminate yourself. So, for instance, we can use the example of the guy that found that dead body again. So that guy was there doing drugs. That's why he was there, and he found the dead body. So let's say he got on the stand and they asked him if he killed that woman. And he says no. And then they asked him, well, you were out there doing drugs, weren't you? And then he might say, well, I plead the fifth. That's a yes. But he doesn't have to say yes because that would incriminate him in that crime. However, I think I'm a little confused about that because I know in the Karen Reed case with Turtle Boy, he was subpoenaed, but his lawyer argued that to every question, his answer would have to be that he pled the fifth. Therefore, then he shouldn't testify or couldn't testify. So he didn't have to testify. So I'm kind of iffy on that because I thought you could like plead the fifth to some and not all. But since that happened in that one case, now I'm kind of confused. But generally, yes, if you plead the fifth, people automatically assume you're guilty. Okay, so
Let me show you this photograph has been marked Defendant's Exhibit 96 and ask you to take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
Does that appear?
Do you remember what trial was that? It was some rapper's trial. It was in Atlanta. Remember that the judge got taken off the case because they had a meeting outside the defense's presence and they didn't tell him about it, and it was a whole big mess. But they had this star witness in the case that they'd offered him immunity. But then he decided he didn't want to testify. So he got up there and he just kept saying, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. And they're like, you can't. We gave you immunity. You must continue pleading the fifth for everything? Then you shouldn't even get up on the stand. Yeah, I've been watching. I get on like Woody. Yes, Woody. It was so funny because he just go, I plead the fifth. I've been there like, we gave you immunity. You don't need to plead the fifth. And he would not. I guess he got worried about like repercussions, like someone might put out a hit on him or something, I guess, if he testified. So he was dialing it back, but they wouldn't let it. It was funny. I mean, I guess I can say it's funny. He didn't think it was funny. He was worried about someone popping him, but yeah, I've been watching a lot. I get in these kicks where I like just binge watch stuff. Yeah. Young Thug. That was it. I knew it was a rapper. And so I've been watching Chris Hansen. He was on Dateline, I think. And he did To Catch a Predator. And then he had, what was the other one? I don't remember what the other one was. But now he has a show called Takedown. He has his own streaming service now. It's called True Blue. And so I've been and he has a podcast. So I've been watching a lot of his videos and stuff lately. And the one thing they do, because they have these detectives undercover online to catch predators. And they put out an ad for in-call versus out-call, if you know what I mean. So these guys, I'll answer that question in a minute. So these guys, they get online with these professional women. I don't want to make you too mad. Who have to be of legal age to get on this app where they meet men for money. And then when they get this guy in the chat and they start negotiating money and what acts they want to do, then they say, oh, but I'm only 15. I had to say I was 19 to get onto the app. And then they wait at the sting house for this guy to show up to exchange money for services from a 15-year-old. So what they do, if the guy tries to bolt out the door, the cops will come out and they will go, hey, wait. Somebody's been killing prostitutes and we need to figure out who's been doing it. We need to see your phone. Can we see your phone? It's okay. If you're not the guy that's doing it, you're in the clear. Just let us see your phone. And then the guys, and this, I've seen them do it more than once. And then the guy will calm down, give them their phone, let them cuff him, and just like be chill. Because they're like, okay, I'm good now. I'm not doing what they're here looking for. And I'm just like, how stupid can you be? But it works. It works. So that's like similar to that. Yeah, we're not here for whatever illegal activity you're doing. But she got immunity for only the things she testified to in the trial. So Georgia, who was the prosecuting attorney, she very carefully crafted her questions. So she did not ask her anything that she will be asking her, hopefully will be asking her, fingers crossed, if they ever arrest her. So she very carefully made sure that the things she gave her immunity for wouldn't come back to bite her in the butt when they finally decided to prosecute her. So, because everybody was like, during that trial, during Donna's trial, everybody was like, well, I don't understand. Why are they giving her immunity? Now they can't arrest her. Now they can't do anything. And I was like, yeah, they can. They absolutely can. She didn't get like blanket immunity for the whole entire affair. She just got for what questions Georgia asked her. And she was very, very careful to ask specific questions that she didn't. Well, and of course she already knows all the answers anyways, but questions that it didn't matter that she had immunity about. because it was stuff that her mom and Charlie did, not stuff that she did. So, well, I mean, except for the one about going by the house the next morning. She did ask her about that one, and of course she lied about that one. I don't know how she's going to get around that question, but because most of the questions were not concerning her, it was concerning Donna and Charlie. I know. They need to do something. But she's in Texas now. She's not in Florida anymore. So I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, they can always send people to Texas to get her and bring her back. But it also worries me because she's working. Isn't she like an immigration lawyer or something like that now? So she's in Texas. She could be in Mexico before anybody knew it, you know? But I don't know. Don't kill people. Just that simple.
Here to you to be the den or study area, the library's office area?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the desk with the computer?
Yes, sir.
And the high back chair?
Yes, sir.
And is that what it looked like on December the 9th?
Yes, sir.
I'll move that into evidence, Sean.
It's allowed.
96. Yeah. What we've just been talking about is the computer in that area, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is the high back chair there?
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah, but you flee from Florida. Where are you going to go? Cuba?
that is in the corner of the room, isn't it?
It could be. To me, it looks like there might be space behind that.
Could we go to
behind the computer in the window there?
Could we go to the diagram again?
I know. That doesn't make sense.
You see in the corner there, there's sort of a desk area and a chair.
Yes, sir.
And you might be able to see it better on here. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection all about where that desk and computer was?
That could very well be. But to my knowledge, that's the area that I thought it was in.
And if you were over here, for example, and Mr. Peterson was at that computer with that tall back chair, your view of the computer would have been at least somewhat obstructed, right?
If the chair is directly in between myself and the computer, yes, sir.
And you don't have any specific recollection of what was on the screen. You didn't see what was on the screen, did you?
No, sir. I can just see something.
Right. And Mr. Peterson wasn't trying to hide anything. He was just there at his computer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Black?
No, sir.
All right, you can come down, sir.
Stephen Franklin Hester,
How are you employed, sir?
police officer with the Durham City Police Department.
Tell us, please, about your educational background and work experience.
I've been a member of the Durham Police Department for approximately 7 years. Started as a communications employee, then transferred to the Durham City Police Department in '99.
Now, how were you employed back on December 9th, 2001?
Police officer.
Did you respond to the Peterson's residence?
Yes, I did.
About what time?
After roll call, roughly 6:30.
Once you arrived there, were you given a specific assignment?
Yes, I was.
What was your assignment?
I was advised to go into the library, I guess you would call it, where Mr. Peterson and his son were, and advised to just watch over them, make sure they were okay, not discuss the case.
Now, who told you to go there?
Command.
About what time would it have been then when you went to the study area?
upon arrival, which is roughly, I'm approximating 6:30.
Now, do you know or do you remember who you relieved there?
I believe it was McCullough.
McCallop? All right. Now, once you got there to the study, did Officer McCallop give you any specific instructions about something on the windowsill?
Clothing items, garments were pointed out to me on the windowsill.
And what was told to you about those items?
That I believe Mr. Peterson had them on.
Okay. Now, were you asked to watch those items?
Well, I immediately contacted command, notified them of the items that they needed to be collected.
And ultimately, were they collected in your presence?
Yes, they were.
Now, while you were there in the library and before those items were collected for the windowsill, did you allow anyone to touch them?
No, I didn't.
Did you allow the animals to get to them?
No, I didn't.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
You've looked at this diagram before, have you not, or at least a smaller version of it, D2?
Yes.
I'd like to take a look at it, please. And if you could, for us, I'd like for you to circle the windowsill that the items were on that they were collected from.
All right.
Okay. You can hear it if you'd like to. First of all, what Bremer was speaking of?
This one here.
Okay. Do you see the windowsill?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do that. Mark for us the windowsill where the clothes were that they were open and where they were ultimately collected from. All right, if you could stand aside then and point to the jury where you circled it. Thank you, sir. Now, do you have any idea about what time it was when those items were collected from the windowsill?
The exact time, I believe, was around 3 o'clock. It was around the time that Mr. Peterson and his son were leaving the residence.
Well, if they actually left the dwelling around a little before 11 a.m.,
Okay.
would that be?
I don't recall the exact time, but it was the time right before Mr. Peterson and his son left.
Okay, so whatever time they left was about when those clothes were collected.
Right before they left, yes, ma'am.
And do you remember who collected the clothes?
I believe it was Dan George.
What does he do for the police department?
He's an ID tech with the police department.
All right. Now, did you have the occasion before the Petersons left to take Todd Peterson somewhere?
Yes, I did. I took Todd Peterson up to a bedroom to change clothes.
Now, did anybody ask you to do that?
Yes, I was asked by, I believe, ID, because they wanted to also collect his son's, Mr. Peterson's son's clothes.
And did you escort him upstairs for that purpose?
Yes, I did.
Once he changed clothes, did you see what happened to the clothing that he originally had on?
They were then collected by ID.
Did you actually see those clothes being transferred from Todd Peterson to the identification technician?
I believe so, yes.
Now, while you were in the study with Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson, what were they doing?
Initially, Todd was asleep on the floor with a couple of dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Peterson, the entire time, was writing on a notepad, sometimes noticeably upset. And then he would start writing also again.
Okay. So you were with them about how long before they left the house?
From the time that I got there, after roll call until they left, what you say was approximately 11 o'clock.
No further question?
Yes, sir, thank you. Officer Hester, my name is Dave Rudolph. I'm one of Peterson's attorneys. When you got there to the den, the study,
yes, sir.
What items exactly did you see on the shelf, on the ledge?
I couldn't describe the exact item. It was bloody garments that were behind the window, behind the picture frame.
All right. Was Mr. Peterson still wearing his blue shirt at that point?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the blue shirt that he had been wearing was on the ledge or whether it was just shorts?
I don't recall.
Right, sir. Do you remember how the shorts were on the ledge? Whether they were folded up or sprawled out?
I would describe it as a of maybe something was just sat, clothing that was just sat there, it wasn't folded or any kind of.
So just like
photo.
somebody just put it down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it wasn't in any kind of protective.
No, sir, it wasn't.
Wrapping of any sort?
No, sir.
Okay. And I think you said that you notified command as soon as you saw that?
Yes, I did.
And that was because you felt like it shouldn't be lying there, right?
Yes, sir.
And part of the reason it shouldn't be lying there is if something has blood on it and, for example, it's folded over, you can get some contamination.
Yes, sir.
And even after you notified command, the shorts weren't picked up right away, were they?
No, sir.
I think you said they weren't really picked up until Mr. Peterson was leaving the house.
That's correct.
And that would have been, what, 4 or 5 hours after you got there?
Yes, sir.
Kevin Momi, Your Honor. Do you know whether or not the clothing was ever moved from one windowsill to the place where you saw it before you got there?
I don't have any recollection, or knowledge of that.
No, okay. And I think you said, I think you said that Mr. Peterson at times was noticeably upset.
Yes, sir.
What were you seeing or noticing about that?
He would moan, cry, hold his hands to his head. He would gather himself together and he would sit back down, start writing, or he would walk around for a while to compose himself.
Thanks. That's all I have.
No questions.
All right, sir, you can come down.
Thanks, sir.
So,
State your name, please.
It's Trent Hall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a master officer in the K-9 Division of the Durham Police Department.
Tell us, please, about your educational background and your training and experience to be a K-9 officer.
Graduated from Appalachian State University with a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice in 1993. I joined the Durham Police Department in 1994. I was assigned to the Uniform Patrol Division in that year and served in that capacity for about 2.5 years and was assigned to the K-9 unit in 1997.
Tell us, please, about your specific training to qualify you as a K-9 officer.
We have a series of schools held in-house by one of our head trainers, and we train. We do practical exercises and a number of different things, including man tracking or following a suspect after he's left the scene, article or evidence searches, narcotic searches, searching buildings, searching for lost kids. And basically, it's divided into two things. You train on one part, training to track or detect a scent or a man. The other section is, or the other part is training for narcotics or detecting narcotics. And the dog's called a dual purpose dog. That means he can detect narcotics and he can detect a man scent on the street.
What type of dog did you have back in 1999?
It's a Belgian Malinois that's similar to a German Shepherd. Looks the same size and the same colors, the pointed ears.
Now, the dog that you had in 1999, would that be the same dog that you had in December 2001?
Yes, I did.
Tell us, please, about that dog and the dog's training.
His name was Canine Bosco. Actually, he just retired about a month ago.
When did he retire?
Well, he has some health problems, some heat-related problems that we had a dog that was available to us right now, and I just started training with him, and it would be good for him to relax after so many years on the street, and he can go into a nice retirement, and he can retire without being injured any further or getting hurt.
Tell us about Bosco then.
Canine Bosco was originally trained in Holland, and he did some man work there. He didn't do any narcotics. We trained him in narcotics over here in the United States. And he did article searches, apprehension, criminal tracking, following the man after he's left the scene. He had his initial training over in Holland.
Now, specifically, excuse me, what type of training did Bosco have in article searches? And could you tell the jury, please, what that means as far as an article search?
Sure. An article search is basically the dog looking for a human scent, looking for the freshest human scent. If you were to throw a tennis ball to your dog and the tennis ball will get caught up in high grass, the dog has to use his nose and not his eyes to find the object. That's what our goal is for the dog. We want the dog to find the article without using his nose or without using his eyes. So we initially train the dog. We let the dog see the article. Say, for instance, it's a gun. I put my scent on the gun. I throw it into the grass. The dog sees it in the grass. The dog goes over and smells it, picks it up, leaves it there, whatever our response to the article is. And then we put him back in the car, and we may, upon further exercises, building on that foundation, we may let him come out of the car after we've already hidden the article. We give a command, which is in Dutch. We give the command, and the dog finds the article. So the command, coupled with the action, coupled with his toy that he gets on the end of the article, reinforces that behavior.
Was Bosco pretty good at finding things?
We all have our little specialties, what we like working on, and I'd have to, far and above, that was his specialty on the street, was article searches.
Now, Officer Hall, back in 1999, did you read the newspaper?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I've probably read the newspaper every day since the 6th grade. It's a part of my morning habit.
Did you read the Herald Sun?
Yes, I did.
Did you read Mr. Peterson's columns?
Yes, I did.
Now, in response to some of the negative information in Mr. Peterson's columns, first of all, how did that hit you when you read those types of columns?
As a patrol officer, one of the rank and file members that didn't really have anything to do with the administration of the police department, I felt Mr. Peterson's articles or viewpoints that at the time were, I felt like he didn't understand my viewpoint. As a patrol officer that goes on the street every single day and tries to work hard and enjoy my job, I felt like he didn't understand what we were doing as the worker bees.
As a result of that feeling on your part, did you contact Mr. Peterson?
I did.
In what manner?
Email.
What did you put in your email to Mr. Peterson?
Specifically, I cannot remember. This was probably in 1998, 1999. Basically saying that, hey, you don't understand my position. This is what it is. And about a number of different things. I wanted to let him know that even though he didn't think we were working on the street, or it didn't sound like in his article that we were working on the street, that, hey, you had a lot of dedicated officers out here on the street, and they were relatively new. There were a lot of officers on the street that were working hard for Durham. We were catching drug dealers. We were catching people breaking into houses. I know I was working hard. So I just want to let him know actually my viewpoint.
I take it that you take your job very seriously.
I do. I enjoy my job.
You did then and you do now.
Of course.
Now, as a result of that email then, did you and Mr. Peterson actually make a decision to do something together?
I did. I'd asked him on a couple of occasions if he ever attended one of our Citizens Police Academies. I asked him if he would like to ride along with me one night. And he said yes. I mean, that would be a good idea. So what I did was I obtained permission from my Captain Clark at the time. He went and asked the chief if it would be okay if Mr. Peterson would ride, if it would be okay to ride with me. So we set up a time and date that I met him at his house, and I went and picked him up that one night. I can't remember specifically what date it was.
Now, was that at his house at 1810 Cedar Street?
It was.
Had you ever been to that house before that night you picked him up to go for a ride along?
No, ma'am.
Did you meet Mrs. Peterson that night?
I did.
How long did you all spend at his dwelling before you actually went on the road?
It was probably 15 minutes. I went in, I believe I met both of his sons. I saw his English bulldogs. We kind of carried on about his new additions to the litter. And you basically met his wife and his family.
Was there a cordial atmosphere between you all?
Oh, yes. Yes, very, very nice. I can still remember her smile now.
All right. Tell us about the ride-along.
It was relatively uneventful. I can remember it was not as busy as some nights. We had a lot of time to talk and kind of talk about our families and talk about growing up in Durham and telling them about maybe some some staff shortages that causes us maybe not to do as much proactive work as I would like to do. I'm the only canine officer in Durham, in the city of Durham, on my shift. We break our division up into the four units, A, B, C, and D. We each work on a squad. And some nights I'm extremely busy. Some nights I don't do a whole lot but train. But basically very personal. My emails to Mr. Peterson to begin with were not controversial, but I wanted to understand his viewpoint about what he was looking, the big picture in Durham. I wanted him to understand my picture. And throughout these series of emails, it became more cordial. And I actually enjoyed that. I was able to see his viewpoint on things.
So that night in Durham, there wasn't a whole lot of crime.
No, ma'am.
All right. How long did y'all spend together that night?
I believe I took him home about 4 o'clock or 4:30 and dropped him off at the house. I didn't go back in the residence.
Not long thereafter, did you, while you were reading the newspaper, realize that he wrote an article about you?
I did.
May I approach the witness? I'll show you State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you remember where that article appeared?
Could appear in the Herald Sun.
And to the best of your recollection, was that article really about his ride along?
Yes, it was.
I moved to introduce State's Exhibit 139 into evidence. Your Honor, I've got copies for the jury. I'd like to allow the jurors to read the article at this time. Is that everything? All right, now, Officer Hall, for the record, what was the date of that article?
August the 20th, 1999.
Okay, now, did you have any further contact with Mr. Peterson after you read this article?
By email, I can't recall if I had specific emails to him. And I've seen him a couple of times, different functions. I believe one was at City Hall. I saw him at a reception. But other than that, and after he wrote his article, no. Finished writing his column.
And this particular article, did you get a positive feeling from it?
Sure, I did.
So now, based on your ride along in the article, would you say that you had a good relationship with Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
On the wee hours of the morning of December 9th, 2001, were you on call?
I was on duty that night.
You were on duty?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing when you heard something on the radio about this incident?
I was assisting a corporal with a traffic stop at the Durham Freeway and 15501. We were out in traffic. Our radios are only so loud and it's very hard to hear. I heard something about Cedar Street. I heard a couple of officers responding to that location. I believe I heard 1810 on the radio, but I couldn't recall at that time exactly what Mr. Peterson's address was. When I got back in my car after the traffic stop, we have a feature on our radios that we're allowed to, or we can call another officer on a private channel. He has a certain ID number for that radio. I have mine. I can dial in on the keypad this other officer's radio, and it's Corporal Kershaw, who was already on the scene. Radioed Corporal Kershaw by a private page feature on our radio, and asked him what the last name of the person, the residence he was at. When he told me that he couldn't tell me on the radio, I had in my mind, I probably need to go over there to make sure everything's okay. As a person that, knew Mr. Peterson, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't his address.
Were you worried about them at that point in time?
Of course I was. And when you start calling different police officers to the scene, more than a couple, usually kind of have it in your mind that something's going on more than a routine nature.
That something bad has happened.
Sure. And I also responded because that's my duty as a canine officer. I try to go on all homicides, stabbings, rapes, robberies, crimes in progress. If I can, I'm not tied up on another call.
So in response to this conversation with Corporal Kershaw, did you go on to the Peterson's residence?
I did.
Tell us what you did when you got there.
There was no car. I entered in the circular driveway on Cedar Street and parked my car directly in front of the gate there. So there was no. I saw the fire truck and the ambulance, I believe, or a couple of police cars. Saw the flashing lights. I knew more than one person was in the small circular driveway. I didn't want anybody else to come into the driveway because they'd tie up traffic. So I parked my police car directly in front of the gate and proceeded up the driveway.
What'd you do then?
I approached the doorway of the residence. I believe an ID tech, Mr. George, was there, and I saw Corporal Kershaw on the phone, and I asked them what had happened at the residence.
Who did you actually talk to?
Actually, Corporal Kershaw was very busy. He was making his notifications, and I talked to Mr. George, the ID tech, at the scene.
All right. As a result of that conversation, did you learn whether or not your services were needed that particular night?
No, I actually talked after I spoke with Mr. George. I stuck my head in the door after it was open for me, and I spoke with Sergeant Wilkins, who was right inside the doorway in the foyer. I asked him if I was needed there that night, and a lot of things were going on. People were being notified. People were still coming to the scene to get things secured or going about their duties, and he didn't see a need for me at that particular time.
All right. Did you then leave?
I did. I grabbed a crime scene tape, and as I saw Major Pettiford leave, he wanted to make sure that entrance was taped off so nobody could. I guess they could drive through the crime scene tape, but they weren't supposed to at the entrance to the residence where I was parked. I believe Officer Burrows pulled his car up when I left.
So now you put some tape up. Would that be near the street area?
That would be on the Cedar Street side at the circular driveway. I believe at the concrete entrance to the main driveway.
And this would be about what time?
4:00, 4:10 on December 9th.
Were you called back there on December 10th?
I was.
About what time?
I want to say 7:30. We sign on at 6:00 at night, and I was breaking the dog, taking him for a break, taking to stretch out, and I was called by the investigator, one of the detectives on the scene, to respond to this 1810 Cedar Street.
Did you go there?
I did.
Once you got there, who did you talk to?
I spoke with Lieutenant Bullock and Sergeant Pascal in the foyer of the residence.
What conversation did you have with them?
Basically, him showing me a Polaroid picture at the time of.
Maybe we haven't specified when he says him, who he's referring to.
I'm sorry.
That'd be fine. Who are you speaking of?
Sergeant Pascal.
All right.
Showed me the Polaroid picture.
What did he say anything to you about the picture?
He basically said, "What do you think this is?" And I looked at the Polaroid picture, and it took me a few minutes to kind of. The Polaroid picture, it's the depth of that picture is not so clear to me.
I'm going to object, Ron. Maybe we approach the bench.
All right.
Objection's overruled.
Can I approach the witness?
Yeah, she needs to sit up.
Officer Hall, let me show you State's Exhibit P 233A. Don't have my glasses on. Take a look at that photograph. Now, before the objection, you were speaking of a photograph that was shown to you by Sergeant Pascal.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the photograph?
It is.
Right. And Sergeant Pascal asked you what?
What do you think this is?
And what did you say?
After looking at it for a couple of minutes, I believed it obviously was not a gun to me, not any gun I had ever seen. So I deducted from just my experience being on the street that this probably wasn't a gun. So I was thinking that it was maybe a tire tool or a fireplace instrument, something with a long handle.
What made you think that?
Just for the impressions on in the blood.
Now, was there anything unusual about Sergeant Pascal actually asking your opinion before you then took your dog out to search for an article?
Was it unusual for him to ask me? Absolutely not.
How do you normally go about doing things when you're going to conduct an article search with your dog?
Well, first of all, I want to know from the officer responding to whatever scene if he ever saw anything in the subject's hands. That's important so I can kind of tell what my dog's behavior is, if he's tracking a person or if he's looking for an article. If it's going to be a danger to the dog, if it's a knife or a sword, something sharp, I don't want the dog to pick it up in his mouth.
Okay, now with that information then, what did you do?
I went back outside. I retrieved the dog from the car and I deployed him to the yard.
Now, so that the jury can understand, how do you deploy the dog?
Basically, with his kind of experience, you have the dog sit. You always follow a routine with the dog. The dog is a creature of habit. You try to stick to one routine. You try to stick to the same toy. Reward with the same duty you're doing. If it's track, we use one toy. If it's narcotics, we use another. That gets into a habit. He was so advanced in his training and experience that all I needed to do was get him out of the car, say one word, and he was off to searching. So that's what I did that night.
Where did you begin the search?
I started just outside the door to the left-hand side. I believe it was the northwest corner of the yard, just to my left. If I was looking at the house or the main entrance where everybody had gone through the door, to my left, and then made a complete semicircle around the yard, around the property.
Now, while the dog is searching, what do you do?
I watch for any sort of behavior change, make sure he doesn't get hurt by falling off a cliff or a ditch where he may get hurt. Directing, I can call his name and direct him to one place or direct him to another, basically observing his observation or his searching or his hunting.
Now, what type of terrain was there as far as this yard area?
It was grass. It was a lot of ivy. I believe it was like a kudzu kind of plant. It was a lot of vegetation on top, but it was thick in the bottom with leaves. Since it was past the fall of the year, I believe there was a lot of bamboo off to the left-hand side. For some reason, Durham has a lot of bamboo. It's very thick. It's very dirty, so I need to watch him in there. And I can approach Bosco while he's searching or kind of pull back. It slopes downward to Cedar Street, to a dirt part of Cedar Street where it breaks off from the pavement. Back and forth in a circular motion is how he searches. And to the front of the yard, back up to the pool house, across the driveway where I had parked, then up to a shed on the outskirts of the property, under the shed, then back around to where my car is.
Did you and Bosco search the entire yard?
Yes, we did.
Did you and Bosco conduct a thorough search?
Yes, we did.
About how long did it take you?
Hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. It was a very large yard. And of course, we want to take our time. And it took a long time.
Did you do the very best that you could?
I did.
Did you find anything?
No, I did not.
All right. After that hour and a half, then, did you report the negative results to anyone there at the home?
Yes, I went back inside the house and told, I believe, Sergeant Pascal that we did not find anything.
Now, in your experience in going to, for instance, to homicide scenes, was it extraordinary that you didn't find an article?
No.
That you and Bosco did not find an article?
No, it was not.
Had that happened to you many times before?
Objection.
Orally.
Sure. We are called out for all sorts of scenes that, the officer may have seen he drop. May have seen him reaching his waistband or seen the person he was pursuing reaching his waistband for something, may have been pulling up his pants. We may have been looking for an article and just didn't find it, or it may have never been there.
Now, in conjunction with your work that night, did you search any other yards other than the Peterson's yard?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to do that?
No.
Did you even see Mr. Peterson on the 9th or the 10th of December?
I briefly saw him as I was approaching the scene. I could see him pass by the window. I believe going to the right part of the house, or the right side of the house, as you're looking at the front door to the right, but I never spoke with him that night.
No further questions.
Cross-exam. Thank you. Officer Hall, my name's Dave Rudolph. I'm one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. I want to get a little better idea of what Bosco did before his retirement. I think you said that he did several kinds of different work. Part of it was drug interdiction sort of stuff.
Yes.
And then I think you said something about man tracking and article tracking.
Article searches, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Article searches and man tracking. Is that correct terminology?
Yes, sir.
And with article searches, what he's looking for is the scent of a particular person, or
he's looking for the warmest or the hottest human scent. We're covered in dead skin cells that are falling off of us at any time. People's cologne, people's shampoo. If you touch an article, it's going to have your scent on it.
Yes, sir.
If you were to drop something in the yard, Bosco's going to indicate on it. He's going to tell me by his behavior that he's found it.
They found something that you could touch.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're doing man tracking,
Hey, Rob.
what does that involve?
It involves the scent of the person. Also, what we're looking for with tracking is the ground disturbance. Depending on a number of factors, Bosco can follow the footsteps practically, or the scent of the person that he's looking for.
And have you actually had him do that at scenes?
What, tracking?
Yeah.
That's probably the majority of what we do.
Tracking potential suspects and that sort of thing?
Tracking police officers mainly. That don't follow our direction a lot of the times, but it's up to us and the duties of the dog to or the abilities of the dog to kind of ferret that stuff out.
Okay. And I take it you knew Sergeant Pascal.
Yes.
Before that night.
Yes.
He knew you, right?
Yes.
He knew what the K-9 unit could do.
Sure.
And the K-9 unit could do man tracking.
Yes.
So if he testified in front of this jury yesterday that the Durham Police Department had no ability with its dogs to do that, that wouldn't be accurate, would it?
No.
That wouldn't be accurate, would it?
No, the dogs do scent work.
And surely Sergeant Pascal knew that.
Yes.
Now, were you asked to try to find any man scents that night, or asked to do any tracking work at all?
No, sir, that night. Not that night.
Okay. Now, also with regard to the neighbors' yards, have you been in situations where you were looking something and you went to a person and said, do you mind if we have our dog look through your yard?
Yes, we've had that instance happen, yes.
And generally people are willing to let the police do that, are they not?
Sometimes. Sometimes not.
Okay.
A lot of people are not, some people are not pleased that the police are tracking through their garden or through their backyard.
Fair enough. But at least on that particular night, no one told you to ask any of the neighbors whether you could go through with Bosco.
Right.
Let me talk a little bit about what you knew about Michael Peterson before this night ever happened. Mm-hmm. As I understood it, you were at least a little bit disturbed by some of his columns, or at least didn't feel like he really understood what you all were doing.
Sure.
And so you were the kind of person who was going to let him know straight up how you felt.
I was going to let him know that of my feelings. I wanted to get a general direction of where he was coming from.
Fair enough. And he was pretty responsive to you, wasn't he?
He was very responsive to me.
He was interested in hearing your viewpoint?
Yes.
You liked him?
Of what I know about him, yes, sir.
Yeah. He was open to being educated?
Sure.
Irrelevant.
When you went to his home, it seemed like a warm place, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Everybody seemed to like each other.
Yes.
And when you went on your ride, you spent a lot of time talking.
Yes.
You talked about your girlfriend.
Let me see. I'm going to get in trouble with my wife if I say my girlfriend. Yeah, I believe at the time I was married.
All right. Well, then about your wife.
Yes.
All right. And he talked about his wife.
Yes.
That's my error. We'll make that clear. In any event, he talked about his wife in a loving way, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on this ride, you went through places like McDougal Terrace.
Yes.
Poor parts of town.
Sure.
And you pointed out to him crack houses that you knew existed.
Yes.
That the police hadn't been able to do anything about.
I don't know specifically what crack house. Yeah, in our target areas, we do a lot of work. Sometimes it's hard to get those crack houses torn down.
I understand.
But, sure.
You pointed out to him prostitutes that were out there soliciting.
Sure.
Right? I mean, here's a police officer in a police car, and there are the prostitutes out there soliciting, right?
Yes and no. If I'd seen somebody soliciting a prostitute, we would have done something about it. But yes, there are people walking on the street that may or may not be selling drugs.
And he was upset by all that, wasn't he?
I don't know about that night, but of course in his columns he was.
And after that night, I think you said you exchanged some email.
After that night, yes.
And I think you said that he began to see some of the points you were making.
Yes.
And you began to see some of the points he was making.
Sure.
So that was a productive exchange.
Of course, I wanted to see, I wanted to exchange ideas with him. He is a journalist, may have only seen things from his point of view. Sure. I wanted to share mine. Yes, sir.
Sure. And about all you can ask of somebody is to be open to that.
Exactly.
And he was.
He was.
Or possibly proactively. Instead of just whining about, the public doesn't like us. I like it.
I see that. Do you have that photo?
Yes, I sure do.
Now, is this the only photo you were shown, this exhibit P233A?
It was.
Did you know when you were shown it that there had actually been some changes made to the blood marks on there sometime while the police had the scene?
Was I notified of any changes?
Yes, sir.
No, I was just shown that picture.
For example, you see this little item up here that has it almost looks like a bottle opener.
Yes.
Were you aware that wasn't the way it appeared when the police first got to the scene?
No.
And the item that you thought, well, let me ask you this. When you said a long handle, was there anything in particular about this photo that made you feel like it was something with a long handle as opposed to something that was just however long that?
With this Polaroid picture?
Yes,
if
sir.
you're asking my opinion?
Yeah, I'm just asking what I'm actually asking is not your opinion, but you said you felt like it was something with a long handle.
Sure.
What was it in this photo that made you feel that?
With our article searches and the way we're doing our training, I have a bag of articles. One of the articles in that bag is a tire tool.
Mm-hmm.
The tire tool has a long handle. It has a 90-degree angle that it's curved, right. And at the end it has a lug nut to change a tire. At the end of that is a crowbar or a tool used to pry the hubcaps off of a car.
Yes, sir.
This here, it comes into a point. That looked like my tire tool that I have in the back of my car. Up here it appeared to me to be the lug wrench or the top of the lug nut.
How long is that tire tool?
My tire tool is a couple of feet, maybe even less.
Do you know what the dimensions were of this particular thing?
No, I do not.
So in other words, you thought that this item here, this at 90 degrees, was the tire tool?
Yes.
That would have meant that would have had to be a couple of feet long.
Sure.
So if that item was actually about that size, in other words, about an inch, then your view would have been different about what it was.
Yes.
And no one gave you any measurements.
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that this came off actually a step in the house?
No, sir.
So in essence, you were thinking that was a pretty big mark.
I couldn't tell what depth the picture was taken.
All right. You didn't realize that the mark was about the size of what's on the photo here.
No.
Your Honor, may we pass this to the jury so they can take another quick look at what he thought was a tire tool? And of course, sir, on the night in question, you had no way of knowing that was actually like an inch long, not 2 feet long.
No, sir, I did not.
Now, Mr. Peterson did tell you once when you had coffee or something at Wellspring that he was writing a book about Durham and the Durham Police Department and that sort of thing, did he not?
I never had coffee with Mr. Peterson at Wellspring.
I'm sorry, flower department at Whole Foods? Did you ever meet him at the flower department? He had a conversation with you about a book he was writing?
I don't recall that.
Okay. In any event, and by the way, did you prepare any kind of supplement report about your activities at the house at all?
At the house the second night, yes, sir.
You did?
Yes, I did.
And as I understand it, just so I'm clear, on that first night, you showed up at the house.
Yes, sir.
4 a.m. or so. The tape wasn't yet up on the front driveway.
Not yet. It was being placed there as I was leaving.
And when you walked in, did you walk through tape on the front door?
No, that was being set. Actually, it was being set up at the end of the driveway where the circular drive goes down a set of stairs. It was being moved back.
Okay. And you were there with your dog?
I was there with the dog in the back of my car.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So in other words, if Sergeant Wilkins or someone had said, listen, we'd like you to search around now, see if you can find anything, a weapon, somebody, walking off the scene with bare feet, you could have done that.
If it was a position where I needed a search warrant, the police, the investigators needed a search warrant, then I would probably have waited for the investigator to ask me to perform that when a search warrant.
Well, no, I understand that. In other words, not that you would have done it on your own, but you were in a position to be able to do it if somebody asked you to.
Yes, our shifts end we work a 12-hour shift. It modifies because of our built-in overtime. I get off at 4:30 in the morning. Not to say I wouldn't have stayed past 4:30, but there's another canine officer that's on call for any canine use between the hours of 4:30 and 7:30.
Okay, so it could have been covered one way or the other.
Yes.
And no one asked anybody to do that.
I know I was asked the next night. I don't know about the daytime.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Briefly. Officer Hall, where's that photograph?
This one.
That part. Look, please. Hey, come down. The jurors have looked at this again. Point to them now that the places on there that you've mentioned that looked specific to you? Let's take them in two halves, just to make sure that they all.
Well, Your Honor, that's fine as long as he makes it clear that he thought it was 2 feet long, not 1.5 inches long.
Well, he asked him that several times in cross-examination. This is where you're at.
Okay, I'm not sure. Proceed.
They shouldn't be arguing. They should talk to the judge on each other.
The straight line there with some point or shape at the end of it, and then the long point here and the long point there, as well as that point there.
And those look like what to you?
Some sort of straight instrument. It did not look like a gun to me. That's what I'm basing my article search on.
All right. Now let's show this hand. Okay.
Point here at the end of the curve, the straight line there, the straight line here, and the straight line to the right.
That's all I have.
Well, before you have, just so we're clear, because you showed me some stuff on the desk there. This side over here, that's what you thought was the lug nut?
The point, yes, sir.
Up that side?
Yes, just the mass here is different than the mass here.
Right.
It doesn't run straight on.
Right.
It stops right there.
So you thought that was the lug nut, and you thought this point down here that was the tire tool that would take off the rim?
Sure.
That's all I have.
Further questions? All right, you can stay down.
Stay down.
Tell us your name, please.
Corporal Kim Gregory,
How are you employed?
police officer with the City of Durham Police Department.
Give us some information, please, about your educational background and your work experience.
I have an associate's degree and basic law enforcement training for the police department, and I've had several classes through the Justice Academy.
All right, and how long have you been involved in law enforcement?
6 years.
What is your present assignment?
I'm an investigator for the police department.
What types of crimes do you investigate?
Originally, when I first went to criminal investigations, I was assigned to the juvenile division, which involves investigating offenses against children, physical, sexual abuse cases. Then I got transferred to the violent crimes unit, in which involved investigating statutory rapes, armed robberies, things of that nature.
Now, when did you get transferred to violent crimes?
Maybe a year ago.
Where were you assigned in December 2001?
To the violent crimes unit.
Tell us, please, you've mentioned rapes and things of that sort. Sometimes do you help out on other types of investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you frequently help out on homicides?
Yes, ma'am, I
If
do.
you're called to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you called to assist in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
When were you first contacted?
The night of the incident, Sergeant Borden paged me, I think about 5:30 a.m.
What did he tell you?
That I needed to report to the location, 1810 Cedar Street, and advised me that it was a suspicious death.
Now, did he give you any further details at that time?
No, ma'am, he did not.
And please speak up so that
Yes,
we all
ma'am.
can hear you. About what time then did you get to the Peterson residence?
A little after 6 a.m.
Who was there?
Sergeant Borden was there. I think Lieutenant Bullock was there at the time. Sergeant Pascal and a couple of other investigators were there as well.
What did you do?
I asked Sergeant Borden what we had, and he basically told me that we had a victim that was deceased from a fall downstairs. And I kind of laughed because I thought he was making light.
What was said?
Well, he said that we had a victim that was deceased, and I asked how, and he said she apparently died from a fall downstairs.
And you laughed?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Why?
Because I thought he was making light of the fact that I had fallen down my stairs the day before.
Is this something that he knew?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Tell us about your fall downstairs.
My
All right. Did you further talk with Sergeant Borden that night about your own fall down the stairs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you say to him?
Objection about her fall down first.
You may answer.
I advised Sergeant Borden that I had a slight tingling in my back. My daughter was on her way to school that morning and she had a project. She had a lot of stuff in her hands and her shoe was untied. So I told her to wait. I was coming downstairs to tie her shoe and I slipped on the first step and I fell all the way to the bottom.
All right. After telling that to Sergeant Borden, what then did you do?
He asked me if I was injured any, and I told him I just had a slight tingling in my back once I landed on my bottom at the bottom of the stairs. And he laughed at me and called me clumsy, and we went on to dealing with the situation at hand.
So what then were you asked to do?
He just told me to stand by, and they would give us, the investigators that were there, further instructions later.
Now, when you arrived, had Investigator Holland yet come with the search warrant?
No, ma'am, he had not.
So where did you wait until he got there?
At the mobile substation.
Do you remember about what time it was when he actually arrived with the search warrant?
No, ma'am. I was inside the mobile substation, so I don't recall what time it was he got there.
What specifically then did you do at the there at the scene on that day?
They had 2 females inside that they wanted interviewed, and later on, both females were brought out to the mobile substation. Myself and Investigator Pitt interviewed the 2 females that were brought out to the mobile substation.
Who did you interview?
Heather Whitson, I think her name was.
And about what time did you conduct that interview?
Maybe 7 a.m. I'm not sure.
Now, the lady that you were interviewing, could you tell whether or not she had been drinking?
No, ma'am, I couldn't. I didn't smell any alcohol on her breath, so.
Did you get close to the other lady?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. Now, after interviewing Miss Whitson, were you asked to do anything else that day at the Peterson instance?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you asked to do?
We went inside and stood by while the forensics investigators conducted a crime scene investigation.
And what specifically then did you do?
At that point in time, we just stood around waiting for them to ask us to do something for them. At that time, I wasn't doing anything.
Were you actively involved in the search?
Yes, ma'am.
On that day?
I'm not sure if it was that day or if it was at a later date, but I did conduct a search.
Okay. Well, then let me talk to you specifically about December 12th. Were you involved in a search that day?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Who all was there at the house on December 12th, if you recall?
I don't recall. I know Investigator Holland was there, and Sergeant Pascal, Detective Addison, and a few others were there as well.
Now, on that day, on December 12th, what were you asked to do?
Well, when we arrived at the residence, there were a few people there. Investigator Holland read the search warrant, I think, to Mr. Peterson's brother, who answered the door. And once that took place, we went inside. Sergeant Pascal asked if there were any other people in the house, and he was told yes. Detective Addison and I were told to go upstairs and locate any other people in the residence at that time. And as we got to the top of the stairs, I heard a male's voice.
Let me stop you there. At that point in time, Detective Addison was working in homicides too. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
All right, go ahead.
We heard a male's voice, and we went into the bedroom or a hallway to the left of the stairs once we got to the top. And Mr. Peterson and a female was in a room looking at some shirts, I think it was.
What then happened?
We told them that they needed to come with us and come downstairs, and Mr. Peterson asked if we mind. He was getting dressed to go see his dead wife in a coffin. And
were those his exact words?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that again?
He asked if we mind, and he said, "I'm getting dressed to go see my dead wife in a coffin."
What was your response to that?
I didn't have a response. I just looked at him, and then at that time, Detective Addison advised again that we needed for them to come downstairs with us.
Did they?
No, ma'am. He asked if Detective Addison could stay there with him while he got dressed, and at that time, Detective Addison advised yes, he would, and I took the female back downstairs.
What then did you do?
At that time, once we got downstairs, we stood around for a few minutes, and then we were told to go inside the study and conduct a search of the study.
What were you looking for?
anything that may be relevant to the case. I wasn't told exactly what to look for.
And did you specifically find something in the study that sort of piqued your attention?
Yes, ma'am. I found a document that was giving.
Go ahead.
I found a document that was giving. It had Mr. Peterson's name and I think his son Todd's name on the document, and it was giving his son power of attorney.
Did you actually bring that then to the investigator's attention or
Yes,
the ID
ma'am.
tech's attention?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, first witness.
Yes.
Take a look at this envelope, 50A. This is probably not your handwriting, is it?
No, ma'am, it's not.
Let's open this if you would, please.
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm going to object on relevance grounds. This power of attorney is dated December the 10th, I believe, and was executed at a lawyer's office, and I object on relevance grounds.
Well, object to those details, unless we send a jury out and talk further about it.
Okay, overrule, let's go.
Maybe across there. You're looking at an item that came out of that is marked State Exhibit 50. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am. This is the document that was in Mr. Peterson's desk drawer.
Okay, now, and that is the document. Speak up, please.
Okay. This is the document that I located in the desk drawer of Mr. Peterson's desk.
Now, does this appear to be an original document?
No, ma'am, it's a photocopy.
Okay. But it looks just like the one, or it looks to be what you handed to the ID tech that day or that night.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
I move to introduce State Exhibit 50 and 50A into evidence. If you would, please, could you just read the entire document to the jury, please?
Notice the powers granted by this document are broad and sweeping. They are defined in Chapter 32A of the North Carolina General Statutes, which expressly permits the use of any other or different form of attorney desired by the parties concerned. State of North Carolina, power of attorney, County of Durham. Known all men by these presents that I, Michael Peterson, the undersigned of 1810 Cedar Street, County of Durham, State of North Carolina, hereby make, constitute, and appoint Todd Bancroft, Peterson, and Clayton Sumner Peterson to be my true and lawful joint attorneys in fact, for me, and in my name, place, and stead, giving unto my said joint attorneys in fact full power to act in my name in any way which I could act for myself with respect to each of the matters as each is defined in Chapter 32A of the North Carolina General Statutes. I also give such persons full power to appoint another to state as my attorney in fact, and full power to revoke such appointment. This power of attorney shall not be affected by my subsequent incapacity or mental incompetence. Date, this 10th day of December 2001.
All right, is there a notary seal there at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am, it is. State of North Carolina, County of Durham, on this 10th day of December 2001, and the 0 on the bottom of this is marked out, and there's a 1 that's placed on top of it, and there's an MP that's initialed beside of that. Personally appear before me, this said Michael Peterson, who to me known to me to be the person described in and who executed the foregiving instrument, and she acknowledged that she executed the same, and being duly sworn by me, made oath that the statements in the forgiving instrument are true. And there's a notary public, Marine Berry, that's signed at the bottom.
Is that dated too?
I can't make out if it's an 8 or 9/28/04.
That's the date of the expiration of the notary?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you found that document, then do you remember who specifically you gave it to?
I'm not sure if it was Ann Sicotio or if it was Investigator Holland.
All right, no further questions.
You get the docket. Corporal Gregory, my name is Dave Rudolph, and I represent Michael Peterson. When you arrived at 6:05, you saw Sergeant Borden there, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And about the first thing he told you was that the victim was the wife of Michael Peterson, who had run for city council and for mayor, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that, at least at that point, at the time you got there at 6:05, the understanding was that she had fallen down the stairs, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also told you that there were several people that needed to be interviewed, right?
Yes, sir. He said that there were several people inside the residence that needed to be interviewed.
And there was radio communication between him and people inside the residence, was there not?
I don't recall any radio communication.
Well, there were officers inside the residence with these folks, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were available there to interview these folks at least as early as 6:05, right?
Yes, sir.
But these folks weren't allowed out of the house to be interviewed by you at 6:05, were they?
No, sir, they were not.
And I noticed in you did file a report about this.
Yes, sir, I did.
And I didn't see any time in here as to exactly when the statement was actually taken by you.
I don't know if I put the time on the statement itself or if I didn't admit a time on there at all. I'm not sure.
All right. Now, the person you interviewed was Dr. Whitson, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection. She's not a doctor.
Well, she happened
She
to be,
represented herself to be one, but she was not.
she was a resident at Duke.
Objection.
Ask whatever question he wants to ask.
Thank you.
Residents are
You can
doctors.
cross-examine, you can redirect, whatever you want to do. Doesn't matter whether she's a doctor or not. Ask your question.
Thank you. The person you interviewed was a person who told you that she was a doctor, right?
She didn't tell me that she was a doctor. She said that she was a medical resident.
Well, there you go.
Medical resident at the Duke Hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was Heather Whitson.
Yes, sir.
Our
Show you
doctors
Exhibit 97.
can't practice without an attending doctor.
Is that a statement that Miss Whitson wrote out for you there in the mobile command center?
Yes, sir. It appears to be it.
And was there a date or time placed on this particular statement?
No, sir. Not that I can tell.
All right. But you do know it was taken on that morning of December 9th.
Yes, sir.
But you're not sure what time.
No, sir. I'm not.
Okay. Can you even give us an approximation of the time at this point?
No, sir. I cannot. I'm not sure what time it was.
Now, Miss Whitson, by the way, part of your job when you interview a witness like this is if you find out information that might be relevant to the investigators, would be to go and report back to them something you found out, right?
Yes, sir.
For example, if you had found out from interviewing Ms. Whitson that there was possible contamination of the scene, that would be something that the crime scene techs would need to know when they were processing, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in her statement,
I'm objecting if he's going to refer to the content of the statement, Your Honor. I'd like to be heard outside the jury's presence.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room.
What did she object to?
All right.
Your objection is what, Ms. Black?
That if he is intending, which I believe is based on the beginning of the next question, if he is intending to ask this investigator about the content of that statement, it is clearly hearsay, and I would ask the court to prohibit him from doing it.
Mr. Rudolph?
yes, sir. I'm not offering for the truth of what's in here. This officer was getting this statement that morning at a time when crime scene techs were processing the scene. She was then inside the house, I think she said, when the techs were processing the scene. And what I was about to ask her was about the information she got about possible contamination and what she did with that information and who she gave it to for purposes of the jury being able to assess the search that was then conducted and whether or not the possible contamination was taken into account or not. So it's not offered for the truth, it's offered to get at either the quality of the investigation that was conducted in the house or the lack thereof.
Ms. Black?
Well, and that in and of itself, possible contamination, his allegation of that, processing of the scene, whether it was done well or not, that alone shows that he is offering for the truth of the matter asserted as far as what she says within the statement. And it clearly is hearsay.
That's a close question. I'll overrule the objection.
It's overruled.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Exhibit 98, if I could. And ask you whether that appears to be the supplemental report that you prepared regarding the interview that you conducted with Ms. Whitson and your other activities there that morning.
Yes, sir, it is.
And that was prepared on the 12th of December?
Yes, sir.
So within a few days after you spoke with Ms. Whitson.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, anytime, for example, a body has been moved or disturbed or blood may have gotten on a suspect or a potential suspect or someone at the scene, that would be something that you'd want to know about.
Yes, sir.
And of course, it would be something that you'd want to communicate back to your supervisors
Yes, sir.
and to the crime scene techs.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, what Ms. Whitson told you was that she had gotten to the scene somewhere shortly before 3 a.m., correct? Because Todd had called her because she was a medical resident?
Yes, sir.
And that once she went inside, she heard Todd ask an officer right there if he could see Kathleen Peterson, his
Yes,
stepmother, right? And that the officer actually went and shined a flashlight on Miss Peterson so that Todd could see her, right?
Yes, sir.
And that Todd went to the body and actually touched Kathleen Peterson, right?
Yes, sir.
And that then Mr. Peterson had come into the kitchen and Todd asked him, Michael Peterson, whether he wanted to see Kathleen.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And that Mr. Peterson said yes and walked over to Kathleen Peterson lying there, right?
Yes, sir.
and that he then leaned down beside her, Mr. Peterson did, and was crying and holding her hand, right?
Yes, sir.
And that a police officer tried to get Mr. Peterson away from her, but apparently couldn't do it by himself, right?
Yes, sir.
And that indeed Todd then had to go over and help the officer get Mr. Peterson away from Kathleen's body, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you recognize the potential significance of that in terms of blood getting around the scene and the body being moved and that sort of thing, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember who you would have reported that to?
Sergeant Pascal.
And what did he say in response to that?
That once we went inside for the crime scene investigation, he would let the ID techs know.
Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this power of attorney that you found on the 12th. First of all, you all arrived at Mr. Peterson's house just about 6 p.m. or thereabouts.
I don't recall the time.
Let me get that time exactly if I could. While we're looking for that, do you remember that he was getting dressed? Well, first of all, there were other people in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
His brother answered the door.
Yes, sir.
There were other family members in the house, were there not?
I don't recall other family members except for Mr. Peterson being upstairs along with a female.
Okay. Did you see his daughters there?
I don't know if she was his daughter or not, sir.
Okay. Did you see any of the sons there?
No, sir, I didn't.
And did you know, well, first of all, how many officers would you say were there to conduct this search?
6 or 7.
Okay. And did you personally know when you went to the door there that, if I can just get this for a second. Yes. Let me just show you a report that was done by Captain James, and I'm showing it to you simply to see if it refreshes your recollection about the approximate time that you went to the house on the 12th.
That may be the approximate time. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't remember.
In any event, at the time that you went, were you personally aware that there was a viewing that was taking place at the Howard and Bryan Funeral Home at that very minute from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
No, sir, I wasn't aware of it at that time. I found out later once we got to the residence.
And do you know who made the decision to go to the house and conduct a search right at the same time that Mr. Peterson was supposed to be going to his wife's wake?
No, sir, I don't.
You didn't have any idea why he was angry when you came in the house, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Well, you saw him getting dressed up, right? He was getting dressed.
He was looking at some shirts.
Yes.
I figured that he was possibly looking at the shirts to get dressed to go to the visitation.
And he ended up not getting to that visitation by 8 p.m., right?
I don't know what time he left the residence.
Well, you all didn't get done by 8, did you?
I don't think so.
Was there anything about that search, as far as you could tell, that prevented it from being done, say, before 5 p.m. that day?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Or after 8 p.m. that day?
No, sir.
Mr. Rudolph, why don't we stop right here before you go to another? Yes, sir.
Area. Members of the jury will take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case. Don't read about it. Don't watch TV. Don't do independent research. And we'll see you at 12:45.
Corporal Gregory, when we ended, I think I had started to get into the power of attorney that you found during the search, but over the lunch break, I found a couple of exhibits that may refresh your recollection as to some timing things. Let me show you what I've marked as exhibits 100 and 101. And looking at 100, the defendant's exhibit 100, does that appear to be the search warrant that was obtained for December 12th, 2001?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, of course, there had already been a search conducted the whole day of the 9th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And another search conducted at the house the whole day of the 10th, right?
I'm not aware of that search. I wasn't a part of that.
Okay. And do you know that the house wasn't even given back to the Petersons until about 8:30 in the evening of the 10th? Were you aware of that?
No, sir, I'm not.
All right. In any event, this search warrant was obtained at 5:05 p.m., right?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been exactly the same time that the viewing of Miss Peterson's body had been announced in the newspaper, right? Looking at 101?
Yes, sir.
5 to 8?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, I think you said you weren't quite sure what time it got finished. Over lunchtime, I think I found a report that may help on that one. Is this, I showed you a report you'd written earlier about the activities that first day.
Yes, sir.
Did you also write a supplement with regard to the search that was conducted on the 12th?
Yes, sir. This appears to be it.
Okay. And in that supplement, you indicate what time the search started, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you got the warrant at about 5:05, and then you got to the house at about 6, right?
Yes, sir.
And about 6:12 is when Mr. Peterson's brother was served with the warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the officers, you and Addison, went upstairs looking for the other occupants who might be at home, right?
Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Pascal was there as well, right?
Yes, sir. Well,
and then does it indicate at the end of the report how long you actually were in the house?
yes, sir, it does.
And you didn't leave the house until about 8:26 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
So that would have been about a half an hour after the viewing had been scheduled to be over, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall any discussion with Sergeant Pascal or anyone else about whether it might have been better to conduct that search at a different 2-hour block, do you?
No, sir, not to my recollection, no.
Now, I think you said that while you were searching, by the way, where was Mr. Peterson when you all were conducting your search there? Do you remember?
I think he was standing by the door of the study.
Okay. And you found State's Exhibit 50, which was that power of attorney?
Yes, sir.
And I think Ms. Black asked you whether it piqued your interest or something like that?
Yes, sir, she did.
And you said you did?
Yes.
Now, you know that powers of attorney are not uncommon documents, right?
No, sir, they're not.
Did you know anything about what a power of attorney was?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. So when you saw this thing, you wouldn't have any way of knowing what it was in terms of the legal significance of it?
No, sir.
Okay. And of course, you wouldn't have known that Kathleen Peterson might have had a power of attorney for Michael prior to her death.
No, sir, I wouldn't have done that.
And are you aware that if someone is incapacitated in some way, whether they're sick or put in jail or arrested, that a power of attorney can serve as a legal authority for other people, for example, to sign their name to mortgage checks or to post bond form and that sort of thing?
No, sir, I wasn't aware of that.
Approach. Yes. Now, this particular document, this makes reference to various chapters of the general statutes, right?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it appear to you to be something that was drafted by a lawyer?
I have no idea.
Well, does it look like a legal sort of document?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. And it's dated, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Dated by Michael Peterson on December the 10th, right?
Well, I'm not sure who dated it, but his name is on the document.
All right. And the date's on the document, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
As December 10th?
Yes, sir.
That was a Monday, was it not?
I don't.
Well, if the 8th was a Saturday and the 9th, when her body was found, was a Sunday, then obviously the 10th would have been a Monday, right?
Okay.
And it's notarized, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
And even the notary puts on the date when she saw Michael Peterson sign his name, right?
It appears that way, yes, sir.
And what the notary put on there and attested to was that it was on the 10th of December, 2001, that Michael Peterson signed it, right?
Yes, sir.
That would have been at least 24 hours, more like 36 hours after Kathleen Peterson had died, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No.
All right, you can come down.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
Well, that was weird. Usually it makes me big as soon as I stop sharing. Okay, guys, that's it for today. I need to go cook dinner, and my back is starting to hurt really bad sitting in this chair. So I will see you guys in the morning at 8, and we will pick up where we left off. And this has been fun. We've had a really good day today. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's it. I have nothing else. I'll see you in the morning. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great evening. I will see you in the morning.